Kraft presents The Great Gildersleeve. The Kraft Cheese Company, who also bring you Bing Crosby every Thursday night, present each week at this time Harold Peary as The Great Gildersleeve, written by Leonard L. Levinson. We'll hear from The Great Gildersleeve in just a moment. But first, a tip for you men folks who love macaroni and cheese. If you hanker for light macaroni with cheese goodness all through and through, better mention Kraft Dinner to the little woman. For with Kraft Dinner, she can make swell macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time. You see, the Kraft Dinner package holds a special kind of macaroni that cooks tender in 7 minutes by the clock. And then you sprinkle the cheese goodness all through it with the Kraft grated that also comes in the Kraft Dinner box. You're all set, ready to fork in. Sound swell? It is. Just say to your wife, let's have that quick-made macaroni and cheese. Kraft Dinner. Remind her to buy Kraft Dinner tomorrow. And now let's visit our friend, the Great Gildersleeve, who's just arrived home in great humor. For the local paper contains a big write-up and picture of our hero. The latest in a series they've been running entitled Men Who Have Pushed Summerfield Ahead. Number 89, Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve.
Go ahead. Read on, Marjorie.
Mr. Gildersleeve gained his college education at Princeton, where he was a member of the class of 14. He was one of Princeton's star athletes and musicians, and was selected by his classmates as student most likely to weigh 200 pounds in 10 years.
Oh, yes, dear old Princeton. Incidentally, Marjorie, do you like the picture of me the newspaper printed?
Oh, yes, Uncle. You look positively handsome.
Handsome? Oh, no. What do you think of it, Bertie?
Just like one of them movie stars, only you got a pretty mustache and he ain't.
Oh, is that so? Which star do you mean? Ronald Coleman?
No.
No? Are you positive?
Well, definitely.
Oh.
Tyrone Power?
No.
Clark Gable? Frederick March? Robert Taylor?
No.
Cary Grant? Victor Mature?
That's it. Now I remember.
Who? Victor Mature?
No, sir. Costello of Abbott and Costello. Now, if he only had a mustache like yours.
Excuse me, I'll get it. Costello of Abbott and Costello. Hello?
Hello. Is this my old palsy Wellsy Gildy?
This is Throckmorton P. Gildersleeve. Who's speaking, please?
Now, brace yourself for a surprise. It's Brownie.
Brownie? I don't know any brownies. Which Brown are you?
Your old pal, Bob Brown, who went to college with you. I just arrived in town for a few days, and I thought I'd give you a ring.
Well, that was mighty nice of you. Bob Brown is. I still don't remember him. Well, we'll have to get together sometime.
You betcha my life, old Keith. How about you coming right downtown and having dinner with me?
Oh, I couldn't do that tonight, but hold the line a minute, will you? Bertie, would it be all right for me to invite a guest out for dinner?
Yes, sir. The roast, it'll stretch.
You're sure that we have enough of everything now?
Oh, indubitably. Only maybe you better ask him to bring his own sugar.
Yeah. Hello, Brown. Say, I've got an idea. Why don't you come out and have dinner with us?
Oh, no, I wouldn't dream of troubling you folks.
Oh, that's quite all right. The roast will stretch. Yeah. Come on out. We're at 747 Parkside Avenue.
747 Parkside. I'll be there, kiddo. By Jiminy, I can hardly wait to see you again, Throcky old Socky. Toodaloo.
Goodbye. Brown. Bob Brown.
I better get out the good linen. Incidentally, Miss Marge, is we demitassing and finger bowling tonight?
Oh, yes, Bertie. Oh, Leroy, go comb your hair. We're having a guest for dinner.
Jeepers, every time we have somebody for dinner, I gotta comb my hair. Who is it, Uncle Mort?
Well, I can't quite remember, my boy. There were 2 Bobby Browns in my class at Princeton, and I don't know which one this is.
Gee, when you were at Princeton, I bet you were the big noise around the campus, Unc.
No, my boy. I didn't go out for cheerleader.
He was more athletic type.
Yeah.
He was? What did you star in, Unc? Football?
No, my boy. I was associated with the water polo team.
Gee, how do you play that?
Well, water polo is a sort of a soggy version of soccer. The team whose pole motor breaks down first is declared the loser.
And what position did you play, Unc?
Well, I had a very important position. I was the assistant business manager. Oh, great jumping jeeps. That must be him already. I'll answer it. Where did he phone from? The corner drugstore?
Well, Gildy, you old coot, how's the kid?
Oh, you mean me. Well, I'm just Brown, Dandy. I'm Dandy Brown. Come on in, won't you?
Oh, sure. Hey, Cabby, just throw my luggage up on the porch. Well, Frocky, it's great to see you.
Yes, isn't it?
Oh, you old rascal. You know you haven't changed a ton.
I haven't?
No, sir. No, sirree, Bob. Some of your pompadours slipped down to your lower lip, and some of your chest has slipped down to your belt, but I'd still know you anywhere.
I wish I could say the same about you, Brownie, old fellow. Come on in and meet the family. This is Leroy,
Well, Leroy, you're certainly the image of your old man, aren't you?
Leroy happens to be my nephew.
Oh, yeah. Yes, of course.
And this is Marjorie.
How do you do, Mr. Brown?
Why, Gildy, you old reprobate. Congratulations, what a beautiful young wife.
Marjorie is my niece.
Your niece? Oh, yes, of course. Well, I was just kidding. Don't mind me, folks.
Dinner, sir.
Oh, yes. And this is Bertie.
Yeah, I know. Your maid.
Absolutely correct. Have a cigar, Mr. Brown.
Yes, your uncle was one of our star athletes.
Gee, Mr. Brown, tell us some more things that happened to you and Uncle Mort in college.
Yes, you seem to know so much that Uncle Mort has never even mentioned.
Yeah, and so much that never even happened.
Well, I'd love to, kiddies, but I'd better get downtown and register at one of the hotels.
But couldn't you stay
You expect to be here long, Brown?
Oh, just a day or two, then off again like a gypsy.
Gee, I'd like to travel all the time.
Oh, you'd soon get tired of it, my boy. Say, I'd give my eye teeth for a comfy home like this with a big fireplace, couple of swell kids, and a little guest room in case an old friend should show up.
Uncle, couldn't we...
By the way, Brownie, do you ever run into Eddie Maxwell or Bill Simmons or Clarence Benzer?
No, can't say that I have, but I saw Paul Green in New York last summer.
Oh, good old Paul Green. Don't believe I remember him.
Oh, he was one of the boys. Now he's in the game.
The game?
Yes, he makes puzzles. Now, there's a great guy. You know, he insisted on me coming out to his Long Island place for the weekend.
Uncle Mort, don't you think that we could...
Oh, yes, Green. I remember him now. A stocky fellow with sort of sleepy eyes.
Yeah, that's right. And talking about sleepy eyes sleepy. Yes, but now it seems there's nothing to do but toddle along to a lonely room.
Gee, can't Mr. Brown stay overnight in our guest room?
What? Oh, why, of course, our guest room. I wonder why I didn't think of it myself.
You will stay, won't you, Mr. Brown?
Oh, now, please, Margie, don't call me Mr. Brown. Just call me Uncle Bob.
Uncle Bob, you mean Uncle Boob.
You know, this is just too grand of you, Gildy. I'll just get my luggage. I think the driver left it on the porch.
Oh, no, you just sit there, Uncle Bob. I'll go get it.
Now we'll have time for a few more yarns about college, eh, Throcky old Socky?
Oh, yes, of course, Brownie, old clowny.
You know, when I think of those ivy-clad walls...
Wait a minute. Hold on there, Brown. There was no ivy on the walls at Princeton.
Been back there lately, Gildersleeve?
No, but...
when I think of those ivy-clad walls, I can't help remembering the days of the frost rush.
Excuse me a moment, won't you? Yes, Leroy, what is it?
Would you mind helping me, Unc?
What's the trouble? Can't you handle Uncle Bob's luggage by yourself?
Jeepers, no. Uncle Bob brought his trunk.
What?
And then a voice from the coop replied, "No, sir, there ain't nobody here except us chickens."
You ain't the funniest man, Mr. Brown.
Oh, brother, what a memory.
I'll be right back with a tray full of breakfast, Mr. Brown. Mr. Gildersleeve, your friend sure is pleasant company.
Yes, pleasant and permanent. He's been here 3 days already. Bertie, did he give you any hint as to when he's leaving?
Well, he did discuss plans for a picnic 4th of July. Now I got to fix him a nice poached egg for his breakfast.
George, I'd like to fix him a nice poached Mickey.
Hey, Uncle Mort, yes?
Uncle Bob, Leroy, Mr. Brown is not your Uncle Bob.
I know, but he's such a swell guy. And he hasn't any nephews of his own, so I sort of adopted him. Oh, Uncle Bob, is there something I can get for you?
That guy gets more service around here than a cop in a kitchen. Nobody ever feeds me poached eggs in bed.
Oh, good morning, Uncle Mort.
Oh, hello, Marjorie. At least you're not going to neglect your uncle, I see.
I should say not. How's he feeling this morning?
Why, who?
Uncle Bob.
Oh, so you've adopted him too, eh?
Yes. He hasn't any nieces of his own, you know.
That bird hasn't anything of his own but an appetite.
Oh, yes, isn't it a shame? That's why I've arranged a nice big formal dinner for tonight.
Formal dinner? You mean I've got to put on soup and fish just to listen to that fish eat his soup?
Oh, now, Uncle, I've invited Judge Hooker and Rosita Callahan to meet Uncle Bob. Do you think he's Rosita's type?
He wears pants, doesn't he? What is it, Leroy?
Uncle Bob asked me to tell you that he'll be ready to leave right after breakfast.
Oh, he will? Splendid. I've been waiting for this.
Yeah, can you have the car all ready then?
Oh, with the doors open and the motor running.
Good. He wants you to take him out for a long drive in the country.
I should have known.
You can stop here, Gildersleeve. This is Hickory Hills, isn't it?
Yes. During the last war, Camp Hickory was located here. I remember the rifle range was right over there. Hickory was one of the biggest training camps.
Well, we've got bigger plans for it this time.
We have?
Oh, not you, my associates and I. Hey, you know, Gildy, I haven't discussed my reason for being in Summerfield.
Oh, there was a reason.
Oh, yes, and it's very confidential.
Yes.
You see those hills?
Yes.
Well, our mining engineers report that they contain one of the richest deposits of manganese in the country.
If manganese?
It's not so loud. Yes, you know what it is, of course.
Oh, it's a very valuable mineral. It's used to toughen steel.
Right. It's in great demand now for war production.
You mean someone's finally found something of value in them bare hills?
Gildersleeve, there's millions in them there bare hills.
Millions. Brownie, old pal.
Yes, Gildy.
Suppose we were to snoop around and find out who owns this land. Don't you think we could pick it up pretty cheap?
No, I'm afraid the owner wants a pretty stiff price, Gildy.
Oh, you know who it is.
I'll say I do.
Look here, Brownie, little chum. After all, we were schoolmates together at Princeton. Do you mind telling me the owner's name?
Not at all, old kid.
Good. Then who is it?
It's me.
Girl of my dreams, hear my voice, I implore you.
Oh, hello, Uncle Mort.
Hello.
My, it's nice to have you so jolly again. You've been awfully grumpy the past few days.
Well, that's all changed now, my dear. Oh,
Now run along and get into your tuxedo. The guests are due in half an hour.
Oh, the guests, of course. Deep in my heart, Well, hello, Leroy, my boy. Are you waiting to see me?
Yeah, Unc. I sort of stumbled into something by accident this afternoon, and it's got me worried.
What is it, my boy?
This, I found it up in the attic.
Why, that's my old college yearbook. Say, wait till I show this to Bob Brown. He'll get a terrific kick when he reads it.
No, Unc, you'll give him a terrific kick when you read it.
Leroy, why should I kick Uncle Bob?
Because he isn't Uncle Bob. He's an impostorator.
He's an impersonator? What do you mean?
Look, this book's got pictures of your whole class, including the 2 Bob Browns who graduated with you.
Yes?
And one of them was bald, so that couldn't be him.
I remember now. Baldy Brown. He finally graduated. But couldn't Brownie here have been the other one?
No, look, the other one was an Indian. Gee, do you think he scalped the first one?
Leroy, why couldn't you found all this out just a few hours earlier?
Why, Uncle Mort?
Because this humbug just took me out and showed me a reasonable facsimile of a manganese mine.
See, he's a fakeroo, probably looking for a sucker.
No, my boy, he isn't looking anymore. He just sold me a half interest in his manganese mine.
The Great Gildersleeve will be back with us again in just a few minutes. But first, a note to all you women who are on the alert for thrifty main dishes. You know that macaroni and cheese is a good one. But do you know that you can now make delicious macaroni and cheese in just 7 minutes cooking time? The magic lies in a product called Kraft Dinner. You see, every box of Kraft Dinner contains a special macaroni that cooks tender in boiling water in just 7 minutes. No need to blanch or bake this Kraft Dinner macaroni. You just drain it, add a little butter and milk, and then sprinkle the cheese goodness through and through with the Kraft Grated that also comes in every Kraft Dinner box. In a jiffy, you have fluffy, light macaroni drenched in cheese goodness. Kraft Dinner will be such a help with the budget, such a help with getting quick meals, you'd better stock the pantry shelf. Remember that tomorrow when you order. For delicious, quick-made macaroni and cheese, ask your food dealer for economical Kraft Dinner. Uncle Mort had to go through with the dinner in honor of his old college chum, Bob Brown. Right now, it's cigars, coffee, and conversation at 10 paces in the living room.
Hey, look at him go after my cigar.
Really, Mr. Gildersleeve, it was a most charming dinner, and I think that Mr. Brown is most charming, too.
Oh, yes, Miss Callahan. That fellow could charm a snake out of its skin. If present company accepted, of course.
Oh, he's led such an adventurous life. I understand that he was once an aviator.
You're right, sort of a fly-by-night. However, I have hopes that the government's going to step in and ground him for the duration.
And then the judge turned to the prisoner and said, "You may be deaf now, but you'll get your hearing in the morning."
Oh, for corn's sake.
Leroy, I don't blame you. I'd like to talk to you in a moment, too. Excuse us, won't you, Miss Callahan?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Yes.
Yes, Unc, what is it?
Leroy, do you want that Brown chap to get wise that we suspect him?
Gee, no, Unc.
Then put away that junior G-man fingerprinting outfit.
But how else can I trap him?
Look, I'm going to call in a mining engineer the first thing in the morning. We've got to be sure where we're stepping before we put our foot into it.
Well, what do we do now?
Well, just keep our eyes open and pretend we're completely ignorant. From the way I let myself get swindled, I won't have to do much pretending either.
Unc, here comes Judge Hooker.
Yeah, what is that old hippo? Oh, Judge Hooker, how's things?
Say, Gildersleeve, I must admit that I was completely taken by your friend Brown.
Uncle Mort was taken, too.
Leroy, go away someplace and pass the after-dinner mints.
Okay, Unc. Maybe I can get some prints that way.
Prince.
I was just thinking, Gildy, how nice it is to renew old friendships.
Yes, very nice indeed.
You know, I'd rather have an old friend than $1 million, wouldn't you?
Well, I suppose so. Although there seems to be some rule that you can't have both of them at the same time.
Oh, now, Gildy, you mustn't be so hard-bitten.
I can't help it. It's because I've bitten so hard. Judge, there's something I better tell you, and quickly.
Hey, Mr. Brown just left with Miss Callahan. He's taking her for a ride to the magnesia mine.
What? Oh, the manganese mine.
Yeah, he's got her interested, too.
By George, I've got to stop before she does anything rash. Come on, Judge. Maybe you can help.
Here, Unc, maybe this'll help.
No, Leroy, I've told you before. I don't want that fingerprint outfit.
Slow down, Gildersleeve. There's Rosita's car. Parked up ahead. I wish I knew what this was all about.
Yes. Oh, I hope I'm not too late. You divert Brown's attention, Judge, while I talk to her. Rosita! Oh, Rosita!
What? Oh, my, Mr. Gildersleeve and Judge Hooker.
Hey, what are you two doing here?
Rosita, I must speak to you alone. Judge, you take care of Brownie.
Oh, Mr. Gildersleeve, this has been a most delightful night. Now, what do you want with little me?
Well, excuse me for asking, Rosita, but why did Bob Brown bring you out here?
Well, I thought I had an idea, but I was wrong. He wanted me to buy a quarter interest in some perfectly wonderful mining property.
Oh, my, and did you?
Well, it was like this. The moon was so beautiful, and he was so persuasive, and I'm so impulsive, I just couldn't say no.
Oh, I never should have introduced you to...
Gildersleeve?
Yes, what is it, Judge?
Gildersleeve, the most wonderful thing has just happened to me. You'll never guess. I bought a quarter interest in a manganese mine.
Now, see here, Brown. I'm not going to beat around the bush any longer. You're a fraud and a fake, and I know it. Oh, you won't talk, eh? Well, I demand my money back. And right now, too. And if you don't...
Excuse me, Mr. Gildersleeve, but is Mr. Brown in here?
No, Bertie. I'm looking for him myself.
Hello. I was just passing by, and I thought I heard someone paging me.
Oh, yes, Brownie. There's a little matter I'd like to discuss, if you have a minute to spare.
Always have a minute for my little bunkie. What is it, Maud?
Well, it's... excuse us for a moment, will you, Bertie?
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Now, what was it, pal?
Well, I sort of been thinking over that mining deal of ours, Brownie, and I've come to the conclusion that it wasn't very fair of me to gyp you out of a half interest for only $10,000. So I was thinking...
Well, if you're not satisfied, Gildy, I'll take the stock back.
If you will?
Sure, I'll give you back your check and a $500 profit.
$500 profit? In cash?
Surely.
Now?
Just as soon as you hand over your stock certificates.
Stay right there. Don't move. I'll be back in a flash for the cash. Oh, excuse me, Bertie. Get out of my way.
Oh, Bertie, you waiting to see me?
Yes, sir. I drew all that money out of my building and loan like you done told me, Mr. Brown.
Good. I have your stock certificate all ready for you. 1,000 shares at 50 cents a share. Here you are.
What a beautiful certificate. And here's the $500, Mr. Brown. Take good care of it now.
Yes, don't worry. Now remember, not a word of this to anyone.
No.
Mr. Gildersleeve would be awfully angry if he found out that I let you in on this, too.
Don't you worry, sir. My mouth is going to be a closed book.
Good. Here he comes. Hide that certificate.
Yes, sir.
All right, Brown. Oh, Bertie, will you please excuse us again?
Certainly, sir.
Thank you very much.
Ah, you've brought your certificates. Good. Now, here's your check back and $500 in cash, old man. Let me have the stock.
Wait a minute, Brownie. Don't rush me into this thing now.
But that's what you wanted.
Yes, but if a shrewd operator like you is willing to pay me $500 profit on the deal, there must be something to this little mine after all.
But Gildersleeve, we just made a bargain.
We didn't shake hands on it. No, sir. You're not going to gyp me out of my investment, Brownie. I wasn't born yesterday, you know. I'm going to hold on to this stock. Oh, good afternoon, Margie, my dear. Any mail or messages or dividend checks for me?
No mail, Uncle Mort. But there's been a Mr. Connolly phoning all afternoon.
Oh, yes, Bill Conley. He's the mining engineer I hired to give me a report on the manganese mine. What did he say?
I don't know. Uncle Bob took the message.
Oh, Uncle Bob did? Well, I'll have to go ask him then.
Oh, wait a minute, I forgot. I've got some good news for you.
Good news, you have?
Yes. You've been so anxious to get rid of Uncle Bob. Well, now he's left.
He's left? Mm-hmm. But, my dear, I don't want him to go now. Are you sure he's gone for good?
Oh, yes. Right after he spoke to Mr. Connolly, he phoned for a taxi, packed, and scooted right out.
No, great jumping jeeps. That can mean only one thing, my dear. Hand me the phone, Marjorie.
Yes?
Thank you very much. I've got to warn Judge Hooker that Brown is a phony.
He's a what?
I'll explain later.
Judge Hooker's residence.
Hello. This is Mr. Gildersleeve. Is he there?
Oh, no, Mr. Gildersleeve. He's gone to the bank.
Oh, the bank. Thanks. I'll try him there.
But, Uncle Mort, I don't understand.
I've been done brown by Brown, my dear. He's a crook, a thief, a confidence man. He never went to Princeton.
Summerfield National Bank, Sheehan speaking.
Oh, Mr. Sheehan. This is Mr. Gildersleeve. Is Judge Hooker there?
Judge Hooker? Well, he just left.
Oh, too bad. Mr. Sheehan, I want to stop a check that I wrote made out in favor of a Robert Brown.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gildersleeve, but Brown was just in here and cashed that check.
No, man. Are you sure?
Yes, Judge Hooker brought him over and introduced him. He cashed a number of checks. Is there any message in case Mr. Brown comes back?
Thanks just the same, Mr. Sheehan, but that bird will never come near your cage again. Bertie, you let me know just as soon as this Mr. Connolly, the expert, shows up. There may be a remote possibility that there actually is manganese in those hills.
Yes, Mr. Gildersleeve, I sure hope useful.
Now, don't take it so hard, Bertie. After all, you didn't lose any money.
Yes, I did, too. All my building and loans is gone.
What?
And that Mr. Brown has such an honest face.
Why, Bertie, how could you be so gullible?
Oh, I guess it just runs in the family, Mr. Gildersleeve. I takes after you.
Well, I'd like to lay my hands on that crook.
Now, me, I just like to cook for him.
You'd like to cook for him, Bertie?
Yes, sir. I just like to cook for him one day, that's all.
Gildersleeve, are you home?
There's Judge Hooker, bellowing like a hooked bull. I'm in here, Judge.
Come on, Miss Callahan.
Well, Mr. Gildersleeve, you certainly have fine friends who treat a poor, innocent girl.
What poor innocent girl? What's her name? Oh, you. Well, I'm terribly sorry about the whole thing, Rosita.
Well, you'll be a lot sorrier when I file a lawsuit against you.
What?
Judge Hooker, I'd like to sue him in your court. Can I make an appointment now?
In his court? But Miss Callahan, Rosita, you know I tried to stop you.
I'm getting in, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Folks, that's probably the mining expert I hired. We might as well hear the sad news.
Here's that Mr. Conley you've been waiting for.
Oh, yeah.
Hello, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Well, Conley, is there any manganese in Hickory Hills?
Now, Mr. Gildersleeve, it's a well-known metallurgical fact that the presence of manganese in commercial quantities in this region is a geological impossibility.
Does that mean I get my $500 back?
No, Bertie, it means that we're all sunk.
Very well, Mr. Gildersleeve. You shall hear from my lawyers.
Gildersleeve, never speak to me again.
Now, wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry if I've upset you folks. By the way, I stumbled across a curious thing up there. It might interest you. You know where the Camp Hickory rifle range used to be during the last war, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, yes. It's on my property. Well, what about it?
Well, the hills in back are just chock full of bullets. Must be 2,000 or 3,000 ton of pure lead just waiting to be dug up.
What?
Does that mean we're going to make a profit after all?
Sure, Judge. Come on. All we got to do is get the lead out.
It's wonderful. Not only is this a profitable business venture, but you're reclaiming vital metal for our war production effort.
Yes, Marjorie. And here's some more good news. In order to dig those bullets out, we've got to level off those hills, which means they'll make dandy building lots after we finished. More profit.
Gee, Unc, you're a regular financial gizzard.
Yes. Leroy, my boy, that's the wrong word.
Oh, my mistake, Unc. You're a regular financial blizzard.
Let it go. Let it go. Good night, folks.
Original music heard on this program was composed and conducted by William Randolph. This is Jim Bannon speaking for the Kraft Cheese Company and inviting you to tune in again next week at this same time for the further adventures of the Great Gildersleeve.
Economy is mighty important these days, so I'm sure you resourceful homemakers will be interested in a delicious, nourishing food that's wonderfully economical to use. This thrifty food is wholesome Parquet margarine, the delicious spreadful bread made by Kraft. Parquet margarine tastes so good you'll be proud to serve it. And it's an economical source of important food elements, too. One of America's truly nutritional foods. Yes, Parquet margarine is one of the best energy foods you can serve. What's more, it's a reliable year-round food source of vitamin A, because every pound of Parquet contains 9,000 units of this important vitamin. So serve Parquet margarine at your table. Use it in cooking, too. You see, using Parquet margarine is a wise economy, because it's as nutritious as it is delicious. So tomorrow, ask for Parquet, P-A-R-K-A-Y. Parquet margarine made by Kraft. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from the Santa Ana Air Base in Santa Ana, California, presented by Jell-O and Jell-O Pudding, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis A. Rochester, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with I Am an American. Sugar rationing, friends, affects all of us. It affects you, your grocer, the folks who make Jell-O, every one of us. And all of us are doing our best to meet the situation, and we're going to make this sugar rationing plan a success. Next time you go to the store, if you find that there's not a full assortment of Jell-O and Jell-O pudding flavors to choose from, don't blame your grocer. It may have been impossible recently for him to obtain a complete range of Jell-O and Jell-O pudding flavors as usual. Of course, he'll continue to have a good supply of both these popular Jell-O desserts on his shelves. But he may not be able to offer you all the flavors all the time. So take this into consideration when you buy. If the particular flavor you want isn't available, try another. Perhaps one that you haven't tried recently. They're all swell. But buy only for your present needs. In this way, there should be enough for everybody. Let's cooperate so that everyone can enjoy these two grand desserts, Jell-O and Jell-O pudding. Played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen, from the United States Army Air Base at Santa Ana, we bring you a man who drove us here in his old tin canna, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don, as long as I was nice enough to give the whole gang a lift down here in my Maxwell, I don't see any necessity for referring to it as a tin can.
But, Jack, your car isn't exactly the latest model, and besides, it's so slow.
What do you mean, slow?
Look, it's only 50 miles from Hollywood to Santa Ana, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, all I say is, if we leave Saturday morning, we should get here the same day.
What's the big rush? We took our time and we saw beautiful scenery.
Well, I guess you're right, Jack. Wasn't such a bad trip after all.
You're darn tootin'.
And incidentally, I'd like to pay my share of the gas.
The gas? No, Don. Forget it.
But, Jack, I wouldn't think of imposing. Now, how much was it?
Well, Don, let's not talk about it. No, let's not talk about it, please.
But, Jack, I insist. How much do I owe you?
Well, that would come to about... No, Don. Forget it. Say.
Now, Jack Benny, I demand that you let me pay my share of the gas. Here's a $20 bill.
Thanks. Well, Don, it sure is great broadcasting here.
Wait a minute. Don't I get any change?
Change? Oh, yes, pardon me. Your share of the expenses, Don, comes to $1.15, including...
Including what?
Insurance. You had full protection from the Randall Motor Club. I'll get your change. Wait till I open my purse. Here you are. Well, as I was saying, Don, it sure is great broadcasting for all these Army men.
Yes, Jack, I'm getting a big kick out of it.
Me too.
Well, look who's here, the sweetheart of the Air Force.
Keep and flying, that's my motto. Well, here we are, Mary. Isn't this a fine-looking bunch of boys? You said it. If this was a cafeteria, I wouldn't know which one to pick.
Yeah. These guys like you, too, Mary. You know, they don't see many girls around here.
No, but they see plenty of them at Laguna Beach and Balboa.
Now, wait a minute, Mary. These boys don't go to Balboa to flirt with girls.
They don't, eh?
No. They go there to have fun on the roller coaster. And throw baseballs and win Popeye dolls. And ride in the tunnel of love.
With a Popeye doll, you're crazy.
Well, maybe I am.
Oh, Mary, wasn't that a lovely ride we had down here in Jack Maxwell?
Lovely.
Now, Don, if Mary doesn't want to help pay for the gas, she doesn't have to. Forget it, Mary. Forget it.
No, I want to pay my share. I didn't chip in last time, and I got anonymous letters for a month.
Anonymous? I wonder who could have... Oh, yes. Anyway, Mary, you don't have to pay the $1.15 for this trip.
Oh, I'll pay it. Where else can I ride 24 hours so cheap?
Well, we would have made it much sooner, Mary, if it hadn't been for that bridge out.
And that's another thing. Why did you make us all get out of the car and look for your bridge?
Because we hit a bump and away it went. That's why. Anyway, I'm not asking you for the money, so what's the big argument?
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
Oh, hello, Dennis.
Hello.
Well, that's quite a hand you got there.
Yeah. Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
How do you feel, kid?
Oh, all right. I thought I had the mumps early in the week, but it turned out to be a tennis ball.
A tennis ball?
It's a swell game, but I got to learn to keep my mouth shut.
Yes, that would help, you know.
Say, Mr. Benny, speaking of our trip down here...
Yeah?
I'd like to pay my share of the expenses.
Well, why didn't you say so? You owe me $1 even, Dennis.
Okay, here it is.
Wait a minute, Jack. How come Dennis pays only $1 and you had Mary and me down for $1.15?
There was a 15-cent reward. Dennis found my bridge. He's got very sharp eyes.
But, Mr. Benny, you said the reward was going to be 50 cents.
No, Dennis, 15. You see, kid, with my teeth out, it just sounded like 50. Look, I'll show you, Dennis. Look. 50, 15. You see, they're exactly right.
Oh, put your bridge back in.
I was just proving something.
Hiya, Jackson. Don't worry, fellas. The show will start rolling now.
What a ham. I suppose the show doesn't get started till you get here, Phil. Huh?
Oh, it gets started all right, but when I come on, I'm like a ray of sunshine, a breath of spring.
Phil, if that's spring on your breath, I've never smelled a Scotch See, they know you. They didn't even let me finish the gag. Oh, brother, do they know you? Where were you anyway, Phil?
Well, I stopped in at the 302 Club to say hello.
To say hello?
Yeah, my Aunt Sophie's the bouncer in there.
What?
Aunt her own, no, Aunt. The next time she floods me, I'm going to defend myself.
Well, I don't blame you. Say, Don, go ahead and ask Phil, will you?
Ask him what?
You know, about the Axwell maze.
Oh, yes. Say, Phil, wasn't that a lovely ride we had down here in Jack's car?
Yeah, it was all right.
Wonderful scenery, too.
Oh, Phil, you remember that beautiful orange grove we passed with that gas station right in the middle of it?
Oh, yeah, that reminds me, Jackson. How much do I owe you?
Forget it, Phil. Forget it. For heaven's sake.
Okay. Say, Mary, ain't this a wonderful layout they got here at the air base?
It sure is. Colonel Robertson drove me all over in a Jeep.
You know, I've always wanted to ride in one of them things. I'll bet it's a lot of fun.
Say, $1.15 isn't going to make me or break me. Forget it, Phil. Forget it. Will you?
I did already. Forget it. Let's get on with the program.
Okay. Now, Dennis, I think it's about time for your... I can't stand it chiseling. Dennis, I think it's about time for your song, so go ahead and entertain the boys.
Yes, sir.
I'll get a band leader next year that pays off, believe me.
With me, the cares of the day fade away, like the ship we watched at sea. When you're with me, each flower bursts into bloom, like the rose you gave to me. But when you're gone, the hours are over. And so, my love, I pray there may come a day there'll be more than just memories when you're with me. But when you're gone, the hours are all so long, they seem to reach into eternity. And so, my love, I pray there may come a day there'll be more than just memories when you're with me.
Yes, sir, that old double C. That was When You're With Me by Harry Glick and Jimmy Lambert, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Say, Mr. Benny, remember last week when I dedicated my song to the Navigators and you told me what a navigator was?
Yes.
Well, this week I'd like to dedicate my number to the Bombardiers.
Oh.
Can you pound that into my head?
Now, Dennis, I'm not going through that again. I'll tell you later.
Tell him now, Jackson. I'm an eager beaver and I want to get help.
Eager beaver? What's that?
Well, that's what they call a cadet around here that's snappy, on his toes all the time, like me.
Oh. Well, Phil, you're not exactly an eager beaver. You're more the jerky turkey type. Whatever that means. However, fellows, if you want to know what a bombardier is, here goes.
Okay. Now, pay attention, Dennis Day. Do you want to be a dope all your life?
Quiet. Now, the bombardier, fellas, sits in the glass-enclosed nose of the ship. And when the navigator advises him they are nearing the target, he starts regulating his bomb sight. This delicate instrument represents the optimum in mechanical precision and coordination.
Oh, I get it.
Good.
Is it risque?
No, it's not risque. Now, fellas, a bombardier is chosen for steady nerves and exceptional eyesight, and is head man during the bombing operation. That is, he is in charge of the plane from the time the objective is sighted until he drops his egg.
Oh, for heaven's sake.
Dennis, they're not really eggs, they're bombs. Oh, God. Once the bombardier has released the bombs, he relays this fact over intercommunication, and the plane proceeds to its home base. Now, are there any questions?
Yeah, I wonder if it's going to be twins or triplets.
Take it easy, Phil. He's expecting folks, you know. Anyway, fellas, I hope I have clearly explained the bombardier and bomb sight.
You certainly have, Jack. And now let me explain about Jell-O. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're in constant intercommunication with your neighborhood grocer, ask him for a package of Jell-O.
Fine.
You'll find that it's not only economical and easy to make, but it's America's favorite gelatin dessert. And I know a bomb sight more about Jell-O than I do about aviation. I thank you.
Well, you're in there punching, Don. I wish I'd have thought of that myself. You know, that's one of the cleverest. Come in.
Got a special delivery here from Mary Livingston.
I'll take it. Here you are, Mary.
Got a sign for it, you know, government regulations.
I know that. We've been getting special delivery letters for years.
I've been delivering them for years and never got one, though.
All right. Mary, who's the
I haven't got my hand out to see if it's going to rain, you know.
Oh, yes, the tip. Here you are.
Oh, boy, a nickel. Now I can buy a half of a Saturday evening toast.
Get out of here. I think a nickel was poison or something.
Oh, Jack, this is the cutest letter. It's from that handsome navigator I met at Maple Field last Sunday.
Oh, Hutchison, eh?
Yeah, I call him Hutch. Listen to this. My dear Miss Livingston, or may I call you Doll?
Gee, you went right past Popeye, didn't you?
Get this, Jack.
Uh-huh.
Just a line to thank you for the big box of homemade fudge you sent me. I've often had it with nuts, but this is the only time I ever found bolts in it.
Bolts in it?
They were really nuts, but I didn't take the shells off them.
Continue.
You know, I had a dream about you last night, Mary, and just as I put my arms around you, somebody shook me. This is the first time I was ever kissed by a top sergeant.
Well.
I understand, Mary, that you and your father are doing your program from Santa Ana this week.
Wait a minute. Did you tell that guy I was your father?
No, he classified you himself.
I'm prematurely gray, and he thinks I'm your father.
Well, my father's prematurely gray, and he's younger than you are.
All right. Younger than you are. Never mind. Finish the letter.
Anyhow, Mary, watch out for the cadets of Santa Ana. If you happen to go to Balboa with any of them, don't ride to the Tunnel of Love unless you take your father with you.
There he goes again. Mary, when you write to him, straighten that out, will you?
No other news, so we'll close with love to you from your own little Hutchie.
Hutchie's about 6'2", and he's getting kittenage there.
P.S. If you send me another box of that fudge, I'm going to keep it till I fly over Tokyo. That'll do the trick.
Hey, that guy writes a pretty good letter, but you know, Mary, I don't think you should be making fudge when everybody's trying to conserve sugar.
Sugar? Oh, that's what I forgot to put in it.
What a cook. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being I Am an American Day, as a special attraction, we're going to offer a musical salute to, Pardon me, I'll take it. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny, this is Rochester.
Oh, hello, Rochester. What do you want?
Boss, I told you we should have never taken that boat of yours along on this trip. He's crazy.
Mr. Billingsley? What's the matter now?
He thinks he's a bombardier.
A bombardier?
Yeah, he's sitting on the radio of the car dropping ping-pong balls on an anthill.
Oh, he's just playing. He'll be okay on the way home.
He ain't going home. He says he's going to join the Air Force and kill Hitler.
Well, what's wrong with that?
About 5 minutes ago, he looked right at yours truly and said, that suntan ain't fooling me, Adolf.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't even remember the man.
Be calm now, Rochester. When I see Mr. Billingsley, I'll explain things to him.
Well, don't let your bridge work stick out. He thinks you're a Jap.
Well, look, Rochester, Mr. Billingsley won't hurt you. He's harmless, so don't worry.
Who's worrying? Did you ever notice the wing spread on my razor?
You leave Mr. Billingsley alone. Now, Rochester, bring the car over here to the camp and pick me up right after the broadcast. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boy,
sure.
Now what?
I got bad news for you. I wasn't able to get that blowout fixed.
You couldn't fix the blowout? Well, how are we going to drive home?
It's all set. We got 3 tires and a hoop snake.
Well, that might work. So long. I wish Rochester would try to understand Mr. Billingsley. After all, he paid me $115 to come down here. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this being I Am an American Day, as a special attraction, we're going to offer a musical salute to a great American, George M. Cohan. The orchestra is going to play a medley of some of his most popular song hits, which are now in Jimmy Cagney's new picture, Yankee Doodle Dandy. Take it, boy.
I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy, a Yankee Doodle do a die. Yankee Doodle came to London just to ride a pony. I am a Yankee Doodle boy.
But with society will say Marie. But it was Mary, long before the fashions came. And there is something there that sounds so queer, it's a grand old name. You're a grand old flag, you're a high-flying flag, and forever on high may you wave. You're the emblem of the land I love, the home of the free and the brave. Every heart beats true under red, white, and blue, where there's never a boat or flag. But should all acquaintance be forgot, keep your eye on the grand old flag. Keep your eye on that grand old flag.
That was a medley of George M. Cohan's most popular numbers played by the orchestra. Hope you're listening in, George, and that you're feeling fine. Now, Don, we've only got a couple of minutes left, so should we give the folks our surprise novelty?
Yes, Jack. Are you all set?
Wait till I put this clothespin on my nose. Wait a minute. One second.
Okay, Don. I guess I sound a little more like him now.
Go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, as most of you probably know, Fred Allen will be on the air in a little while, and of late he has been opening his show with an alleged comical analysis of the Jell-O program.
Hey, what is this?
You'll see, Dennis. You'll see.
Now, this evening, folks, we would like to give you a preview of approximately what Mr. Allen will say about the program we've just concluded.
Mr. Allen would probably start out something like this.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Fred Allen, that meager beaver talking. And, Jimmy, did you by any chance listen to Jack Benny's program tonight?
Why, no, Fred, I didn't.
Well, you didn't miss much. Benny was broadcasting from the Santa Ana Air Base out in California. He's been playing quite a few air bases lately. That's because they've been giving him free oxygen for his flat lungs.
What else did he do, Fred?
Well, it seems that Benny drove his whole gang down from Hollywood in that old Maxwell of his and made them each pay for the ride. That's like putting a nickel in a jukebox to hear a raspberry.
Oh, Mr. Allen, will you stop running down Jack?
Porty, you stay out of it. And then, Jimmy, Mary read a letter that she got from a boyfriend at Mather Field. And this fellow thought Jack was her father. You can't blame the boy for thinking Jack Benny is that old. After all, the only reason George Washington stood up on the boat when he was crossing the Delaware was because Benny made his pants too tight. And then at the end of the program, he gave a corny imitation of me, and that's about all there was to it.
There you are, ladies and gentlemen, a preview of what Fred Allen will say about Jack Benny. So if you still want to listen to his program, don't say we didn't give you fair warning.
You said it. Play, Phil.
Dad and mother, sister and brother, they'll all love this swell new salad treat. Sea Dream salad made with delicious lime jello. And there'll be extra pleasure in it for mother because it's so easy to make. Now, here's all you do. Just dissolve a package of lime jello in 1 pint of hot water. Add 1 tablespoon of vinegar, 1/2 of 1 teaspoon of scraped onion, 1/2 teaspoon of salt, and a dash of cayenne, and pour through a sieve. Then mold and serve on crisp lettuce with mayonnaise. And there's a delightful summer salad the whole family will enjoy. A tart, tantalizing salad made with cool emerald green lime jello. Perfect for warm weather meals. Get a package of lime jello tomorrow and serve this grand Sea Dream salad real often. But remember, when you buy, be sure to get genuine jello because jello's flavor is locked in extra rich.
We're a little late, so thanks, Colonel Robertson and all the boys, and good night.
The Jello program is written by Bill Maher and Ed Beloin and is broadcast each week by shortwave to armed forces throughout the world. The presentation of this program from Santa Ana has been for the entertainment of the personnel stationed here and does not constitute an endorsement of our product by the War Department or its personnel.
Autry.
I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorns have a feed on the lowly country. I'm back in the saddle. In my adobe hacienda, there's a touch of Mexico, cactus lovelier than orchids, blooming in the patio, soft desert stars and the strum of guitars make every evening seem so sweet. In my adobe hacienda, life and love are more complete. In my adobe hacienda, nestled in the western hills, evening breezes softly murmur, harmony with whippoorwills. when setting sun says the long day is done, sweet music starts to fill the air. In my adobe hacienda, harmony is everywhere. Harmony is everywhere. Well, hello there, friends and neighbors. And once more, welcome again to Melody Ranch. I am tired and I'm weary, but I must toil on till the Lord comes to call me away. Where the morning is bright and the lamb is the light and the night is as fair as the day. There'll be peace in the valley for me someday. There'll be peace in the valley for me, I pray. No more sorrow and sadness or trouble will be. There be peace in the valley for me. There the bear will be gentle, the wolf will be tame, and the lion will lay down by the lamb. The host from the wild will be led by a child. I'll be changed from the creature I am. There'll be peace in the valley for me someday. There'll be peace in the valley for me, I pray. No more sorrow and sadness or trouble will be. There be peace in the valley for me. For me.
Excuse me, Mr. Autry. I want to make a phone call if you don't mind.
Okay, but keep it quiet, will you?
Oh, don't worry. Just go ahead. You won't bother me none.
Well, thank you.
Hello, operator?
And now, folks.
Give me long distance.
Long distance? Oh, it's broke in now.
Wait.
Now, wait a minute.
Now, you just be quiet. I'm calling my folks down home. Hello, operator? Okay, I will. Yeah.
Well, at least quit holding that receiver so tight. It isn't a matter of life and death, you know.
Look, the operator told me to hold on, and that's what I'm doing, bud.
Fine thing.
Hello, long distance? Give me the Alabama exchange, please, ma'am. Yeah, that's right.
What are you laughing at now?
Reminds me of the time that my Uncle Clyde, his wife, called him up on the phone. Just as Uncle Clyde picked up the receiver, lightning struck the wires, and it just knocked him clean across the room. He got up, brushed himself off. He said, "Yep, that's my wife, all right."
Sorry I asked you.
Oh, that's okay. Hello, Alabama Exchange? Give me Winston County, please, will you?
Now, look here, Buttram, this is...
Now, quiet, will you? Hello, Winston County? Operator 13, please.
That does it. Now I'm going out for a cup of coffee.
Now, wait a minute. I almost got him. Hello, Operator 13? Party line number 2, please. See him closing in on him now.
Good. Who's him?
Papa. I'm calling my papa.
Oh.
He's down there. He's, hello, party line number 2? Would you ring 2 longs and a short, please?
Say, look, Bud, this program only runs 30 minutes,
now,
you know.
Look, Junior, I know what I'm doing. Hello, 2 longs and a short. Is that you, Sally? This is Pat Buttram. Pat Buttram. Yeah, Cuddles Buttram, yeah.
That does it. Cuddles.
Oh, darn operators. You'd think that I would... hello, 2 longs and a short? Is that you, Frankie? Frankie, would you run across the field and get Paul to the phone for me?
No. I've heard enough of this, Cuddles.
Now, be quiet now. He's not there. He what? Broke a leg. They had to shoot him, huh? Okay, Frankie, goodbye.
Gosh, Pat, I'm sorry. How'd it happen?
Well, Paul broke a leg on the kitchen table. They had to shoot him a new one down from the factory. He's going into town.
Remember when I made you cry, ages and ages ago. I'll never blame you for our last goodbye, ages and ages ago. Something told me when you walked away that time would make me miss you so. And though it happened only yesterday, it seems like ages and ages ago. Now I'm waiting with a broken heart. How wrong I was to let you go. I've lived a lifetime since we've been apart. It seems like ages and ages ago.
Thank you, folks. Thanks a lot. Well, sir, darned if it isn't story time once more. So if it's okay with you, I reckon I'll come right on with today's yarn. You know, there's an old saying that no man knows all there is to know about women. Well, I guess you could say the same thing holds true of a cowboy. Guess the reason's because he's capable of fitting into so many different situations. That is, of course, unless there's a pretty girl in the picture. Then he's as lost as a stray doggy at feeding time. Now, for instance, you take Johnny Bond. He's a good boy. A poor boy, but a good boy. A right good hand, too. But he's always getting himself in and out of more jams than a 6-year-old kid at preserve cannon time. Nothing exactly serious, you understand, but he's always in trouble. Want an example? Okay. Take the time we were getting ready to make a cattle run over to Cardenville. And Johnny was dead set on having me take him along.
But doggone it, Gene, I ain't been off this place in a month. Please, can't I go?
Well?
Pretty please?
Okay, I'll take you. But on one condition.
Just name it.
Stay out of trouble.
Are you kidding? Forget it, pal. Forget it. I'll be as good as a schoolboy on parent-teacher's night.
And so the next day, Johnny and I, along with 3 other hands, started out for Cardenville. What's more, everything went along just fine for the first 2 days. But then on the third day out, things changed. I remember we had made camp for the night about 2 miles outside of a place called Silverton. Well, sir, to be right honest about it, I was just saddle-weary enough to want a little change. So I was an easy mark for Johnny's suggestion that we ride into town and take a look around. That, believe me, was a mistake.
Hot dog, this is for me.
Now look here, sonny boy. Before you lose your head completely, let me warn you just one more time. Stay out of trouble. By the way, how much money you got on you?
Oh, a little over $100, I guess. Why?
Well, make sure you keep it. Because just in case you don't know it, those roulette tables aren't here for decoration. See you later.
Hey, where are you going?
I'll over and see a couple of guys I know at the Cattlemen's Association.
Brother, how dull can you get?
Never mind that. Just remember what I told you.
Yes, Daddy. Hey, bartender, fix me up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay, miss. Hey, wait a minute. You're crying. What's wrong?
It's nothing. I just don't know how to do this kind of work, that's all.
Work? You mean you work here?
Well, it was the only place I could get a job.
Holy smoke. What are you supposed to do?
Well, I'm supposed to try and get men to play the roulette wheel. And, well, if I didn't have to take care of a kid brother who was crippled for life...
Now, look, miss, don't cry like that, please. Tell you what, me and some of my boys are just driving a herd of cattle through here, camping for the night, a couple of miles east of town, so, it'll help you out any, I'll play a couple of bucks for you.
Oh, would you?
Oh, for you I will. And your kid brother.
Oh, thank you. You don't know what this means to me. And to my kid brother. The table's right over here.
Number 14 red is the winner. 14 red wins. Okay, mister, what do you have? 100 in blues?
You kidding? Give me 5 white ones.
Did you say 5 white ones?
He just wants to play a few dollars, Keno. He's a friend of mine.
Oh, I see. Okay, in that case, here you are, cowboy. Now get your money down, folks. Bet a little and win a lot. Let's go. Get your money down.
Put $1 on number 13.
Come on, put it on.
Okay, here goes.
Stand back. No more bets, everyone. Watch it. Number 13 red is the winner. 13.
Hey, it's my number. You know, honey, maybe you're going to be good luck to me.
Oh, I hope so, Johnny.
All right,
I'd like to see you break the bank.
Ball as she rolls around and around. Where she starts. Number 25 red wins. Sorry, cowboy, you lose again.
Well, Maisie, that cleans me out.
Oh, I'm sorry, Johnny. I do appreciate, though, what you've done for me. And my brother.
Oh, that's okay.
Having a big time, chump?
Huh? Oh, Gene, now look, I can explain everything.
Yeah, I'll bet you can. Come on, we better head back to camp.
But, Gene, you don't understand. I was just helping Maisie out of a... Hey, where'd she go?
To trim another sucker. On the way back to camp, Johnny told me all about how Maisie had gotten him into the game. He admitted that he'd been taken, and since he did, I figured it was a lesson well learned, even though he had lost every cent he had. But that wasn't the end of Maisie, not by a long shot. Matter of fact, we hadn't been back in camp more than 10 minutes, I guess, when...
Whoa, boy. Oh, Johnny, there you are. Oh, I'm so glad I found you.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Please, Johnny, don't be mad at me. I want to talk to you.
Ain't you done enough talking already for one night?
Now, wait just a minute, Johnny. Look, miss, what's this all about?
Well, tonight when Johnny was in the Silver Dollar, some men overheard him tell me that you were running cattle through here.
So?
Well, that's why I came out here. I just found out they're planning to break up your herd.
What?
Are you sure?
Now, hold it just a second. This ain't another trick of yours, is it, Maisie?
Oh, Johnny, please believe me. This is the truth. Well, I'm sorry about tonight, but I wasn't going to stand by and see your herd rustled and maybe some of you hurt.
Well, what do you think we ought to do, Gene?
If your friend here's telling the truth, there's only one thing to do, Johnny. We'd better get a little welcoming party together and fast.
Right.
If you want, I'll be glad to ride back to town, get the sheriff, and have him come out with some of his boys right away.
Do that, Maisie. In the meantime, Johnny and I will get ready for our cattle rustling guests. Well, as soon as Maisie had left, Johnny and I worked out a plan, then sat back to wait for the sheriff Maisie had gone after, or the rustlers, whichever showed up first. We didn't have to wait long.
Hey, Eugene Autry?
That's right.
Good. I'm Sheriff Jenkins. Maisie Clark told me you boys was expecting trouble.
Yeah, that's what we hear, Sheriff.
Well, don't worry none. The boys and me are here to see that nothing happens. Right, boys?
Right. Good. Well, that makes me feel a whole lot better. What do you think we ought to do first?
Well, I was just thinking, I think the first thing for us to do, Autry, is to go over and get your other 3 men riding the night herd. That way we can all stand the ground against them rustlers together. What do you think?
If you really want to know, Sheriff, I think the rustlers are already here.
Why?
Now start reaching, all of you. The guest of honor should be arriving any minute. Sure enough, it was just as I suspected. Maisie had given the phony sheriff and the rest of her boys enough time to get the situation well under control, and then she came riding back in person. The only trouble was she got right in the middle of camp before she realized what had happened.
Whoa, boy.
Get down off that horse, Maisie.
What?
Your little plan hit a snag.
Autry.
That's right. Surprised?
Well, no, I can explain everything.
You can save all that conversation for the real sheriff. Now line up over there with the rest of your playful chums. There's one party that's going to break up early.
Say something.
Do I have to?
I suppose you're wondering if I'm ever going to learn, ain't you?
Something like that.
Look, how am I supposed to know Maisie's in cahoots with all them guys? And say, by the way, how did you know?
Well, sucker, I'll tell you. Do you remember when that phony sheriff said he thought it'd be a good idea for us all to go over and get our other 3 boys who were riding night herd?
Yeah, what about it?
Well, stop and think. How did he know there were only 3 men? Unless he'd already been over there himself and looked.
Oh, now I get it. But I still don't see how Maisie fitted into the picture.
Maisie's job was on the inside, Johnny. She'd wait until some sucker like you showed up at the Silver Dollar. Then she'd take him for everything he had, money and all.
Nice, wholesome type of gal, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Gene.
Yeah?
You know something?
What?
I'm glad I ain't smart like you. 'Cause then we'd both be smart, and I wouldn't get no trouble, and then you wouldn't get a chance to show how smart you was.
That does it, brother. Good night, John. Now, good friends, here to my way of thinking is one of the prettiest songs ever written. What's more, judging from your cards and letters, lots and lots more of you seem to agree. So, that being the case, I see no reason for delaying our musical journey any longer. A journey that's especially beautiful right now. When it's twilight on the trail and I jog along, the world is like a dream, and the ripple of the stream is my song. When it's twilight on the trail and I rest once more, my ceiling is the sky and the grass on which I lie is my floor. Never ever have a nickel in my jeans. Never ever have a debt to pay. Still I understand what real contentment means. Guess I was born that way. When it's twilight on the trail and my voice is still, please plant this heart of mine underneath a lonesome pine on the hill. When it's twilight on the trail. Well, good friends, that seems to be the last rung on the old ladder for this Melody Ranch party. But we've got another swell get-together lined up for you at this same time and over these same stations, so try and join us then, won't you? Meantime, this is Gene Autry asking you to keep thinking of us until we're back in the saddle again. Out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the lowly Jensen weed, I'm back in the saddle again, riding the range once more. Toting my old 44, where you sleep out every night, and the only law is right, back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie-I-O, rockin' to and fro, back in the saddle again. Whoopie-tie.
Remember Pearl Harbor. Keep 'em rolling. Production Board, in cooperation with WOR and Mutual, presents the 28th in this weekly series of programs of entertainment and information about America's United War effort. Your master of ceremonies is one of Hollywood's most distinguished personalities, the well-known star of stage and screen, Melvyn Douglas.
Good evening. The day, which is just drawing to a close, has a special significance for all of us. May 17th is the annual date we set aside to re-examine and reaffirm the rights and privileges that are the free heritage of every American. In order that every American shall continue to possess these sacred rights and these cherished privileges, the men in our armed forces all over the world are fighting and dying tonight. They're meeting their responsibility. It's for us to meet ours. It's for us here stubbornly to resolve to match the blood and sacrifice on the battlefront with the toil and sweat on the home front. To that resolve, we dedicate tonight's program of song and drama. Here to take part in this dedication are such talented exponents of the free spirit as
the screen-celebrated dramatic star Charles Bickford, one of America's most dynamic singers, B. Wayne, radio's popular vocalists, the Crane Calder Chorus,
as well as the music of our versatile composer-conductor Morton Gould and his orchestra, who accompany B. Wayne and the chorus in a musical reminder for all of us.
On the street, in the home, in a crowd or alone, give a shout wherever you may be. I am an American. I am from the heart of me. Rich or poor, young and old, let this message be told. Give a shout wherever you may be. I am an American. I'm proud of my liberty. In the factory, in the mill, through each valley, from each hill, raise your voice and give America a thrill. On the farms, in the schools, let's have one set of rules. Give a shout wherever you may be. I am an American. I am every part of me.
Rich or poor, young and old, let this message be told. Shout wherever you may be. I am an American. I'm proud of my liberty.
In the factory, in the mill, through each valley, from each hill, raise your voice and give America a thrill. On the farms and the schools, let's have one set of rules. Shout
wherever you may be.
I am an American. I am every part of me.
Each week, in keeping with our government's policy of keeping us informed, it's been the custom of this program to make it possible for us to listen in on a brief informal interview with one or another of the men who are playing vital parts in our united war effort. Such important individuals as Chairman of the War Production Board, Donald N. Nelson, and such of his hard-hitting right-hand men as Bill Batt, Leon Henderson, and the gentleman who's our guest of honor tonight. He may not be as well known as his predecessors on this program, but his is just as vital a part of the war job. Ladies and gentlemen, Frank Dusick. Mr. Dusick, would you mind explaining just what part you've been playing in the war effort?
I have been bombing Jap air bases in the Philippines.
Yes. And do you find you've been, what'd you say you've been doing?
I have been bombing German air bases in Philippines and getting ready to bomb Tokyo.
Hey, just a minute, please. Are you sure we're on the right program? This isn't Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
No.
Well, something's wrong somewhere. You're supposed to be Frank Dusick, one of the millions of skilled workers in our aircraft factories.
My name is Frank Dusick, and I'm a skilled worker at the Wright Aeronautical Company in Patterson. The superchargers I work on are those used in the engine of flying fortresses. Without those superchargers, they never could be flown high enough or fast enough to bomb the Japs in Philippines. Every hour I spent on those engines was spent in bombing the Japs.
Uh-huh. Just how long have you been at it? Bombing the Japs, I mean.
Almost 2 years. Before I was running a little store in Patterson.
Well, it seems a far cry from running a little store to becoming a skilled aircraft worker.
Yes, it does. But it wasn't my case. I learned how to work with machines in Czechoslovakia 17 years ago, before I came to this country. So I just turned the store over to my wife.
Your wife? Is she from Czechoslovakia, too?
No, my wife is Viennese. I mean, she was Viennese. Now we are both Americans. But for 2 years ago, I listened to the president on radio. The president said, build more planes. So I applied for a job at the Wright Aeronautical Company.
Your work's entirely with airplane engines, then?
Yes.
What particular part of the engine do you make?
I work on final assembly line. The final assembly line for the turbo superchargers used on a Wright Cyclone 14
Hey, Mr.
engine.
Dusick, turbo supercharger, that's Czechoslovak to me.
The turbo supercharger makes it possible for our bombers to fly at high altitudes. It had been delicately fitted as the finest watch.
That sounds pretty intricate. Don't you find your job a little wearing, Mr. Dusick?
Well, not in the morning. In the morning, I walk 2.5 miles to work. It's all right with me. By the time my job at the factory is over, I'm a little tired. So I'm going home at night. I shared a ride with some of my other fellows. We all took an A card in the gas rationing. By pulling them, we can get enough gas to work one car as a sort of taxi. That takes a lot of home.
Well, I hope a lot of other Americans who thought they had to have B cards will get together and follow your example, Mr. Dusick.
We're a funny bunch to be called Americans by birth. A lot of us are Poles and Czechs and Norwegians and Italians and almost anything you can think of. But we're all American citizens. And we care one thing about winning the war.
Well, that's all most of us care about, Frank. Winning the war and winning it quickly, regardless of the sacrifices we have to make. In tribute to the soldiers and sailors who act today as sentries of American freedom on the high seas and in the boundless air above every continent of the globe, Morton Gould leads his orchestra in his special arrangement of American Patrol. few minutes ago, you met Frank Dusick, one of America's loyal legion of naturalized citizens. Now we'd like to introduce to you a countryman of ours who's native-born, native-bred, as American as chewing gum in the corner drugstore, as American as freedom is. You'll find this man's name in every telephone directory from Portland, Maine to Portland, Oregon. Yep, the name's Joe Smith. Joe Smith, American. Paul Gallico wrote a short story about him just a few months ago, and Milton Geiger has dramatized that story so that you may hear it tonight. MGM has filled an exciting picture based on it, too. And all in all, it seems like the story of Joe Smith will become a classic. Here it is, Joe Smith, American, with Charles Bickford in the title role.
Joe, these gentlemen are from Washington. They'd like to ask you a few questions.
Well, I ought to be getting back to the assembly line. There's airplanes to be gotten out, you know.
That's all right, Joe. Sit down. We'd like to ask you a few personal questions.
Well, all right. Go ahead.
Where were you born, Joe?
Wisconsin. Littleport, Wisconsin.
Mm-hmm. Folks living?
No.
Where were they born?
My mother's somewhere in Norway. Dad came from a little town in Austria. Name of Munden, something like that.
Your name always been Smith?
It might have been Schmidt back in the old country, I don't know.
How long have you been married, Joe?
10 years next month.
Any children?
Yes, sir. Boy, 9 years old.
How much money you got in the bank, Joe?
Isn't that getting kind of too personal?
Hey, you're pretty tight-lipped, aren't you?
Well, that's the kind of thing a fella tells his wife, and no one else.
No one else except 100 people at the bank and 50,000 people in the Treasury Department.
Okay, get it from them. I didn't tell you.
That's just what we wanted to hear, Joe. We've got you just where we want you.
Yeah.
Joe, you've got a new job. We've selected you to install our secret bomb sight in the new planes here. Joe, the bomb sight is a powerful weapon. It could be the difference between defeat and victory for our country. You got that?
I got it.
You'll get your instructions today from Captain Weldron, who represents the company that builds the bomb sight for us. Of course, your pay will be adjusted.
Well, gee, that's swell.
Yeah. And Joe, you can discuss your bank account with your wife all you want. You discuss the bomb sight with no one. No one. Have you got that?
Yep, I got it.
That's all, Joe. You start at once, and good luck.
Hiya, Mary. Here's your breadwinner. With the bread.
Hello, Joe. You're late. What kept you?
Oh, just put in some overtime. Regular routine. How about leaving the dishes tonight and taking in a movie?
Oh, fine. We'll make an early show, and then Johnny can come, too.
Swell.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, this is the night we're supposed to help Johnny with his history homework, remember?
Oh, that's right. Okay, we'll stay home and quiz the kid. Who knows? May even learn something ourselves.
All right, and who captured Fort Ticonderoga?
Ethan Allen. The other general came out in his nightshirt.
Who was the Swamp Fox?
The Swamp Fox? General Francis Marion. Simple.
April 18th, 1775. What does that mean to you?
Midnight ride of Paul Revere. Knock, knock. Who's there? Revere. Revere who? Revere, stay away from my door.
Oh.
Very funny.
Well, that's what all the kids keep saying. I don't get it.
You know, I wonder what things would have been like if Paul Revere had stayed away from those doors.
A lot different, I guess.
You've got to hand it to those boys back there. They gave us a lot of history. They sure did. They gave us everything we've got.
Pop, I got a question.
All right, Johnny.
You know Mad Anthony Wayne?
He was another general in the Revolution.
What was he sore about anyway?
All right, Pete. We've been parked outside the plant for 2 hours, and where's your Joe Smith?
Take it easy, Conway. He's probably doing overtime.
Swell. You'll be able to tell us more about the bomb site then.
Watch it. That's his car pulling out now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's him, all right.
Here he comes. Okay, Conway. Follow him. Crowd him, Conway. Force him over to the curb.
Hey, look out where you're going. Hey, listen.
All right, boys. Get him. I'm telling you, Joe, you're not going to go out of this house unless you tell us what you know about that bomb site. Now give.
I told you. I'm not talking.
Hit him again, Conway. Tell us about that bomb site, Joe. Hit him. Hit him again, harder. Let him lay there and think it over. Think about it a minute, sucker.
Yeah, Joe. Think about it. Keep your head, Joe. Because if you ever get out of this alive, you're going after those guys. You're going to get them, see? So, remember everything. They didn't notice your blindfold slipped off one eye just now. You can see one of them has an ink spot on his shoe. Remember that? Here they come again, Joe. Don't talk. You can take it, Joe. It's tough, but you can take it.
All right, grab him. Set him up in a chair again. Are you going to tell us about that bomb site, Joe?
Sure, Joe. It hurts. It hurts plenty. But they can't break you. Three cheap thugs working for three more cheap thugs across the water. How do they stack up against 130 million Americans and all those boys back there in history? It hurts, Joe. But think of them.
Ethan Allen, Putnam, Washington, Lighthorse Harry, Nathan Hale. I regret that I have only one life to lose for my country. Mad Anthony Wayne.
What was he sore about, Pop?
Francis Marion, the Swamp Fox. Paul Revere. One if by land and two if by sea, and I on the opposite shore will be. Ride, Paul Revere, ride. Through every Middlesex village and far, the fate of a nation was riding that night. The fate of a nation, the fate of a nation, the fate of a nation is riding tonight.
You'll talk, Joe. You'll talk because we're going to make you talk. I'll tell the world you'll talk.
Oh, Joe. Don't talk. Think of those history guys.
Think of Lexington, Concord, where once the embattled farmers stood. Valley Forge, Trenton, Bunker Hill. Don't fire until you see the whites of their eyes. White Plains, Stony Point, Yorktown, and Victory. 1812, Fort McHenry, Francis Scott Key. Andrew Jackson, and Victory. 407 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, complete liberty. Fort Sumter, Vicksburg, Bull Run, Antietam, the Wilderness, the guns of Shiloh, the Monitor, the Merrimack. I'll fight it out on this line if it takes all summer. Ulysses S. Grant, Robert E. Lee. Sacrifice.
I see a rifle pit before Richmond.
A wounded soldier cries for water. Water! Water!
Water. Sure. There's a whole pitcher of water.
Now, look here, Joe. I'm not going to fool with you anymore. Joe, you got a nice wife, haven't you? You got a nice kid, too. You wouldn't want anything to happen to them, would you, Joe?
Listen,
you listen. You wouldn't want anything to happen to them because you're stubborn, would you? No, of course you wouldn't. I've wasted enough time with you, Joe. I'm going to give you 1 minute to think it over. Just 1 minute.
Means it, Joe. He means it. These guys will stop at nothing. You better tell him, Joe. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. You hate to let those histories guys down. But it's them, or Mary and Johnny. What are you going to do, Joe? You going to be a sucker for a lot of names in a history book? Are you forgetting those guys were heroes? You're not supposed to be a hero. You're just plain Joe Smith. And you got a wife and a kid to think about. What about them, Joe?
Boy, this is some turkey. There's only one thing I like better than turkey for Thanksgiving, and that's more turkey.
Town hall meeting was so exciting tonight. Everyone was in everyone's hair and everyone had a grand time. I'm going again next week.
What? No fireworks on the 4th of July? Okay, give me 50 cents worth of sparklers and I'll say things.
6 bottles of ginger ale, Mike. How's the girlfriend lately?
But, Mom, I can explain fully what happens. I haven't got 2 front teeth anymore. It was this way, Mom.
Too old for the circus? Who's too old for the circus? I am not too old for the circus. I'm going too, Joe Smith.
Boy, is this a doozy picnic. I never got such good specimens of different bugs. Let's come here oftener, huh, Mom?
Joe, it's the loveliest anniversary we've ever had. I'm so glad we met each other. I'm so glad we're alive.
It's wonderful to be alive.
All right, Joe. Your time's up.
All right. Pencil, and paper.
Now you're being smart, Joe. Yeah.
Get busy, Joe. Draw that bomb sight.
And don't try to fake it. One of us is an engineer.
Go on, Joe. Draw.
Wait, Joe. Wait. Come to think of it. If you draw this thing for them, do you know what you'll be doing? You'll be selling out your country. Sure, I know. You'd only be doing it for your wife and your kid. What about all those guys back there that made your country what it is? They must have had wives and kids, too. But they didn't sell out. They didn't sell out because they knew how tough it would be for their wives and their kids. For everybody's wife and everybody's kids if they did. And don't get the idea it won't be tough for Mary and Johnny if you draw this thing. If America gets licked. No, Joe. Don't think things will be the same for them. Don't think they'll be so glad to be alive.
We'd rather be dead, Joe.
We'd rather be dead, Pop.
We'd rather be dead.
Well, Joe, snap out of it. Get busy, I said.
No, I won't do it.
You won't do it, huh? All right, boys, pick him up. Our hero is going for a ride.
Remember, the car that got you in. It's a national sedan. You can feel the end on the hardware of the ashtray where you're sitting. Remember everything. They dragged you down 7 wooden porch steps. Then the car started uphill right away and made a left turn. Then you knew you were on concrete by the way the car thumped over the tar strips. And you came to a bell traffic stop. Then a right turn. Then a sharp dip. A straightaway. And then, Joe, they're slowing down for a light. No, it's a bridge. Joe, Here's your chance. Open the door. Jump. Hey, you. What do you think you're doing? Come back here. Jump. Jump.
Jump!
Stop the car.
Now, you fool. We can't stop now. There's too much traffic. We gotta beat it out of here. Come on, step on it.
You did it, Joe. You did it. Now you gotta get them. You gotta remember everything. Pick up a stone. Scratch with it on the pavement before you forget. 7 steps. Hill. Left turn. Concrete.
We have met the enemy, Joe.
Bell traffic stop. Right turn. Dip. Straight away. And bridge. That's where you jumped.
We have met the enemy, Joe. And he is ours.
When they found you lying on the side of the road, they picked you up and drove you right here to the hospital.
How long have I been here?
About an hour or so.
Good. Oh,
Joe, what are you getting up for? The doctor says you've got to rest.
I'll rest. Not until I get those guys who beat me up tonight. And I think I've remembered enough to get them.
You mean... you know who they were?
No. I only know that they're 3 cheap rats who are working for 3 other cheap rats across the water. And I'm not going to rest until I get them. And those other 3 rats across the water. None of us are going to rest till we get them. And get them for keeps.
No, not one of us is going to rest till we get those 3 rats across the water. Get them and get them for keeps. Don't let's fool ourselves. It won't be easy. It'll take every ounce of will and energy we have to do it. B. Wayne says it for us in music, with the theme song Rogers and Hart wrote for this program.
It's fun to drive a brand new car. It's lots of fun to dine and dance and think the wolf who's at the door hasn't got a single chance. But I don't need a brand new car. I can walk and still arrive. I'll work and save and work to keep my Uncle Sam alive. The flame of freedom is burning. Lots of timber and coal. And wheels are turning. Keep 'em rolling. We've got the goods to deliver. And that's our ace in the hole. The logs are all in the river. Keep 'em rolling. Make your mind up when you get out of bed. Work your head off.
Starring Claudette Colbert in Remember the Day on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. This This is the story of a gentle woman, a school teacher, and her faith in a little boy who, under her wise and understanding guidance, grew to be a great man. Since this inspiring story is typical of those who, in each generation, mold the future of the America we are fighting for, it is appropriate to bring to you today a special radio adaptation in which that charming screen player, Claudette Colbert, plays the part of the beloved schoolteacher in Remember the Day on the Cavalcade of America. Time, the present. Place, the lobby of a hotel in Washington, D.C., now swarming with reporters and news photographers, for tonight celebrities are abroad. Into the midst of this important bustle comes an attractive middle-aged woman. She looks about her in half-humorous bewilderment.
Calling Senator Green, Captain Fairchild. Calling Senator Green.
Well, if it isn't... What? Bill Tower, how nice to see you.
Oh, jeepers, I didn't think you'd remember me.
Oh, I always remember my boys, Bill. You know, that's why I'm here. I'm hoping to catch a glimpse of one of my older boys, Admiral Dewey Roberts.
Admiral Roberts? Was he one of your boys?
Yes, Bill, 25 years ago.
I'll tell you what. You sit right here facing the elevators. He'll have to come out of one of them.
Thank you, Bill.
I'll be back soon.
Thanks.
Calling Senator Green, Captain Fairchild.
I wonder if he'll remember. 25 years ago in that little school back in Indiana, I first met him. All right, children, let's settle down and finish our history lesson. Kate, can you tell us where the next important engagement took place in the War of 1812?
No, ma'am. My brother Steve took my history book.
Now, quiet. Dewey, can you tell us? Can you tell us? Dewey, Robert.
Yes, ma'am?
What were you reading, Dewey?
My book.
Your history book?
No, ma'am. The book by Christy Mathewson on how to pitch.
Oh, I see. Oh, well, Steve, you'd better tell us. Where did the next engagement take place?
On September 7th, 1813. Commander Perry led 9 ships in his bark. So was a brig, not a bar.
Children.
Bark, what difference does it make?
Boys.
It's an old signboard. A brig's a 2 square rig.
Here,
The
here.
bark's got 3 masts.
Dewey, be quiet.
Oh, he's a know-it-all.
That will do, Dewey. You'll stay after school and write 250 I beg your pardons on the blackboard.
Oh, that isn't fair.
Now, children. Now, I have a pleasant surprise for you. Our principal, Mr. Steele, has given me permission to take you all to the matinee of Midsummer Night's Dream on Saturday.
Saturday?
Yes, Dewey?
But Saturday's our ball game at Crossville. Mr. Hopkins has it all arranged.
Who's Mr. Hopkins?
He's our new manual training instructor.
Oh, well, I'm sure he'll postpone the game.
Oh.
Now, let's all be quiet, please.
Shucks. Who she thinks she is?
What did you say, Dewey?
Nothing.
That's not true. Very well, after school, you will stay and write I beg your pardon on the blackboard 500 times. Now, who's the monitor?
Beg your pardon.
Come in.
Miss Fernell?
Yes?
I'm Dan Hopkins, one of your associates.
Oh, yes, how do you do?
Fine. Mind stepping outside?
Certainly.
About Saturday, it seems we've got our signals made.
I know, I'm sorry.
Why not postpone the matinee?
The tickets are arranged for.
We're in the position of the irresistible force and the immovable object, aren't we?
I don't know how immovable you are, Mr. Hopkins, but I'm afraid I'll have to be irresistible.
You are.
Well, here comes our principal. We'll let him settle it.
Oh, hello, Mr. Steele.
Mr. Hopkins, Miss Trinell will be taking a grade to the theater on Saturday.
But I need some of her boys.
Must manage without them.
But Mr. Steele...
Don't argue, Mr. Hopkins. Good morning.
Well, looks like you won.
I'm sorry.
No, forget it. Well, now we're friends, aren't we?
Of course we are. Goodbye.
I beg your...
All right, Dewey, you may go now. Dewey, why did you lose your temper with Steve?
Oh, he made me sore. Saying a bark and a brig's the same. Oh, the dumbbell.
But you were wrong, too, you know. What you described was a barkentine. A bark has 2 square-rigged masts. You see, something like this.
Gosh, how'd you know about ships?
Oh, I was born in New Bedford. My grandfather sailed his own ship around the Horn. I've got all his whole charts. Maybe one day you'd like to see them,
Would I? Holy cats! You know, I had you all wrong, Mr. Nell.
Perhaps we had each other wrong.
You're not so much like a teacher.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I like to talk to you.
I like to talk to you, too. And, I want you to be a credit to me when you go to prep school in the fall.
Well, guess I'm not going to that school.
But your mother said you'd already been enrolled there.
Well, anyway, I don't want to go. You know, Mr. Nell, I'm going to see someday. I was named for Admiral Dewey. There's a picture of him in our house. Much bigger than that one of Lincoln there.
Oh, poor Mr. Lincoln's hanging crooked again, isn't he?
Well, I'll fix it in a jiffy.
No. Now, be careful. Oh, Dewey, are you hurt?
Oh, gosh, my knee.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh, I'm all right.
No, it was my fault for letting you straighten the picture. I'm dreadfully sorry.
Oh.
Here, Dewey, put your arm around my shoulder. That's it. Now, you sit here while I get...
Jiminy crickets! Look at her sail, Mom.
Yes, dear. But don't spill water on the rug. I don't know what Miss Fennell will think.
Oh, she understands ships. Oh, there she is, Mom.
Oh, Mr. Hopkins, come in. Come in.
Thanks. I just stopped in for a split second. Hi, old-timer. How's the knee?
Oh, coming along fine.
Let me see. How long has it been?
Nearly 6 weeks. Summer vacation starts tomorrow, and look at me.
It's tough, all right.
Where are you going, Mr. Hopkins?
No, I haven't decided yet. Sort of depends. Well, bye, son.
Oh, don't go. Not just yet.
Sorry, important engagement.
No. Well, that'll be Miss Fennell.
Oh, it is? She's all right, don't you think? Sort of different.
Gosh, well,
Yeah, I know what you mean.
How do you do, Mrs. Roberts? I want to thank you again, Mr. Nell, for tutoring Dewey in your spare time.
Oh, I loved it. But he still refuses to go to boarding school in the autumn.
Hello, Mr. Nell.
Hello, Mr. Hopkins.
Excuse me, folks. I've got a cake in the oven.
Well, Dewey, I came to say goodbye.
Oh, you're going away?
Where do you plan to spend the vacation, Mr. Nell?
At Willow Springs with the other women teachers.
Oh, boy. How madly exciting. Well, I'm off. Have a good summer.
Thank you.
Bye, Mr. Nell.
Goodbye,
Bye, kid.
Mr. Hopkins.
Bye.
Dewey, may I look at your boat?
Oh, sure. I made it myself.
Oh, it's beautiful, Dewey. The detail's perfect. What's it called?
Oh, I hope you don't think I'm fresh. I didn't mean to be. Honest.
Oh, it's the nicest thing anybody ever did to name a ship after me. I'm very proud.
Gosh.
There's nothing like ships, is there? Someday perhaps you'll be a great sailor, like Admiral Dewey.
What, do you think I could?
Oh, of course I do, if you want to badly enough. You know, Dewey, you and I are pretty lucky people. We can do just what we want, because we live in America where people are always ready to defend their freedom.
I never met anybody like you before. Never.
You're very sweet.
Sweet?
Oh, no, I'm sorry.
I know when you come back you won't be my teacher anymore, but I'll be able to see you sometimes, won't I?
Of course. Well, I must go now.
Oh, must you? Oh, gee, Mr. Nell, you're beautiful.
But you...
Oh, gosh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that was a very pretty compliment, Dewey. Thank you. Goodbye. Take care of yourself.
Goodbye.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Dan.
I thought I'd make one more try.
I've decided to go with the others, Dan. I've promised to.
It'll be deadly. You'll go crazy. Listen, Nora, there's 3 glorious months of summer ahead with swimming and sailing and...
Oh, how can I go with you?
Easy. Buy a ticket to the same place.
No, Dan, I've made up my mind.
And I've made up my mind, too. The mountain won't come to Mohammed. Mohammed will go to the mountain.
Hello, Mr. Nell.
Dewey, how you grown?
Hello, Mr. Hopkins.
Well, young fella, have a good summer?
Oh, not bad.
Did you have a nice vacation, Mr. Nell?
Wonderful, Mr. Hopkins.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Nell.
I love you.
Good.
Darling. We're going to be for a bit.
Here, why?
Mr. Steele wants to see me. You won't move?
No, not a step.
I'll be right back. Good morning, Mr. Steele. You wanted to see me?
Yes. Certain matter has come to my attention. A very delicate matter.
Yes?
I'm not attempting to judge your moral conduct, but I am determined to avoid a scandal.
I'm afraid I don't understand.
Neither would the parents of the children at this school, should they learn that you and Miss Trinell had spent the entire summer together.
Just what are you insinuating?
That is an example to youth, Mr. Hopkins. You are unsatisfactory. I must therefore ask for your immediate resignation. That's all.
Now, just a minute, Mr. Steele.
We'll not wait a second, Mr. Hopkins. You will leave today. As to Miss Trinell...
Listen, Mr. Steele, Miss Trinell is entirely blameless.
I deliberately went where I knew she was.
Glad to hear that.
If I unwittingly broke one of your rules, I should be the one to suffer.
Quite so.
You agree? And if I resign, Miss Trinnell needn't be dragged into it.
Possibly not.
I'd like your assurance on that.
Very well, you have my assurance.
I'll depend on it. Good day.
What did Mr. Steele want?
What? Well, he had a message for me, a telegram from my brother. He has an opening for me in Chicago.
A job, you mean?
Uh-huh. Will you quit school and marry me right this minute?
Dan, are you insane?
Only about you.
Oh. Dan, there's something wrong. You're keeping something from me. When are you going?
Today?
Today?
The telegram said to report at once.
Oh.
It's only for a little while. Then we'll be together again. I'll be back at Christmas and we'll be married.
Dan, you're quite sure you're doing the right thing?
Believe me, darling, it's got to be this way.
Well, I'll see you again before you go.
No.
Oh, no. Dan, I still can't seem to realize that. Dan, I love you so.
And I love you. Goodbye, darling. Till Christmas.
Till Christmas.
You are listening to Claudette Colbert in Remember the Day on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by DuPont, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. As the curtain rises again, it is Christmas Eve at Nora's boarding house. The doorbell rings and she hurries to answer it.
Dan!
Hello, teacher. Glad to see me.
Dan! Oh, why are you in uniform?
Oh, yes, the uniform.
Dan.
Lieutenant Hopkins of the Royal Canadian Engineers.
Oh, but why?
Look pretty snappy, don't I?
I knew it couldn't last. I knew it. When did you...
A couple of weeks ago.
But your job.
Nora, dear, there's no job more important than this one.
I wish you'd told me.
Oh, darling, I missed you so.
I knew it was too good to be true.
Nora, sweet, have you no confidence in me? With me in it, this war will be over by 1917.
How long can you stay?
I've got 2 whole weeks before I report.
2 weeks? Dan, will you marry me now, right away?
Lazy Nora, she won't get up.
How long have we been married?
A week.
I don't believe it. Well, then it's New Year's Eve.
That's right. Tomorrow will be 1917. You know what?
Certainly.
What?
I'm hungry.
Oh, that isn't what.
Well, what is?
I've come to the conclusion that we're 2 of the nicest people I ever knew.
Oh, you may be. I'm not.
What are you?
I'm hungry.
And you're beautiful.
No, darling. That's just your masculine ego. Though you think your wife has to be beautiful because you picked her. No, if anyone's beautiful in our family, it's you.
You think so? You may be right at that.
You're cute, too.
Go on.
No, you're the most conceited.
Just for that.
Oh, Dan. Dan, why can't we stay here forever?
Gee, Dewey, fancy Mr. Hopkins being a soldier. Now, you see why he quit school? Well, I knew all the time it wasn't on account of any girl.
It was, too. We just didn't know who the girl was, that's all.
Well, who was it then?
Miss Trinnell, of course.
You're a liar. Why, everybody knows she's stuck on her. Oh, you're crazy. She wouldn't any more much around
There's
than...
nothing so fierce about having a crush on a fella. Most all women get crushes. Come on, Steve.
Not her. She's different. She's different from anybody.
Hello, darling.
I thought I might catch you alone for a minute. Pretty hard to find any privacy around.
Oh, I know.
Why not tell Mr. Steele? Ask him to give you leave of absence till I go.
I can't, Dan. Married women teachers are barred. I can't risk losing my job now.
No, of course you can't. But do you realize I haven't seen you for 2 hours?
Oh, it seemed longer.
I'd almost forgotten how beautiful you are.
Oh, you're hopeless.
I'm in love. I'm so much in love with you that I can't see straight.
Only 4 more days. Every minute more precious. Oh, wait a minute, Dan. I hear somebody.
There's nobody there.
Oh, my darling. Well, that's against the rules, too, you know, kissing an 8th grade teacher in the classroom with the door open.
Mom.
Yes, Dewey?
Mom, I want to go away.
Go away? What do you mean, Dewey?
I want to go to Johnstown, to prep school.
But, Dewey...
Please, Mom, I've got to. I've got to go.
Dewey, I just heard you're going to Johnstown after all.
Sure. I'm leaving tonight.
Well, weren't you coming to say goodbye to me?
No.
I thought we were friends. What's happened, Dewey? Well, it's all right if you don't want to tell me.
Oh, great guns. Don't be nice to me. Go ahead and laugh at me.
I'm not laughing, Dewey, but I don't understand. Come on. Tell me what's hurt you, please.
Well, I wanted to talk to you about something special. So, I went to your classroom. The door was open. And I saw you and Mr.
I see. I wonder what I should tell you. There's so much and so little time.
You don't have to tell me anything.
I'd like you to understand, Dewey. You're only 12. How can I make you see?
I'll be 13 soon.
Dewey, there's your boat on the floor. Aren't you taking it with you?
No. I'm through with all that kid stuff.
That's a fine way for a master to talk about his own craft. Is that the attitude you're going to take when you're captain of your own ship?
I'll never be captain of anything.
Yes, you will.
Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do now. It doesn't matter.
But you will know, Dewey, and you'll find out something else. What you're going through now is a part of growing up, the part of learning. Oh, I know how it hurts to find out that the people one loves are not stars, but human beings made of flesh and blood, and when they disappoint you, you mustn't let it throw you off your course. Listen, Dewey, I'll tell you a teacher's secret. Each year, there's someone who stands out in the class, someone who makes teaching worthwhile, whom she counts on and loves as though that child were her own. You're one of those few, Dewey. You mustn't let me down. Stick to your course, sailor, and don't let anybody stop you.
I'll try. Honest, I will, Mr. Nell.
And you'll remember me a little, won't you? When you're a big man in our Navy?
I will, Mr. Nell. Always. I'm glad you came.
So am I. We won't say goodbye, Just good luck and fair winds. I'll see you at the station.
Will you? Just sort of be there and wave. That way I'd never forget.
I'll be there, Dewey.
Now, you're not going to cry.
I can't. I'm all cried out. Darling, I wanted to be brave, to make it easy for you to leave, but I can't. I'm selfish. You've given me the world, and I want to keep it.
Keep it for me, too.
Oh, Dan, don't go.
You wouldn't want that.
No, of course not. Oh, Dan, I'm afraid. I'm afraid of being alone.
I'll be back. I'll always be with you. Miss me. Miss me a lot.
Goodbye, my dearest. Come back to me.
Goodbye, Mr. Nell. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Captain Fairchild, Mr. Murphy.
Looks like he's coming down any minute now, Miss Trinnell. Oh, boy, it must be great to be a hero like Admiral Roberts. Oh, look, there he is now.
Well done, Admiral.
Admiral Roberts, I don't suppose you remember me.
I'm sorry, I can't stop now.
I'm Nora Trinnell.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
I'm sorry to have troubled you.
The banquet hall is this way, sir. Trinnell. Good Lord, of course. She's gone. Who, sir? Miss Trinnell, you idiot. That woman. Find her. I'll try, sir. Oh, I ought to be kicked round the quarterdeck.
Yes, sir.
What? Miss Trinnell, can you ever forgive me?
Dewey, of course.
It must be over 20 years. Yeah. Oh, by the way, this is Commander Stokes, Miss Trinnell.
How do you do, Commander?
How do you do? This lady once knew me better than anyone else in the world.
Indeed, sir.
She always said the right thing at the right time. The thing that set you on your course again. Do you remember telling me, follow your course, sailor. Don't let anybody ever stop you.
And you didn't, did you?
Everybody's waiting, sir. Oh, now, just give me 30 seconds.
No, I mustn't keep you, Dewey. I just wanted to tell you how proud of you I've been.
You're much too kind.
It seems like yesterday that you went away to Johnstown. How nice if time stood still.
Now, tell me, what are you doing in Washington?
Teaching high school. I've been here for 18 years.
And whatever became of...
Mr. Hopkins?
Yes, Dan Hopkins. He was a grand guy.
He never came back from France.
I'm terribly sorry.
Time's up, sir.
Oh, you'd better run along, Dewey.
Now, look, come with me to this infernal banquet. I've got to make a speech, and I'm scared to death. If you're where I can see you in the balcony or somewhere, maybe I'll get by you. Will you?
Oh, of course, Dewey.
Gosh, that's great. Arrange that, Stokes. Come on, Miss Trinnell. In this country, we've had a long lease on freedom. But this time, we're going to own the right to freedom. We're going to stop paying rent in blood for a temporary peace. To do this, we must not only stamp tyranny from the world now, we must hand down to our children and our children's children a deed of ownership, a blueprint of democracy, so they may keep eternal vigilance that the democratic way of life, the only way for us Americans, shall never perish from this earth.
He always was a good boy.
And now here is our star again, Miss Claudette Colbert.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for such a warm welcome to the Cavalcade of America. As heroines go, Nora Trinnell is not as well known as Dolly Madison or Betsy Ross, but I do think that in her character, all of us can find qualities that we remember in the gallant women, the school teachers, who guide, inspire, and mold the youth of our land. I like to think that our play tonight is a tribute to their influence and inspiration. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudette Colbert. And now, a word about our program next Monday. A week from tonight, Cavalcade will present Tyrone Power in an original radio play, Young Tom Jefferson. Next week on the Cavalcade of America, Tyrone Power in a new radio play, Young Tom Jefferson. Appearing with Miss Colbert tonight was Tommy Cook as Dewey and Elliot Lewis as Dan. Our program was based on the play and motion picture Remember the Day by Philo Higley and Philip Dunning. Miss Colbert will soon be seen in the Paramount picture The Palm Beach Story. The music on Cavalcade tonight was composed and directed by Robert Armbruster. This is John Heaston sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Painted Rock! Help, Silver!
The town of Painted Rock was quiet and still under a thin sliver of moon. It was cold. The wind off the desert whipped through the little main street and rattled the sign over the false front of the biggest building. The sign read, Wells Fargo Company, Express and Banking.
Wells Fargo, Express and Banking. I reckon after we get through tonight, they can cross off the banking, huh?
Sure. There won't be nothing left to bank with.
Now keep your eyes peeled. Some careless hombre might wander along before the boys inside get that safe ripped open.
I'm watching. No need to worry, though. It's dark and it's cold. Even the buffalo's got enough sense to stay bedded up till sunrise.
Well, I'll be... You sure will. Don't take much to make it seem like you're lying, does it?
Who's that, Albine? Where'd he come from?
I don't know. I wish he was back there.
I wish he'd shut up.
There's one way to shut him up.
You gone loco. Put up that gun. You want to rouse the whole town?
Yeah, that singing he's doing is enough to rouse anybody.
Maybe so.
Nevertheless, you're right. The blasting powder will knock them out of their bed soon enough. And when it does, we'll have to bail loose and do it fast.
Yeah. Meanwhile, what about this hombre?
Yeah, maybe he'll just drag on through. A solitary cowhand. Most likely do at some ranch come sunup, and he's getting an early start.
Maybe he won't notice us. We're back in the shed.
He's coming. If him and that explosion arrive at the same time...
Then it's too bad. He's a dead cowhand.
How sad it will be. Oh, think of the
Yeah, I reckon he's going.
Now keep your gun on him.
Yeah.
If the blast goes off...
Keno, a bullet will knock him plumb out of his saddle.
He's still moving along. Didn't notice a thing so far. Maybe...
Here he comes.
Hold up, outlaws! Wells Fargo!
Close his mouth.
Now start, hold up!
Got it, Soupy? What was the shot?
Nosy cowhand. Pile on your horses and make tracks. The town's starting to wake up. Soupy.
Yeah?
Give me one of them sacks of cash.
Huh?
Don't ask questions. Give me.
You're the top hand, Rankin.
Here you are.
Thanks.
What in thunder? You threw that sack of coins on the ground. What's that for, Rankin?
Now shut your mouth. All right, gents, use your whips. Here we go.
Comes the shooting me, the second to shoot.
They can't catch us now. Get up there. Get up, boy.
Bag it is. I know what it was. One side. Let me see the hombre wounded.
You wounded? Who are you?
Sheriff of Painted Rock, that's who I am. I know doggone well who you are, you poison skunk.
Hey, now hold on. You didn't wound me. It was them
You're
outlaws.
plain innocent, eh?
Don't savvy what you're talking about.
What's your name?
Drummond. Jeff Drummond.
Where you from?
Well, I just wandered into town. I was on my way to the Circle Y
Just
ranch.
a plain cowpuncher, eh?
Yeah, what of it?
Nothing of it, except I don't believe it.
Oh, now look here. I was just going along minding my own business when...
It's same as robbing banks,
It's
eh?
same as herding cattle. I was ambling through town singing a song. Yeah, singing a song. Just when I get past the Wells Fargo front, I hear that blast. I turned around and saw what was going on and started to yell.
Good story. That's when you got shot in the arm, I suppose.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. How'd you know?
Because I've been sheriff long enough to figure how a crook's mind works, that's why. It's just the type of no good, empty-brained alibi I'd expect from a hold-up man.
It's not an alibi.
It is, and I know it is. So do you. So does every man standing around. Just because the rest of your partners got away, you're thinking fast-talk yourself out of jail, huh? But you're going there, Sonny. You're going for sure.
Reckon you don't give a gent much chance to prove he's innocent.
Not when he's guilty as a horned toad. Now, you listen to me. Here's what really happened. The whole gang robbed the Wells Fargo cash. You jumped your horses and started to make tracks.
No.
Yes. Some of us woke up and started blazing away. I happened to get you.
Sheriff, I tell you...
Hey, never mind that, neither. We got no sympathy for outlaws. All you got is a flesh wound. You'll be right as rain tomorrow. Who are the rest of them?
I don't know.
You mean you won't tell?
No, Look, Sheriff, it's my word against yours. Won't you believe me?
Son, you're forgetting one thing. I'm not a gent who makes up his mind without proof.
Proof? What proof is it?
Easy. Let's fix that arm. Ornery outlaws are all the same. Never learn you can't beat the law. Doggone your hide, here's my proof. A sack of cash from the Wells Fargo Bank. Lying right beside you. Right beside you. Sorry, son. You're going to jail.
Tell him. Tell the sheriff, Betty. You know I'm innocent.
Jeff, I hardly know what to say.
Miss Carson, ma'am, this fellow's guilty. We cut him with the goods.
Yes, I heard. That's why I rode in from the Circle Y.
Yeah, you see, Sheriff, the Circle Y. That's where I was headed. I had a job lined up as range rider. Isn't that so, Betty?
It is for a fact. You see, Sheriff, we knew Jeff down south a ways, in Texas, near Abilene.
Yes. Vouch for his character, do you?
I always thought Jeff was a fine man.
Miss Carson, how long is it since you was in Abilene?
What?
How long?
Why, 6 years.
6 years. A lot can happen in 6 years, Miss Carson. For instance, this fella could turn from an honest gent to a horse-stealing hombre.
Now, look,
I'm not saying it's so, mind you. Maybe you're right, maybe you ain't. Maybe it was bad all the time. You didn't know it.
Sheriff,
No, it ain't your fault, Miss Carson. It ain't nobody's fault. It's just that the evidence is against him. Dead against him. There's no sense staying here and arguing, Miss Carson. Might as well get back to your pa's ranch. Maybe somebody will believe you. I don't.
Steady, Silver, steady. What do you make of it, Tonto?
Woman ride horse down below on trail. And woman look plenty sad.
I can't tell from here whether she's crying or not. She certainly doesn't seem happy.
She keep head down, hand to face.
Yes. Come on, Tonto. We're going to find out. On the slope, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Get up, Buster.
Wait, don't try to run away. We're not outlaws.
He's got a mask.
Never mind the mask. Tonto and I are friends. We want to help you.
Why, you must be... Yes, the mask and that white horse. You must be the Lone Ranger.
Now, what's the trouble? You can tell us. What's wrong?
And that's all there is to tell. The sheriff is just certain Jeff Drummond's an outlaw. He's put Jeff in jail. Well, I don't know what to believe.
Kimasabi, that trail we seen last night.
Yes, Tonto. Yes, it might be.
Might be what, masked man?
Miss Carson, last night, shortly before dawn, Tonto and I heard horses. They were traveling fast.
We didn't see them in the dark. But later we checked up on the hoof prints. They came straight as a die from Painted Rock.
Mister, that might be the outlaws.
Yes.
Why, if you and Tonto could... Oh, but you wouldn't be able to follow their trail. The sheriff tried and lost it.
Maybe Sheriff, him not so good on trail. We find trail, we not lose it.
Tonto's right, Miss Carson. He's the best scout in the whole West. Now, you go back to your ranch and stay there, and don't worry. Tonto and I'll trail those hoof prints till we find the horses that made them and the men who rode them. Adios.
Get him up, Scout.
Come, Silver!
The Lone Ranger and Tonto did find the outlaws. It was shortly after dawn of the following day when they reined up the horses behind a sheltering tree.
We send a trail.
Those are the men, Tonto.
Look. Them count gold.
Yes, Wells Fargo gold. And Tonto, look at their leader. I recognize that face.
Tonto not savvy. You're right. Me see good now. That's Spade Rankin.
Spade Rankin. One of the worst outlaws in the whole West. And his whole gang, 11 men. Tonto, we've got a rattlesnake.
Oh, Scout, oh, fella, oh.
Blazes! Boys, there's a couple spying on us. Grab your rifle!
Let's have they see us what we do.
Too many for us. Ride for it, Tonto.
Come on, Silver, come on, Scout!
Hold your fire, you're wasting bullets. Those gents are riding faster than a prairie fire in front of a wind.
Yeah, I guess so. Did you notice one of them wore a mask, Rankin? Who are they?
I don't know, and I don't care. Reckon they were a couple of outlaws, same as us.
It must be if one of them's masked. Only outlaws wear masks.
Forget them. Just so long as they didn't try to cut in on our cash. They won't be back, and I don't care where they go. They're no further concern of ours.
But Spade Rankin was wrong. The Lone Ranger and Tonto were very much his concern, because that very night they were swinging from their saddles behind a Painted Rock jail. The same sliver of moon hung in the night sky. The same cold wind blew from the desert. They moved silent as shadows to the one barred window. In his hand, the Lone Ranger held two lariats wound together to make one strong rope. The other end was fastened to Silver's saddle horn.
Who's that? Who's that? I see you.
Drummond, keep your voice down.
Masked man. Who are you?
There's no time for that. Miss Carson told us about you.
Betty? I don't savvy what...
Whisper. Maybe Sheriff him listen.
You're fastening that rope to the bars.
Drummond, listen to me. The other end of this rope is fastened to my stallion. When I give the command, he'll rear back and pull these bars right out of the window frame.
You're loco.
Silver can do it. Besides, these bars aren't setting any too solidly.
Well, I'll be. Yeah, I can see that stallion. I reckon he can pull him loose.
There was a gray in the corral with a J.D. brand on his shoulder. That's your horse?
Yeah.
Tonto led him from the corral. He's saddled and ready to ride.
Mister, do you mean you're breaking me out of jail?
Not right.
Yeah, but everybody will think that I was...
This not time to think. You leave jail now, think later.
The rope is tied tightly. Get ready, Drummond.
I reckon I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Good enough. Silver. All right, boy. Harder. Pull, Silver.
Silver, pull bars out.
Come on, Drummond. Out you come. Quick, to the horses. We've got to get away from here.
I see you. No, you don't.
There's Sheriff.
Run.
Jailbreak. Turn out. It's a jailbreak.
Mister, this ain't right.
Drummond, loosen up on your reins.
Okay. Sheriff, him got rifle. We go plenty fast.
Loosen your reins. Let your horse travel.
Keno. I reckon the sheriff won't listen to me now anyway. Come on, Dusty. Show him your hold.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
Bushy, turn out. Turn out. It's a jailbreak.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. continue our story. A few miles outside Painted Rock, the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and the young cowboy who had been broken from the jail drew their horses to a thundering stop.
This'll do. They've outrun the sheriff's men.
You know, what's the idea of busting me out of jail? Now, everyone would be dead sure I had a hand in that robbery.
Everyone was dead sure before you left jail.
But I didn't
Only one way to prove your innocence. That's by finding the crooks. I found them.
You what?
Tonto trailed them to their hideout.
Well, then why
There's a big gang, too many to tackle. They're in a gap where they can stand off an army.
Well, then how can
I haven't time to explain now. Tonto's going to keep out of the way while I head back to town.
Back to town?
You come, Drummond. We go hide.
And what if I refuse?
And you come anyway.
Oh, I savvy.
Take him along, Tonto. I gotta hurry back to Painted Rock and talk to Betty before the sheriff and his men return.
You mean you think you can get back there before the lawman?
I've got to. Come on, Silver.
Great ginger. Look at that white horse travel.
Him plenty fast.
I thought we were traveling fast coming here, but it was nothing like that. That there horse is like greased lightning. I never saw a faster horse.
Now you come this way.
All right, Tonto. You can put that shooting iron down. Maybe I was nothing but a doggone unappreciating fool to argue with that masked man. I guess he knows what he's doing.
While the Lone Ranger dashed at top speed toward Painted Rock, the Rankin gang felt themselves secure in their hiding place at the end of the gully.
I don't care if someone does come here, boys. We'll stand them off.
But, Rankin, what if that masked man we saw goes to the lawman?
Let him. There's only one direction anyone can come from, and we got all kinds of rocks here to fight behind.
Nobody could come from the sides. The slope is too steep.
Sure it is. And the shale would slide right out from under a man's feet. They couldn't come at us from the sides, and the back of us is again the cliff.
I reckon this is a good hideout at that.
You know, I sort of hope the sheriff is told about this here place.
You do?
Sure. Maybe he'll bring all his deputies and come here to get us.
Well, but if he
we
does...
wipe them out. Then we can arrange to get some of our friends into the sheriff's office.
Rankin, you're all right. Leave things to the boss.
And with the cash we got now, we can handle things our way. Who knows? Maybe if the lawmen are cleaned out, we can just take over the whole town of Painted Rock. Boys, the more I think about it, the more I hope the sheriff's men find us.
The Lone Ranger was winning his race against time. He flashed by the ranches on the outskirts of the town, then turned to the south, and in another moment reined up at the Circle Y ranch house.
Steady, Silver. Steady, big fella.
Betty ran from the porch.
Oh, tell me, did the lawman catch you?
No.
Is he all
Drummond
right?
is with Tonto.
Not hurt.
He's as well as when he left the jail. He'll be told what to do.
Now what can I do?
Betty, you've got to play a game that will call for all of your ability to act.
Oh.
Here, take my guns. Take them.
Your own guns? But what will you do?
Become your prisoner.
My prisoner? Oh, these are heavy.
As soon as the sheriff returns to town, we'll go to him. Now, here's what you'll have to do.
The sheriff and his men were raging with anger when they reined up and dismounted at the lawman's office.
We start out fresh, boys. Get fresh horses and pack along some food. We're going to stay on the range until we find those three. I don't care how long it takes. No crook is going to break out of my jail and get away with it. Come on to the office now.
Man, Betty's captured him.
Betty Carsons, what you got there?
Good luck to you. This is captured a prisoner.
Where's that redskin? Where's Drummond?
Got away from here, Sheriff.
This man is willing to make a deal, Sheriff.
How'd you capture him?
Well, I guess he thought he'd be safe enough in town while you were out hunting for him.
Oh, so you circled back, eh?
Yes?
Figured on picking up some more cash to add to what's already been stolen, eh?
I told Miss Carsons about a deal.
You're dealing with me now. Take that mask off.
But, Sheriff, wait.
Wait, my eye. Take off that mask. Hargraves, take it off him.
All right.
I aim to have a look at the face behind it.
If you unmask me, you'll regret it, Sheriff.
Don't you threaten me.
I'm not making a threat. I'm stating a fact. Don't you want to get back the cash that's been stolen?
I'll get it back.
Not if you unmask me.
Listen to his proposition, Sheriff. Please do. He'll help you find Drummond as well as the money.
Betty, how is it you're so anxious to see your friend brought back to jail?
Because I know he's not guilty. If he's given a trial, I'm sure the truth will come out. Even if he were guilty, I'd sooner have him come back and pay his debt to society than have him a hunted outlaw.
All right. What's your proposition?
Let me keep my mask on, and I'll lead the way to the hideout.
That's fair enough, isn't it? What more can you ask?
Yes. What about later on?
Later on?
After we get the others?
I'm counting on being released.
That's entirely up to you, Sheriff.
You figure if you squeal on your friends, you'll be let go, huh?
Drummond is the man you want, isn't he?
You busted him out of jail.
But Drummond and the stolen money means something to you.
Maybe so.
I'm not asking you to make a promise, Sheriff. I'm simply putting myself in your hands. Let me keep my mask until you have the cash and the men who stole it.
If you don't, you'll never get the money back.
It's a deal.
All right, then follow me.
Where's your horse?
Waiting.
Here, Silver. Mother, horse.
I have a horse here, too.
You're not going along.
Yes, I am.
Hargraves, take those guns the girls hold.
I'm going to keep them.
That's ready to all right.
Remember, if I hadn't captured the masked man, you'd have no prisoner.
All right, then. Ready, boys? Yeah. All right alongside of you, mister.
Very well.
The first move to escape will bring more lead than you ever saw. Get up.
Get up. Come on, Silver.
While the Lone Ranger traveled with the sheriff's posse, Tonto and Drummond rode where few men had ever been before.
Oh, this mountain. I don't know how you can keep going on foot like this without losing your wind.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. Sure is hard climbing.
We go rest away without horse.
You mean we leave him here on the slope?
Ah.
Oh, and then come back for him. All right.
Now, you be plenty careful. Not make sound.
Yeah, I'll try.
Scout, you stay here.
Yeah. Steady, Bronc. There, I got your ground hitched.
You make noise. Maybe plan all go wrong.
I'm not as handy at this sort of thing as you are.
You step where Tonto step. Watch plenty careful now. Here, top of hill.
At last.
You take a look on the other side.
Hey, shale there's mighty treacherous. There's no man alive can walk down that slope.
Man, right.
You don't expect me to try it?
You only look down below.
What about it?
You see gulch?
Sure. Hey, there's smoke down there.
That campfire.
Now I see some horses. And there's some men.
Them fellows outlaw. Them men who rob bank.
Those? Why, the dirty ornery. Well, I'm going right down there and deal with those.
Stop. And you fool. You spoil everything.
Well, I can't let him
do what Tonto say. Later we make trouble for thief, not now.
I guess it was nothing but a small animal of some sort to start a little of the shale sliding down here.
I hope that's all it was. I'd hate to be here, Rankin, if a slide got started.
Yeah, there's nothing to start a slide.
I hear horses.
Huh?
Me too.
Wait, let me take a look. Get out of the way.
What do you see?
Boys, our hopes have come true.
Riders, they're coming this way.
Riders and what riders? There's a masked man we saw here before. He's riding with the sheriff.
Squeal on us, huh?
Get your guns ready. He's done us the biggest favor he could do us. He's brought the sheriff and Hargraves and all the other deputies here where we can wipe every one of them out.
There's a girl with
That's just tough luck for her.
The Carson's
Get
girl.
your guns ready. They can't see us, but behind these rocks, we'll let them get real close and then open fire.
Sheriff, can't you persuade Betty to stay back for the rest of the way?
Ready if the shooting starts?
I can use a gun.
How would it be if Drummond returned only to find that you were dead because I let you stay with us?
Oh.
Now get back.
I will. But here, take your gun.
Hey, don't give those
Thanks, Betty.
Betty, you shoot.
All right, Sheriff.
Hand those over to me.
I'm going to use them. First to fire a signal.
3 shots, the signal. On top of the mountain, Tonto heard the bark of the Lone Ranger's guns. He cried to Drummond,
Now we start slide. Roll, big rock. Start slide.
Yoo-hoo! This is what I've been waiting for. There goes a nice big rock. It's a coming after you, dirty crooks. See if you can dodge it.
Narrow the rock.
And here's another.
Welch Rankin's men heard the ominous sound of sliding shale. They looked up. Great rocks came bounding with a roar that increased to a thunderous peak.
Look out! Get out from under! We can't stay here. The horses, get the gold. There comes another rock. There's men up there. They're starting to slide. We'll be trapped here. We'll be buried alive. Yeah, we gotta get out. Hurry up, get the horses. Never mind saddle. The lawman out there. Do what I tell you.
Rankin's men were terrorized. They scrambled to their horses' backs, dodging great stones, small stones, and a shower of shale that began piling up in the gap. To stay where they were meant certain death.
Our only chance is a break for it. We gotta rush the posse and shoot it out with them. We won't have a chance. Look, they've all got places back in the rocks. But we can't stay here. It's getting worse all the time. Come on, follow me.
The outlaws charged from their fort. They fired as they rode, but their bullets splattered harmlessly off rocks that sheltered the lawmen. And the sheriff and his deputies returned the fire.
Let them have it. Don't shoot to kill. Just knock them off their saddles.
The fire of the lawmen was accurate. The outlaw's case was hopeless. One yelled,
I give up. I surrender.
The others took up the cry.
Don't shoot. I give up. Hold on. Hold your fire. We all surrender. We give up.
Oh, you. Last Sunday you said you'd leave it to me as to whether you took off that mask, eh? Well, you keep it where it is. Where's Drummond now?
By this time, he and Tonto are coming down the mountain to meet us in town.
And, Sheriff, now you're satisfied that Drummond isn't guilty.
Sure. The Rankin gang will pay in full, Betty. But wait. Hey, you masked man!
Tonto's waiting.
I want to ask who you are. There's reward money.
He wouldn't take it, Sheriff. That man's known as the Lone Ranger.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford in A Man to Remember. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. And greetings to the armed forces of the United States all over the world who hear the Lux Radio Theater through shortwave and other special facilities. Tonight, we honor a good and faithful servant. He presides at our entrance into this world and at our exit into the next. He fights our mortal enemy, disease. He banishes our pain, brings us rest, and earns a fortune in unpaid bills. He's the hero who has sworn the sacred oath of Hippocrates, that he will lead his life and practice his art in uprightness and honor, that whatsoever house he shall enter, it shall be for the good of the sick to the utmost of his power, and that whatsoever he shall see or hear of the lives of men which is not fitting to be spoken, he will keep inviolably secret. Tonight's play is one of the finest tributes I know to the American Family Doctor. RKO made the motion picture, and for our production of A Man to Remember this evening, we've selected a cast I'm sure you'll remember. Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford. Lionel Barrymore has just finished playing another doctor for Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, Calling Dr. Gillespie. You know, producing a different play every week is something like spending your whole life on an exploring trip. There's a surprise or a thrill around every turn. But no matter how interesting the job may be to us, it isn't really well done unless we can thrill you with these plays which Lux Toilet Soap brings you each Monday night. Never in the history of the theater has any one theater been able to call on so much talent as we can here in Hollywood. It's a producer's dream come true. And the Aladdin's lamp that made it come true was a cake of soap, Lux Toilet Soap. But no single magician produced that. It took all the magic of modern science. Now, to the doctors of America we dedicate our play, A Man to Remember, starring Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Abbott, Anita Louise as Jean, and Glenn Ford as Dick. If you should be traveling through the Middle West sometime, you might come upon a little town called Westport. It's just an ordinary small town with its main street, of course, and its First National Bank, owned by George Sykes. Homer Ramsey's department store is there, too, and a few other smaller shops. But on this spring afternoon, those that aren't closed are empty, for old Doc Abbott is dead, and the townspeople stand along the curb in respectful silence as the funeral procession passes by.
Mother, can I feel my flower now?
Yes, dear, now. I never saw so many flowers. Never. He deserved it, if any man.
What's going on, Bud? I'm a stranger in town. Somebody important die?
Old Doc Abbott died. Take off your hat, stranger.
Oh, sure.
On the second floor of the bank building is the office of Lawyer Perkins. From his window, the three leading businessmen of the town also watch the procession. But they're unmoved, cynical.
Look at that crowd down there. I gave the town the only hospital it ever had, the George Sykes Memorial Hospital. But you think Abbott was the only man in this town worth a plug nickel? I put in the first department store in Westport. I suppose that doesn't amount to anything either. Yes, and Joe Harkness here done a few things, too.
Yes, sir. 'Twas me got the public schools put in, to say nothing of giving the town a newspaper.
Yeah, and I'll bet the three of us won't scare up more than a baker's dozen at our funerals. Seems the more shiftless you are, the more people take up with you. Like old Doc Abbott down there.
Mr. Sykes, Mr. Ramsey, Mr. Harkness, if you gentlemen can stifle your grief for a moment, perhaps we can get down to work.
All right, Counselor. While the town's marching behind the doc's casket, let's us figure up the expense.
Sit down, gentlemen. I've brought Doc Abbott's strongbox with me. I'm sure you're anxious to know what's in it.
You bet we are.
I find that in most cases of this nature, the creditors prefer to wait until, say, a half hour after the benediction has been delivered.
Now, look here, Perkins. That ain't fair. The doc would want us to have our money.
Of course, George. Suppose we get down to business. You first, George.
Well, to begin with, I hold Doc Abbott's personal note for $600 plus 100 interest.
700. How about you, Homer?
I had the bookkeeper figure up his account today. $726.37. He ain't paid a bill at the store since 1928.
And you, Joe?
He owes me $1,100.
I see. Well, gentlemen, Doc Abbott's son gave me this strong box this morning. Suppose we just turn everything out right here on my desk. Gentlemen, the estate.
Oh, you get everything upside down doing it that way, Clyde?
I guess it doesn't matter. Well, here we have... Looks like one of those notes you were talking about, George. Westport First National Bank, $300 with accumulated interest at 7%. Signed John Abbott, dated May 4th, 1922.
Yep, that's the first one, 1922.
Yes, just about 20 years ago, wasn't it? I remember. It was right after Doc came back to Westport. I guess he needed money pretty badly at the time, so he went to the bank to see his old friend, George Sykes.
Morning, George. Well, if it ain't John Abbott. That's right. How are you, George? I'm fine. Sit down. Been a long while since you left here, John.
Pretty near 25 years. This is my boy, Dick.
Well, Well, quite a young man. How old?
I'm 8, sir.
8? Well.
This is George Sykes, Dick. We used to go to high school together.
That's right. Your father left right after we graduated. He was voted the boy most likely to succeed. Weren't you, John?
It seems kind of funny now, doesn't it? Dick, suppose you wait outside for me. I got a little business I want to talk over.
Well, sure, Dad.
Yes, sir, John. A long time. Oh, I heard you lost your wife, John. Too bad.
Yeah, she died in Chicago. I couldn't stay there after that, so I came back.
Aiming to hang out your shingle in Westport, eh?
Yeah, as long as I can make a living.
Well, we got some doctors here already. But there's a lot of poor folks on the other side of town. You can probably find enough business to get by.
Well, I figure to. I'll need a little eating money, though. That's why I came to you. I'd like to make a loan, George.
Yeah? How much?
Oh, about $300.
That's a whale of a lot of money, John. What have you got to offer as security?
17 years' experience as a practicing physician. I've done pretty well.
You're broke right now, ain't you? That ain't doing so well, John.
I meant about keeping my patients alive. That's my business, you know.
All right, John. I'll make out a note for $300 and give you $250. Got to have a little bonus, you know, when there isn't any security. But I always like to help out an old friend.
Do you help out many of your old friends this way, George?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
You know, George, they should have elected you the boy most likely to succeed.
Huh? Oh, sign right here, John.
The doctor never paid that note, George?
Nary a penny of it. That's why we're here, Purpose, to get what's due us.
Well, suppose we just lay this note aside for the present. The next paper here seems to be a bill. It's made out to Howard Johnson, July 17th, 1922. Delivery of child, $25.
What's that written on the bottom of it?
Seems to be a notation Doc made. Johnson has no money.
Well, that was the trouble with Doc. Always treating poor folks who couldn't pay him.
Well, I suppose it's pretty hard for a doctor to refuse, Jode. This Johnson now, he was a farmer. He sent for Doc about 2 o'clock one morning. His wife was having a baby.
Well, it's all over. You have a fine baby girl, Mr. Johnson.
A girl? I wanted a boy. Somebody who could help me work this farm when I get old. Girls are for people who can afford them. How's my wife? Well?
I did everything I could, Johnson. I'm afraid she wasn't in very good condition to begin with. And, well, I did everything I could.
You mean she...
There's only one thing I can say. I know how you feel. Because I lost my wife that way. And the baby. Just about a year ago. But keep the baby warm, whatever you do. I'll be back a little later.
You get out of here. Get out and don't you never come back.
But, man, don't you want to know how to take care of the baby?
I said get out, do you hear? Now go on. Go on before I give you more. Get out!
I guess you ain't responsible right now. I'm sorry, man.
Dad, it's the bell. Someone's at the door, Dad.
Yeah, another night call, I guess. You get back to bed, son.
Well, I'll see who it is first. Hey, Dad.
Huh? Who is it, son?
It ain't anybody.
What?
It ain't anybody, Dad. There's a basket on the porch. That's all.
Basket?
Look, Dad. It's a little baby. And there's a note pinned on it. What's it say, Dad?
Well, let's see, son. Dear Doctor, I'm sorry I hit you. Please give the kid to somebody who'll be good to her.
Gee, what are you going to do, Dad?
Well, seems like you got a baby sister, Dick. Let's get her inside.
Never did hear that story before, Counselor.
No, Doc didn't often tell it, Jode, but that's how he came to adopt the girl you all watched grow up and know as Jean Abbott. Well, let's get on with the estate. Seems to be largely bills and more bills, gentlemen. Here's one that ought to look familiar to you, Homer. Homer Ramsey, General Merchandise. To Doc Abbott account, $1, $12.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Guess he did buy a doll at the store once.
July 17th, 1925. Somebody wrote, "Please remit" across the bill when it was sent.
Well, that was a mistake.
Oh, say, I remember hearing about that. Sure. Seems Doc owed you for that doll, and one morning he walked in the front door with a pig under his arm. Little shoat it was, squealing to beat the band.
What's all this about? What's the matter here?
Oh, Mr. Ramsey, it's a pig.
I can see that. Is it yours, Doc?
Nope, it's yours, Homer.
You're crazy.
Nope. You see, Homer, you sent me a bill this morning for a doll I bought for my daughter. The bill was marked, "Please remit." I figured you must be kind of hard up, so I hurried right down.
But I can't take a pig in payment.
Well, that's the way my patients pay me. Pigs, eggs, potatoes. I got this shoat for fixing Mrs. Harkin's liver condition.
How much was the bill I sent you?
$12.
That pig ain't worth more than $5.
Well, maybe not right now, but he will be. Here, I brought you a bag of corn, too. Feed the corn to the pig, and in 3 months, Homer, you'll be owing me money.
Now,
but hey, by the way, come to think of it, I believe you owe me money right now. Yep, here it is. Your bill for Mrs. Ramsey's appendicitis operation.
Well, come into my office, John. I want to talk to you about that.
Sure. Take good care of that pig, Mr. Raymond.
Sit down, John.
Yeah, thank you, Homer.
John, that bill was sent to you by mistake. No offense, you know. Now, let's see what I owe you.
Of course, I know you'd rather had Doc Robinson do that operation, Homer, but being as he was out of town and it was an emergency...
Sure. Guess you saved Martha's life that night, John.
Well, it would have been a heap easier if we'd had a hospital in Westport. There's a lot of patients lost on kitchen tables.
Still got that pipe dream about a hospital? You did all right on the kitchen table. Well, let's see the bad news.
Here you are, Homer.
$100.
That's right.
How much of your time did that operation take?
Oh, about 4 hours, I calculate.
$100 for 4 hours? That's pretty steep, John.
You really mean that, don't you, Homer?
You bet I do.
Uh-huh. What do you pay your janitor here?
40 cents an hour.
Uh-huh. Well, I guess I made a mistake in figuring the bill, Homer.
That's more like it.
Yeah, but the only place we differ is the value each of us put on your wife. I was a mite too high, so I'll settle right now for 40 cents an hour. $1.60 cash.
Oh, now, John, I didn't mean that. I'm perfectly willing to pay a fair price.
Give me $1.60.
Well, I feel ashamed to settle for that, John. Really, you know,
Give me the money.
Huh? Oh, sure. Here it is.
Thanks. Now, I'll just make a notation on this bill. Settled for $1.60 cash. You got a bargain at that, Homer. You'd have had to pay a gravedigger for 6 hours.
There's the record of the transaction, Homer. Settled for $1.60. You got a real bargain that time, Homer.
Let's get on with this, Clyde. I ain't got all day.
Sure. Now, let's see. This next paper, well, it isn't a bill for a change. It's a newspaper announcement of Dick's graduation from medical school, June 17th, 1936. At Curtis University today, Richard Marvel Abbott, son of Dr. John Abbott, was graduated with honors.
That was a right fine speech you made, Dick. I didn't understand all the big words, but you said them well.
Thanks, Dad. I've never mentioned this before, Dad. I always seemed kind of awkward, but thanks, Dad, for all these years here.
No. It's been my fun, Dick. Say, I've been meaning to ask you, if you were going on into postgraduate work now, just what would you specialize in?
Oh, that's easy. The thing you always wanted to do, neuropathology. I'd like to know all about nerves.
I'm glad to hear that. Because you're going to spend the next 2 years at the Sorbonne in Paris.
The Sorbonne? Oh, but you can't afford that, Dad.
I've managed to save a little, and I've an idea where I can borrow some more.
I'd be a liar if I told you I wasn't crazy to go, but...
Yeah, you'll sail in 2 weeks. You know, son, To my way of thinking, neurology is the greatest field in the world. There's so much pain I could spare people if I knew how. Some diseases, well, I can't cure them at all. But if I could only take the pain out of them.
I know, but Dad, you always wanted postgraduate work. You never got it. Now, why should I?
Oh, times have changed, Dick. Doctors have to know more these days. And what I don't know, well, maybe when you come back, you teach me. So, you see, it's a bit sort of partnership, you and me, eh, son?
Thanks, Dad. Dad, you're swell.
Dad, wait.
Where's Jean? What's all the yelling about, young lady?
Dad, Howard Sykes wants to drive me back to Westport. May he?
Howard Sykes? Well, I guess so.
Oh, thanks, Dad. Oh, Dick, your speech was grand.
Well, thanks.
Dad, have you told him yet?
Uh-huh, just now.
Isn't it wonderful, Dick? I know you're going to be all kinds of a success over there. Well, Howard's waiting. Bye.
Bye.
Come home early.
I will.
Hey, Dad, I don't know whether I like the idea of Jean running around with that Howard Sykes.
No? Why, son? You haven't got anything against Howard Sykes, have you?
No, of course not.
Neither have I. Not a thing. Except, of course, he's George Sykes' son.
Yeah.
Dad? Dad, I want to talk to you about some of these bills.
Oh, never mind those. Look here. Letter just come from Dick.
The letter can wait. Dad, something's got to be done about getting in some of this money that's owing you. Look at this bill. It's 5 years old. To Eben Fisher, Setting Broken Lake, $25. Received on account $2.50, 1 bushel of turnips, and 4 dozen eggs.
Good eggs, too.
And here's one to Mrs. Sarah Bright. Removing cataract from right eye, $40. Received on account 2 months' laundry. Oh, Dad, these people ought to pay you.
Oh, they do the best they can, honey. Most of these folks have a pretty hard time of it.
But what about you? Trying to keep Dick in Paris and all.
Oh, I'll get along all right. We'll manage somehow till Dick comes home. Then we'll have a real doctor in the family.
But, Dad, that's another 2 years yet. In the meantime, what do we do with these bills?
Well, we got to do something, huh? Well, I tell you, Jeannie, just mark 'em paid in full and we'll forget all about 'em.
In just a few minutes, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford, will return in Act 2 of A Man to Remember. Well, it's a pleasure to see our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins. Greetings, Libby. Busy as ever, I suppose.
I should say so, Mr. Ruick. It keeps me busy keeping up with the stars. Lately, it takes me 24 hours a day sometimes.
Well, it seems to agree with you, Libby. You look fine.
I wouldn't have missed it, Mr. Ruick. Well, not long ago, I was out at the Soldiers' Canteen where Mary Martin and Claudette Colbert served coffee and sandwiches at night. And Mary and Claudette had been busy all day long, but you should have seen them pitch in and help make sandwiches.
I'll bet 2 such famous stars had plenty of customers for those sandwiches, Libby.
Well, rather. And everyone agreed Mary and Claudette looked just as lovely working at that canteen counter as they look on the screen.
Of course they did. Those girls have real beauty. Lovely, fresh complexions that pass the close-up test, both on the screen and off it. You know, it's nice to be able to say they use Lux toilet soap regularly.
You mean you might say Mary and Claudette have Lux soap complexions? I know they have. Well, here's what Claudette Colbert herself told me. Even if I'm all in at bedtime, she said, I never neglect my Lux soap facial. The Lux soap lather's so rich and creamy. Why, it feels as if you were smoothing beauty in.
Well, Libby, many famous Hollywood stars depend on active lather facials with Lux toilet soap for a complexion care that really works. I wish you'd tell the ladies in our audience just how Mary Martin and Claudette Colbert take a Lux soap beauty facial.
Certainly, Mr. Ruick. First, you pat the smooth Lux soap lather lightly in. Then you rinse with warm water and follow with cool. You pat to dry with a soft towel. It's wonderful how that creamy, active lather removes stale cosmetics and every trace of dust and dirt. And it's delightful how soft and smooth your skin feels after this beauty care.
Yes, Libby, screen stars have found this care has a gentle way with delicate skin. Why don't you try these Lux toilet soap facials for 30 days? See what they can do for your skin. Get 3 cakes of this luxurious white soap tomorrow. You'll get a rich return in loveliness for a very small investment. Now,
Our producer, Mr. DeMille.
Act 2 of A Man to Remember, starring Lionel Barrymore as Dr. Abbott, Anita Louise as Jean, and Glenn Ford as Dick. In the office on Main Street, Lawyer Perkins turns over the papers contained in old Doc Abbott's strongbox. The town's 3 leading businessmen watch eagerly as the attorney picks up the next item, another newspaper clipping, a landmark in the history of Westport.
Looks as if the doc kept everything they printed about that hospital you built, George.
Yes, certainly does. The doc was always hep on that hospital idea.
Yes. Always wondered just how you came to build that hospital, George.
Well, I felt I ought to do something for the town, Clyde, and that seemed a sort of a lasting thing.
Sort of a monument, eh, George?
Mm-hmm.
Say, here's a funny thing. A dance card of Jean's. Some affair at the country club, September 1937. Seems to have been the time your boy Howard was going around with her, George. His name's here for most every dance.
Yes. He did see quite a bit of her at one time. Didn't last, though.
Yes, that's the way it is with young people. Everything's fine one moment, then they have a little quarrel and everything's off. Guess it happened that night. They were driving home from the dance.
Howard, don't you think I'd better drive?
I'm just as sober as when I'm sober. Don't be afraid.
Howard, please slow down. Howard, please.
All right, I'll slow down.
Oh, goodness, you nearly turned us over.
Well, I didn't. Jeannie, do you know you're beautiful, Jeannie?
Oh, Howard, please. I didn't mean I wanted to park. I think you'd better take me home.
Sure I will, on one condition.
What's that?
Tell me you love me.
Oh, don't be silly, Howard. Let's go.
All right, then I'll kill myself.
Howard, where'd you get that gun? Give it to me.
Let go. I'm going to kill myself.
Howard, stop it. Give me that gun, you...
Jeannie, I didn't mean to. Honest, I didn't. Jeannie, where did it hit you?
In my arm.
Oh, bind my handkerchief around it. Gosh, Jeannie, I might have killed you. Now lie as still as you can, and I'll get you right home to your father. Just lie still, Jeannie. Don't move. Just lie still, Jeannie. Please, don't move.
Oh, hello, George. Come in.
Where is he? Where is my son?
He's gone home. You just missed him.
Is he all right?
Yeah, he's all right. And Jeannie's all right, too, luckily. Just a shot in the shoulder.
John, this is terrible.
Yes, George, it is. Might have been murder. Or at the very least, manslaughter.
But the boy didn't mean to hurt her.
I know, George. And he feels pretty terrible about it. But, well, that, I suppose, is a question for the jury to settle. You know, of course, I have to report any gunshot wound to the police. That's the law.
But, John, you can't do that. You can't do that. Listen, John, I'll do anything to make it right.
Will you, George?
You name it. I'll do anything you say.
George, you've made a lot of money around this town. I guess you're about the biggest man Westport's ever produced.
Well?
I was just thinking it's a shame that you won't leave any fitting memorial behind you. A man like you should engrave his name in the history of his town. Something big, George, you know? Something worthwhile.
Like what?
Like the George Sykes Memorial Hospital.
You mean you want me to build a hospital?
That's the idea, George.
Well, I won't do it. Why, this is blackmail.
Yes, sir. I guess it is.
Well, it won't work. I won't build a hospital for you or anyone else.
Not even for your son, George? Be a pity to see him go to jail.
Now, wait. John, be reasonable. I'm willing to do anything within reason.
That's the way to talk. Yes, sir, George. I'll bet it won't cost you more than $30,000 or $40,000.
30 or 40? Oh.
And maybe they'll even let you make a speech.
Oh.
Think of that, George. Standing up in front of the new building with the crowd cheering and the band playing. George, I'm proud of you.
And now we hear from the man who made this building possible, the greatest humanitarian in our town, Mr. George Sykes.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson. Thank you. friends and fellow townspeople, in giving this handsome structure for the benefit of our sick, I, George Sykes, am doing very little. When I glance back at this structure costing $40,000 plus landscaping, I do not feel proud, my friends. I feel very humble because I have been able to do some little act to make my presence in the community a thing of benefit to us all. I thank you.
Good speech, eh, Doc? Short, to the point.
Wonderful speech.
I guess that makes George Sykes about the biggest man this town ever saw.
And what a heart. What a heart. I think I'll go in and take a look around the building. I'd like to see what he's done inside.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. What can I do for you?
Well, afternoon, Superintendent. I just figured I'd better drop in and sign the doctor's registry.
Well, you see, Doctor, Mr. Sykes wanted to be sure that only the most modern methods were practiced here. And so he made a proviso that only physicians who have had postgraduate work within the last 20 years would be admitted to the registry.
Oh, I see.
However, there was a provision made for you, Dr. Abbott. You will be allowed to use the charity ward, provided, of course, a regular hospital physician stands by.
Mm-hmm. Are there any other things that would bar a doctor out of here?
Nothing but the 20-year clause.
I just wondered, because my son's going to get back into town next week from Paris. I just wanted to be sure there wasn't any stipulation against all doctors named Abbott. Well, son, end of the line.
Ah, gosh, the old place hasn't changed a bit, has it?
Same old house, son.
Dick. Oh, it's wonderful to see you again, Dick. Hello.
Oh, Jean. Say, you've changed.
Have I?
I told you, son. Well, I'll take your bag upstairs. Come on now, we got a lot to talk about.
Come on, Dick.
Hey, wait a minute.
Well, what's the matter?
Well, you really surprised me, Jeannie. I mean, say, you know, I didn't even kiss you.
Well, it's not too late, is it?
No, I guess it isn't.
Well, what's so funny?
Oh, I don't know. Well, all the time I've been thinking of you as a sister. Yeah. And you're not at all, are you?
Why, no. I'm not.
Sit down, son. I'm itching to hear what you've been doing. Did you study under Dr. Redding all the time?
Mm-hmm, 2 years.
Redding. Great man.
Yeah, he knows his stuff all right. Say, you know, Dad, I can't get over Jeannie. She's blossomed out into a regular beauty.
You ought to come home oftener and check up on what's going on.
Well, it's a surprise to me. You're not married, Jean.
Oh, I suppose you think I've never had a chance.
Oh, I'll bet you have. Hey, what about Howard Sykes?
Oh, I see Howard once in a while. Nothing serious, though.
Oh.
Redding. You know, I always hoped I could study with a man like Redding someday.
Well, why don't you, Dad? Say, why don't you go over to the Sorbonne for a year?
Me? In Paris? Nah, that's no place for a plug.
Say, Dad, do you mind if Jean and I scoot off for a little while? I'd kind of look the old town over again.
Why, no, not at all. Go run along.
I'll get a hat. Be back in a minute.
Well, son, I guess I got to get a sign painter up here tomorrow.
A sign painter? What for?
I got to have the sign out there changed. Going to put your name first. Make it Richard Marvel Abbott, M.D. And under it, John Abbott. What do you think of that?
Well, Dad, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Huh? Go ahead, son.
Well, about 3 months ago, I had a letter from Dr. Robinson here in town. He wanted me to go in with him as his partner. I wrote him I wouldn't do a thing, though, before I talked to you.
Well, you want to go in with Robinson?
Well, it's not much of a question of wanting to. Well, forgive me, Dad, but I know the kind of patience you have. Say, you know, I'll bet you're way in debt right now on my account. So if I go with Dr. Robinson, I'd make it some real money.
Well, son, money's never bothered me much. But what I owe or what's owed me. I guess that's the wrong attitude, though.
Dad, I wish you'd understand it. It's not money for its own sake. It's just that well, I'll be the only neurologist in this town. That's a new line, and people will go for it. There's people with money who can afford it.
Well, what about the people who can't afford it?
I'll make a deal with you, Dad. I'll take care of any case you send me for nothing, huh?
right, son. Let's shake on it.
I'm ready, Dick. We won't be long, Dad.
Oh, just take a look around, that's all. Goodbye, Dad.
Goodbye. Goodbye, son.
Hey, come on out, can't you, Jeannie? I want to show you my new car.
Oh. So you have a new car?
Sure. Well, what do you think of it, huh?
Oh, it's very nice. Much better than anything your father ever had.
Oh, now, don't be like that. Dad understands if you're going to succeed as a doctor, you've got to put on a little front.
Your father never did. Then I suppose he isn't a success.
Look, Gene, Dad knows exactly why I moved and why I went into partnership with Dr. Robinson. You evidently don't want to understand.
After all he's done for us and what he's expecting from you, I'll never understand.
Oh, now, please, Jeannie. Hey, come on, have dinner with me Thursday night and we can talk this out.
No.
No, now, why?
I've been meaning to tell you for the past week, only so seldom we see you anymore. I'm going to be married.
Oh. Howard Sykes?
Yes.
Okay. Congratulations. Good night.
Good night.
Jean? Jean. Come here, quickly.
Dad, what's the matter with you?
Help me, will you? You sit up, will you?
Oh, Dad, what is it? I thought you were asleep here on the couch. Oh, tell me what to do, please.
It's all right now. A little heart attack. Say, if you should ever find me like that again, Jean, always have me to sit up. So when you lie down, once in a while it's the end.
Oh, Dad. Dad.
Why, Jeannie, you're crying. It's all right. I'm all right now, honey.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. But now, suppose you answer that door. Might be a patient.
All right, Dad.
Good evening. Dr. Abbott in?
Yes, he is.
Can I see him? My name's Johnson.
Just a moment, please. The man to see you, Dad.
Patient?
I don't know. He said his name is Johnson.
Johnson? All right, send him in.
Will you come in, please?
Thank you. Good evening, Doc. You remember me, don't you?
I guess I do. Don't go, Jean.
What is it?
Jean, this man is your father.
My father?
I guess maybe I ought to do a little explaining.
I don't think it's necessary. I've told her already, long ago.
Oh, I see.
Well, I've got to run upstairs.
Good night, Jeannie.
Good night, Dad. And good night, Mr. Johnson.
Well, what do you want?
Oh, nothing at all. I just came back to apologize for the way I was, Doc. And to thank you for taking care of my daughter.
If you're thinking of taking her with you, it's no go.
Oh, no, Doc, it ain't that. Since I gave her to you that night, I've been living in the eastern part of the state, and I've done pretty well, too. Well, I want to pay you for the trouble and expense you've gone to. Here, it ain't what I'd like to give you, but it is something. $3,000.
$3,000? Hey, you sure you can spare that?
Oh, yes. I got plenty for myself, and I'm working steady. Well, I gotta get along.
I don't suppose I'll ever be able to tell you just how much this money means to me, Johnson. I'm going to take it because I need it.
You're a mighty fine man, Doctor. Good night.
Jean! Jeannie!
Yes, Dad. Has he gone?
Yeah, Jean, listen. Do you remember we had an extra registration blank for the Sorbonne when Dick filled his out?
Well, yes, but...
Get it for me, will you? Jean, I'm going to fill out my application for a course under Dr. Redding.
Oh, Dad.
You want to hear from him in a couple of weeks, and then I'm going to Paris, Jeannie, and show him that an old fella can learn as well as a young one.
Dad, that's marvelous.
Now say ah. That's the girl. Come on. Ah.
Ah.
Once more now.
Ah.
That's fine.
Well, Doctor, it's just a sore throat and a cold, ain't it, Doctor?
Well, the throat and the nasal passages are inflamed. You say the Hofstadter boy's been sick, too?
Yes, Doctor.
And the Musicaro children?
That's right, same symptoms.
Well, now, I tell you what I want you to do, Mrs. Smith. Keep Sally in the house and don't, under any circumstances, let other children come in.
You mean it's something serious?
Well, no, I can't say yet. I want to see the Hofstadter boy and the Musicaro kids.
The meeting of the Board of Supervisors of the town of Westport's in order. Dr. Abbott like to say a few words. What about I don't know?
Oh, I won't take much of your time today, gentlemen, but I felt the Board of Supervisors ought to be told of a condition threatening our town.
What's on your mind, John?
Well, you're having a county fair in 2 weeks, and I've come here to ask you to cancel it.
Cancel it? Are you crazy?
What for? Well, unless my diagnoses are all wrong, we're in for an epidemic of infantile paralysis.
And what gives you that idea, Doc?
I have 4 patients who reveal all the preliminary symptoms.
Only 4? That's no epidemic. Just quarantine them.
4 cases of infantile paralysis, gentlemen, are enough to start an epidemic.
Just a moment, John. The merchants of this town have put up about $12,000 for the county fair. Are you suggesting that we throw away that money just because 4 of your patients might have infantile paralysis?
That's right, George.
Nothing doing. Quarantine your patients, and that finishes it.
All right. Then I'll have to go to the newspaper. Jode, I want you to print this story.
Print it? Now listen here, John. We can't scare our readers with every wild rumor that comes down the road.
But this isn't a wild rumor, Jode.
You can't prove it, can you?
All right. Then I want to buy an ad in tonight's edition.
You mean advertise this paralysis scare? I'm afraid we couldn't, John.
Well, how about printing me up some handbills?
Same thing, sorry.
You got a boy, haven't you, Jode Harkins? And you, George, you got a little girl. Jenkins, your kid's just the right age, too.
The right age for what?
For infantile paralysis. Only don't worry, gentlemen. I'm going to see they don't get it. Goodbye, gentlemen. I hope you sleep well tonight.
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. After a brief intermission, Mr. DeMille and our stars, Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford, will return in Act 3 of A Man to Remember. Now, here's a question I'm sure everyone's been asked, and most people find hard to answer. It's this: what's your favorite flower? One says,
Why, it seems to me lilacs are the loveliest flowers in the world. So delicate, so fragrant.
And another,
Yes, lilacs are lovely. But what about lilies of the valley? Ever sniff anything more delicious than a bouquet of those?
Well, if there were just one flower I had to choose, I think it would be the rose. So lovely to look at, with such a delightful perfume.
And that's the way it goes. But you'll notice the choice is usually a flower with fragrance. Everyone loves the delicate perfume of flowers, even though it's pretty hard to agree on a favorite. And that's why the makers of Lux Toilet Soap decided to combine many delicate fragrances in the costly Lux Soap perfume. No less than 34 different ingredients have been blended by a master perfumer to make the exclusive perfume of Lux Toilet Soap. It's an exquisite flower-like fragrance, distinctive and delightful, a haunting fragrance that clings lightly to the skin. Screen stars tell you they love this Lux Toilet Soap perfume. It's luxurious and expensive, yet, because so many million cakes of Lux Toilet Soap are sold, each one costs you but a trifle. And here's a little trick smart women have discovered.
I buy half a dozen cakes of Lux Toilet Soap at a time and slip a few in my dresser drawer till I want to use them. The Lux Soap perfume makes a perfect sachet and leaves a lovely light fragrance on lingerie and handkerchiefs.
Why don't you enjoy the luxury of this fine, fragrant white soap? Lux toilet soap costs so little. Get 3 cakes tomorrow. Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the third act of A Man to Remember, starring Lionel Barrymore, Anita Louise, and Glenn Ford. Little by little, the life of Dr. Abbott unfolds itself as Lawyer Perkins turns over the contents of the strongbox. The men are silent now, each busy with his own thoughts. The lawyer speaks quietly.
Well, here's the last of the bills, gentlemen, for the printing of circulars. He did get those paralysis notices printed up, Jode, even if you wouldn't do it. And there's another item here showing that he gave each kid who helped him 10 cents to post the notices around town. Remember that morning, gentlemen? Quite some excitement, wasn't it?
Oh, it's a notice. Doc Abbott wrote it.
Warning, infantile paralysis. Keep your children indoors and away from other children. Do not attend the county fair. I am undertaking a house-to-house canvass to administer a preventative spray to all children whose parents will permit it. If I do not get to your house, come to me in the evening. John Abbott, M.D. Infantile paralysis. Mary! Tommy! You come right in the house with it!
We weren't home when you came today,
I haven't any money, Doc, but I'll pay
Dr.
you
Robinson
payday.
is my doctor, but I couldn't get in touch with him today.
All right, folks. Now, if you just line up one by one, I'll take care of you in the living room. Get those sprays ready, will you, Jeannie?
Dad?
Oh, hello, son. What brings you around?
Dad, I came to talk to you.
Well, I'm pretty busy right now, Dick, but all right, if you can talk fast.
Well, can we be alone?
I'll go, Dad.
No, Gene, no. Gene's been my right hand and most of my heart for a long while, Dick. What's on your mind?
Well, it's all about this paralysis scare. Now, if you're wrong, Dad, it'll reflect on every doctor in this town. People will lose confidence.
Yeah. Well, maybe we doctors should value our reputations more than we do. Now, take me. I run a 50-50 chance of being wrong. If I am wrong, people lose confidence. But if I'm right, why then I've saved lives. Young bodies, muscles, and bones, grief and pain. I think it's worth the gamble, Dick.
Well, there's another thing, Dad. This business of spraying children, whether they're your patients or not, well, that's considered unethical.
Huh.
The County Medical Association is pretty well stirred up about it. You see, that's really why I came to warn you.
Oh, the County Medical Association stirred up, are they? Well, now, isn't that too bad? Well, you tell them they should have been stirred up a week ago. They're too late. Now, get out, son. I'm tired and I got work to do.
All right, Dad.
Dad, he felt he had to do it. He was only trying to help you.
I know. Oh, Gene, I never felt it before, but I'm an old man.
Gentlemen, your attention, please. You've heard the charges of the Medical Association, Dr. Abbott. The county fair and the reputation of all of us has been put in jeopardy by what we must consider an unwarranted action on your part. Have you any defense to offer?
No defense, Dr. Robinson.
Then I have no cause but to put your suspension to a vote.
Suspension? All right, go ahead. When you want to tell me the good news, you'll find me at home.
Well, all in favor of suspension, vote aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
Motion carried. I'm sorry, Dick.
Just a minute. Because my father made a mistake, you voted him out. But let me tell you, the greatest men in medicine were those who made the greatest mistakes. That's how they learned and passed on their knowledge to us. What my father's done required more courage than there is in this whole room. With courage like his, we're doctors. Without it, we're mechanics. Mr. Chairman, I have no choice but to tender my resignation.
Dick, you can't do that.
I'm sorry to be late, gentlemen.
Oh, come in, Dr. Palmer. We waited for you as long as we could.
Well, I'm sorry I couldn't get away. I have 6 cases of infantile paralysis in Wellington.
What?
Paralysis? Are you sure, Dr. Palmer? Of course I'm sure. We're in for an epidemic, gentlemen. There are 8 cases reported in Palmdale, 14 in Riverdale, 4 in Delta, and it's spreading like wildfire.
I assume we shall disregard all action in this meeting. Do I hear a motion that we insist on cancellation of the county fair?
I make such a motion.
All in favor, aye.
Aye.
There you are, Dad. There's the report from the whole county. They've licked the epidemic. Oh, isn't it wonderful? And it's all due to you.
No, not me. The doctors worked pretty hard, Jean.
Oh, yes, but it's you who showed them the way. I'll go, Dad.
Special delivery letter for Dr. Abbott. Sign here.
Oh, there. Dad, a special delivery from Paris.
Huh? Paris? From the Sorbonne. Read it to me, will you, Jeannie? My eyes are kind of tired.
Don't be so nervous, Dad. Now, dear Dr. Abbott, your application for admission to Dr. Redding's courses in neurology have been duly received. We regret to inform you that this class requires 2 years graduate work from anyone entering it. We are therefore...
That's enough, Jeannie, that's enough.
Oh, Dad. Oh, it's not fair.
No, maybe it's just as well. I got a better place for that money anyway.
May I come in?
Dick?
Hello, Jean. Hello, Dad.
Well, son, it's good to see you.
Dad, there are a lot of people outside.
People? Well, send them in.
Well, I think maybe you'd better see them on the front porch. It's pretty much of a crowd.
Crowd? To see me? Who are they?
Well, the minister's leading them. Come on out here, Dad.
Well, Dick, what's all this? Looks like everybody in town.
Well, I guess it is, just about.
Good evening, Doctor.
Oh, evening, Reverend.
Dr. Abbott, you've been among us for a long time, and you've worked hard. You've never made much money, I guess, because the people you worked for didn't have much. But you didn't care. You just kept right on working. We wanted you to know we're grateful. I have here a letter of thanks. It's got 6,000 signatures, Doctor. Every man, woman, and child in town. It's just to let you know that we love you.
Why,
I believe Dr. Robinson has a few words to say.
Dr. Abbott, I've come to extend my personal and professional apologies. You've taught us all something, not only about medicine, but about humanity. The Westport Medical Association has delegated me to inform you that, if you will accept it, you have in advance been elected president by acclamation.
Dr. Robinson and friends, well, thank you very much.
Oh, Dad, I'm proud of you.
Thanks, son. It's been something of a night, ain't it?
Come on, Dad. I'm going to put you on the couch and you're going to rest.
Yeah. Well, I guess I am pretty tired.
I'll take it. Hello? Oh, yes? Yes, Mrs. Harmon. Dr. Abbott will be right over. It was Mrs. Harmon, Dad. She thinks Joe's broken his arm. I'll take the case.
Well, but she expects me.
I told her Dr. Abbott would be right over.
Oh. Well, thanks, son.
Dad, would you mind if I get that sign painter up here tomorrow?
Son, I'd like that fine.
Well, I won't be long.
Dick, do you mind if I go with you? You see, I always go with Dr. Abbott on cases of this nature.
Oh, I think that's a great idea. Hey, I don't suppose I could hope that you'll always go with Dr. Abbott?
Dick, if you want me.
Now, what about Howard Sykes?
Oh, that was only because you were so stupid. I I wouldn't marry anyone but a doctor. But I had to make sure he was a real doctor.
Yeah, well, I think maybe you got one, Gene. I think maybe, yeah.
I'll do my best. Come on. Goodbye, Dad.
Goodbye, kid. Dr. Abbott, be right over. Sob. We regret to inform you. 6,000 names. Every man, woman, and child in the town. Dr. Abbott, be right over. Dr. Abbott.
The night we honored old Dr. Abbott was the night he died. That brings us to the last paper in the strong box, this envelope. I think we can open it now.
Well, money. A whole stack of bills.
There's a note, too, gentlemen. I'll read it to you. You'll like this. To George Sykes, Homer Ramsey, and Jode Harkness. I knew you three vultures would be the first to crawl over the carcass.
What?
According to my calculations, I owe the three of you $2,526.37. In this envelope, you will find $3,000. After you've taken out what I owe you, there should be $473.63 left for Richard and Jean. Don't try to make it any less, because knowing you good people, I took the precaution to tell them exactly how much there was. Until I see you all in eternity, I am your humble servant, John Abbott, M.D.
Well, that's that. He was a good man. Paid every cent he owed.
3:30. I suppose the service is just about over by now. Kind of wish I'd have gone.
Yeah, I wish I had too.
Yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. Thy rod and thy staff, they comfort me. Thou preparest a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. Thou anointest my head with oil. My cup runneth over. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever.
So ends the story of John Abbott, M.D. Throughout America, there are thousands of others like him, whose estates are measured not in money, but in memories of service to their fellow men. The beloved artist who played John Abbott tonight returns to our microphone now, Lionel Barrymore, and with him are Anita Louise and Glenn Ford.
Glad to be back with you, C.B.
And one thing I'm sure of, Mr. Barrymore, is that every doctor in our audience got a thrill from your performance tonight.
And you know, nowadays we have a pretty good chance to follow their example of self-sacrifice.
Yes, Glenn. These are times when everybody should be thinking of others. Those boys out there in Australia, and all our outposts where the flag flies today. But thinking isn't enough. We must go into action.
You can trust C.B. to get action in the picture. Well, we all want to see that total eclipse of the rising sun. Well, buying war bonds will hurry it up.
It'll take an awful lot of them, though. Why, it costs $1 million a day just to feed the army.
I don't know how you can be so pretty and then carry figures like that in your head.
Ask her how much you get back in 10 years from an $18.75 bond.
Oh, well, that's easy. $25 and a warm feeling in your heart.
Yes, and somewhere, perhaps it will mean life itself to some American boy. We know that 10% of our income, yours and mine and everybody's, 10% put into war bonds now, every payday, will save American lives. It'll buy the fighting tools for our fighting men.
10% of everybody's income is the quota, and war bonds and stamps may be purchased from a bank, post office, savings and loan association, theaters, investment broker, retail store, or newspaper carrier. Well, what's on the schedule for next week, Mr. DeMille?
Oh, before you tell us that, Mr. DeMille, I just want to say that I think that the Lux Radio Theater is doing a grand war job. We need plays like those you're giving us. And speaking for myself, at least, I can't get along without your product, Lux Soap. It's been my regular complexion care for a long time. You see, I think Lux Soap is a lucky soap.
You're living proof that Lux Soap is more than lucky, Anita. But about next week.
Yes, well, what's the play, C.B.?
A real thriller, Lionel. The Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer aviation hit, Test Pilot. And our stars will be Robert Taylor, Rita Hayworth, and Robert Preston. It's a drama of men who risk their lives every day to make American planes better, the Test Pilots. Mix action, adventure, and romance at 400 or 500 miles an hour. And you have Test Pilot here next week with three of your favorites, Robert Taylor, Rita Hayworth, and Robert Preston.
Things never stop happening in that play, C.B. Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night. Good night. Don't forget, buy a bond and save a life. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Robert Taylor, Rita Hayworth, and Robert Preston in Test Pilot. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Glenn Ford appeared through the courtesy of Columbia Pictures and will soon be seen in their production of The Eagles Fly High. Heard in tonight's play were Leo Cleary as Sykes, Harlan Briggs as Ramsey, Griff Barnett as Perkins, Charles Seal as Harkness, Francis X. Bushman as Dr. Robinson, Fred Mackay as Howard Sykes, Bruce Payne as Minister, and Warren Ash, Dwayne Thompson, Dick Elliott, Edward Marr, Victor Rodman, Dix Davis, Leon Ledoux, and Mary Lou Harrington. Tune in next Monday night to hear Robert Taylor, Rita Hayworth, and Robert Preston in Test Pilot. Our music was conducted by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome to The Victory Kitchen, the podcast all about American food rationing during World War II. I'm your host, Sarah Creviston Lee, author, historian, and vintage foodie. I'll be exploring the logistics of food rationing, featuring wartime cookbooks and recipes, and highlighting real home front experiences. We're going to be learning exactly what our grandmothers had to do to get their food to fight for victory. Hi, welcome to this new episode of The Victory Kitchen. This is episode number 6, The Dairy Dilemma. Please pardon my scratchy voice. I'm recording really early in the morning before my toddler wakes up. I just wanted to start off by saying that this episode is dedicated to all the farmers and farm workers that are working so hard to provide food for our country during this crisis. Now, you may have seen recently, there's some articles floating around online about dairies dumping their milk. And the first reaction I think that people have is anger, because in some places there's a milk shortage. At least for the consumers, it's hard to get milk sometimes. And I found that to be the case in my area. There's still restrictions on how much milk you can get at some stores, not at every store. So yes, this produces a lot of anger, confusion, and it's hard to understand why so much good food would go to waste in a time when we need that food. I wanted to read something from one of the articles that are floating around the internet about this milk dumping. So this one article is from Reuters.com. It's titled, U.S. Dairy Farmers Dump Milk as Pandemic Upends Food Markets. The article says, quote, mass closures of restaurants and schools have forced a sudden shift from those wholesale food service markets to retail grocery stores, creating logistical and packaging nightmares for plants processing milk, butter, and cheese. Trucking companies that haul dairy products are scrambling to get enough drivers, as some who fear the virus have stopped working. And sales to major dairy export markets have dried up as the food service sector largely shuts down globally. I think this is a really good explanation for this modern crisis. There's a lot kind of to pick out of here. Besides the bottling, it says the logistic and packaging nightmares. Each market has its own specific requirements for packaging, and having to switch from schools and wholesale food service markets to just strictly retail grocery stores. I mean, that can be a logistical nightmare. And the other factor is drivers being afraid to drive, and that they've stopped working. So on the surface, it might be easy to get angry about the situation, but as we'll find out in today's episode, farming in general, and in this case, dairy farming, is very complex, and it's not something that can really be simplified into one picture or one article. So in World War II, there was a dairy crisis, and there are a lot of similarities to today's problem and then. It was, of course, very different during World War II as well, because the causes of the problem were different. In 1942, milk production had reached an all-time high of 56 billion quarts, but an additional billion quarts was being asked for in production quotas for 1943. Now, I mean, that's a lot. That's a lot of milk, and the problem was that farmers were in a tough spot. Feed prices were going up. In January 1943, the OPA set a price freeze on milk. So because feed prices were going up and the price of milk was frozen, farmers were kind of being squeezed out of their profit. Not only that, but dairy associations were really annoyed with the government for meddling in dairy regulations when they already had a handle on it and had for years. Farmers were also complaining that the government was creating an environment for inevitable milk rationing across the country by creating this price ceiling. The cost of feed was going up, and if you remember from previous episodes, grains, like many other food products, were being used for other wartime purposes. So in the case of grains, food for human consumption and also for alcohols. And I'm sure there's many other purposes that grains were being put to use for. So it just wasn't enough to offset the money that the farmers were losing. So because of this price freeze, there were no incentives to produce more milk. So an emergency fix on this, some farmers started slaughtering their dairy cows because, hey, it's meat. Meat is a hot commodity, and they could get more money for meat than they could for milk and milk products. But the problem with this is it was a very temporary solution, because what about next year when they had to get in their milk quotas? The U.S. would be down a lot of dairy cows, and it would take about a year and a half to get those new dairy cows up to production. So that was further adding to the dairy problem. So let's back up to when dairy rationing started in March of 1943. And I'll be talking a bit about butter in this because it is a fat, but it also plays into a lot of the other dairy rationing things, and it is a dairy product, so it kind of plays the line a little bit. All right, so the dairy products that were rationed were butter, cream, cheeses, but not milk. And this is very important to note because this comes into play later. Milk products were under the red stamp umbrella of the ration program, and the red stamps included meats. The interesting thing about this that I learned through my research for this episode is that all the red stamp items had an interdependent relationship. So, for example, if meat availability was low, dairy products like cheese were considered a protein replacement, and their demand went up. So instead of using red points for the more expensive and less available meat, you'd buy more cheese instead, like everyone else in your area. So this created very complex supply challenges in regions or localities. So in the country, this might not be such a problem because there were a lot of farms, but in the city, it would be a problem. So why was milk so important during World War II? The number one reason was nutrition. Milk was considered not just a beverage, but a vital, healthful food. If we look at the food groups from World War II, milk and milk products were in their own food group. It was group number 4, and this included fluid, evaporated, dried milk, and cheese. Butter was in its own food group with margarine, which I think is kind of funny. Now, I have to mention ice cream here, even though I am going to be doing a separate episode next about ice cream rationing. But ice cream wasn't in one of the 7 food groups, sadly. But ice cream producers and vendors like to lump their products in with milk as a quote-unquote vital, nutritious milk food. They said it was full of vitamins, that it was a real food, and that they knew health-conscious Americans consumed ice cream because they knew what a wholesome dairy food it was. I think that's really hilarious, and I wish I could talk about it more now, but it's such a big topic, and I wanted to save it for its own episode. So stay tuned for that. Okay, so back to the milk situation. It was very tricky because there's only so much milk to go around. And when we talk about like millions of pounds of milk, that sounds like so much. And it was, but the military got first dibs. Dairy production was expanded during the war to provide large amounts of cheese, canned and dried milk for military, and lend-lease purposes. So civilians got what was left over. So here's an example. Let's say there's 150 million pounds of milk. The farmers and dairy associations had to decide, based on what the government told them and their own local markets dictated, how much of that milk to use to make butter, to go towards cream, to go to making cheese, to go for evaporated and powdered milk, to be used for ice cream, and how much should be sold as liquid milk. If there was a greater demand for liquid milk, then there was less milk available for other dairy products. And another aspect is that Americans were drinking 20% more milk than before the war. So liquid milk there was a huge demand for it. There was also a huge demand for butter and cream and cheese. So it was tough. It was tough to decide how much milk goes to which product. And they tried their best to get a balance whenever they could. So this complex decision-making, along with government requirements, led to a milk vacuum in some parts of the country, especially in metropolitan areas. So here were the big problems, as if there weren't enough already. So milk rationing had been threatened in the newspapers for months since January 1943. If you remember, that's when the price freeze came down from the OPA. So farmers, like dairy farmers and the dairy associations, were threatening, hey, this is a bad idea. This is going to force milk rationing on us and all of our customers. In October and November of 1943, schools were having a hard time getting milk for their students. In some areas where milk supply had been fine in June of 1943, by September of 1943, they had problems because people were moving back home from summer homes, populations were increasing, and I'm thinking this is probably due to war job opportunities. Students were back in school, and all of these led to a drain on milk supplies for various locations around the country. On top of all this, in August of 1943, dairies were rationed on their glass bottles because of the huge demand for glass containers to replace cans and for other purposes, and due to transportation difficulties. That sounds familiar with today's problem. Housewives were encouraged to return every unused bottle to the dairy if they wanted to continue to get fresh milk. Wow. That is a huge problem, because if you've got the product, but you don't have the containers to put it in, what the heck are you going to do? Even just that reason alone, I could see leading to milk dumping, because milk is one of those things that you can't just let it sit on a shelf. It has a very short shelf life and it goes bad really quickly. So the final nail in the coffin, I guess you could say, is there was a farm labor shortage, and this greatly affected the dairy industry. In some of my research for a book that I'm writing, what I found is that they were turning to alternatives for labor. And we know that they used POWs for farm labor in America. And they were also looking at conscientious objectors to work on dairy farms, especially because the farm labor shortage was so dire. Okay, so how did they solve all these problems? Or did they? That's a really good question. There were a lot of enterprising people that suggested solutions to these problems. There was the suggestion that dairy rationing was removed from the meat rationing red stamp umbrella. And this would make it so that dairy products would be better regulated on their own. There were other suggestions to prevent fluid milk from being rationed. One was to limit the size of milk sheds by restricting transportation. Another was to eliminate ice cream and cream byproducts. So Zippo ice cream being produced during the war. I think for Americans that would have been a nightmare. Some people suggested to ration fluid milk on a coupon basis. Another suggestion was to allocate milk to dealers or to markets. Of course, they suggested to increase the supply despite the dairymen breaking production records, but then they wanted the demand to be pared down to match the supply. That could be done with milk rationing. So they needed to increase the supply and decrease the demand so that they could meet somewhere in the middle. They also suggested a butterfat reduction in fluid milk and ice cream. Now, this suggestion was accomplished in some areas. They reduced the butterfat in ice cream. I'm not sure if they did it in milk, but I did find some articles talking about how in Iowa they reduced the butterfat content in ice cream. It even shows a congressman trying some of the new ice cream. And this was a big deal because there were laws stipulating how much butterfat went into certain dairy products. All right, so what were some things that were helping? As the war progressed, there was increased deployment of American soldiers and sailors overseas, which meant there was less strain on local milk supplies. Because yes, they loved their soldiers, but they were a strain on some of the local food supplies, and especially milk and ice cream. Another thing that helped was that fresh milk couldn't be hoarded. You can't hoard a bunch of bottles of milk in your fridge. One newspaper article suggested that the most effective way of increasing production of milk was through higher paying prices for milk and assurance of better supplies of feed for the farmers. That is definitely what the dairy farmers wanted. They wanted higher paying prices for their milk to get rid of that price ceiling, let the markets do their natural thing, and also to have an assurance of the feed that could come to their cows. Another thing that was helping was educating the public. Dairy companies ran ads or regular articles in newspapers explaining the dairy situation as it progressed, so customers would understand what was going on. One company in particular was the Sidwell Dairy Company from Iowa City. They ran a weekly article on Tuesdays from November 16, 1943 to August 8, 1944. This series was a goldmine of information. Each little article posed a question with an answer. So some examples of the questions are, any cottage cheese today? What's happened to your ice cream? How much do you pay the farmer for his milk? Why in heaven's name do you deliver the milk so early? And will milk production be short in 1944? This was very smart on the dairy company's part because everyone read the newspaper, and if you could teach them what the problem was and what the local companies were doing about it as much as they could, or even explaining from their end what was being asked of them by the government, then consumer anger, I guess, could be dampened down a little bit. With understanding comes a lot more peace, I guess. And it was a very smart move on these companies' parts to try and teach the public what was going on. Now we come down to the big question. Was milk rationed during World War II? Now, you're probably thinking, you already said before it wasn't. Well, the short answer is no, but yes, it was. So yes and no. It's no because the OPA never officially rationed milk by making it part of the National Ration Stamp Program. However, the War Food Administration did issue an order that specific regions, mostly metropolitan areas, must institute milk rationing. This was really a modified rationing, and it was for a shorter period of time than we think of the other rationed products. Food Distribution Order number 79. So this was based on region, and they did not use ration stamps for this. Now, I found references to various areas around the country that rationed milk. I am sure there is more than what I'm about to mention, but these are the ones that I could find. So on October 4th, 1943, milk rationing began for Omaha and Council Bluffs, Oklahoma areas. Customers would receive their normal orders of milk, but they wouldn't be able to receive extra milk. On October 20th, milk rationing for one dairy in the Winston-Salem, North Carolina area started due to a milk shortage. And the customers were told that shortage would probably only last 50 days. It's good to note that the other two dairies in the area were not rationing milk. So just this one particular dairy in the Winston-Salem area. All right, in November, milk rationing was happening in 6 Iowa cities: Davenport, Cedar Rapids, Waterloo, Des Moines, Council Bluffs, and Sioux City. On November 1st, milk rationing started in California's 5 largest metropolitan areas. And this was intended at first to affect only cities with 100,000 people or more: Los Angeles, Oakland, Sacramento, San Diego, and San Francisco. But then San Jose and Stockton were added. I found this November 1943 article that talked about how milk rationing by dairymen was a thankless job. This is referring to the California market. It talked about how a lot of irate customers were asking for more milk, and the public was asked to hold everything and give them a chance to catch up and iron out the problems with the start of milk rationing. And if there's anything we've learned from this show, it's that when rationing started, it was super confusing for everybody, the suppliers and the customers. One of the wrinkles in this milk rationing deal was a smaller amount of milk was available for families with children, while restaurants were still getting 100% of their June deliveries. Now, this rationing was taking place in November, and they're talking about June deliveries. Like, what does June have to do with November? But milk supplies were frozen at the June 1943 level. At least this is what was mentioned in this particular article. So whatever milk they were supplying to customers in June is what they could give their customers in November. Part of this problem was that restaurant accounts hadn't increased since June, but the population had increased. So individual families, many of them with young children, were getting less milk. Also mentioned in this article was that California schools were having a problem securing enough milk. Some were getting less than their usual orders, while others got none. And like I said before, this is not a complete list. No doubt many other large cities across the U.S. faced modified milk rationing. Now, the dairy farmers, they tried to come up with some solutions. One was that they delivered milk every other day as opposed to every day to kind of spread it out. In many cases, the dairy farmers or the distributors, They were the ones that had to decide how to allocate the milk. They did this with priority in mind. One article mentioned that this is where regular consumers came in the priority ladder. First came hospitals. Second came homes in which there were babies. Third came other households, so I guess everybody else. And last came hotels and restaurants. Now, some people called for schools to be exempt from dairy rationing. I don't know if that was ever made a reality, but there were some people asking that happen so that milk could be delivered to schools without any problems. So let's fast forward to 1944. And this is where dumping milk comes in. One article from June 1944 reported a complaint that in and around the Boston area, milk was being poured down drains because of government regulations, while eager customers were short on milk, cream, and ice cream. In fact, a farmer had reporters come and watch him dump the milk down the drain to make a statement. So on the surface, this seems like a crime. But if we've learned nothing else this episode, it's that agriculture and food production is far more complex than what you get at face value. With the milk scarcity, government orders limited milk dealers to selling only a percentage of June 1943 sale levels. June is a month of normal increases in milk production because of greener pastures, so they naturally had a surplus of milk. But they legally couldn't sell the milk surplus. They could give it away, but processing and bottling costs would be a huge burden because that would be on them. So they had to throw the milk away. In another related article, they explained that the government did anticipate the surplus, so extra milk was diverted for other purposes, and they were happy with the lower level of wastage. So it was a wastage that was expected. And if you think about it, if you have like a lot more of a commodity and then you suddenly flood the market with it, no pun intended for milk, but it could drastically lower the cost of milk, and that would be detrimental to farmers as well. So they try to keep it a balanced system, and that's what the government, I guess, was trying to do. So in the end, we can say that no, milk was not rationed in America by the OPA, but yes, it was rationed for some people. Now, if you're interested, I found this amazing wartime video produced by the Borden Milk Company, and it goes through the entire process of milk from the cow until it gets to the customer's door. What's cool about it is that it shows you how they collect the milk from the farmers, how they pasteurize and bottle the milk. It's so fascinating, and I really encourage you to take a look at this film. I've got a link for it on my blog, victorykitchenpodcast.com. After the break, we're going to be talking about our featured cookbook for the day, the Westinghouse Health for Victory Meal Planning Guide from October 1943. And we'll have our story highlight, which is something a little bit different today. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Today's featured wartime cookbook is Health for Victory Meal Planning Guide by Westinghouse Company, October 1943 issue. I think I talked about these Health for Victory meal planning guides in my last episode, but I really wanted to feature it today because this whole series is amazing. Westinghouse Electric and Manufacturing Company out of Mansfield, Ohio, is the one that produced these little magazines. And they were designed for the wives of the plant workers. They had a Health for Victory club, and this club would educate the women on how to prepare nutritious meals, how to pack lunch boxes for themselves, for their kids, for their husbands that were in manufacturing, and they would educate them about nutrition. To supplement this program, they produced these magazine type cookbooks. It's been very hard to pinpoint exactly when these started, but my earliest issue is August 1942. These earlier issues are harder to find, but you can still find them for sale online. The later issues especially. So the issues from 1943 are easy to find, and these are what I tell people if you want to have at least one cookbook to learn about wartime rationing, you should get one of these issues. Because not only does it have the recipes at the back, these were far more than just regular cookbooks. Each issue has a theme to it. And this is what they would base the articles inside on. So in this issue, October 1943, it has a picture of a sailor eating ice cream with a really happy face. And the subtitle for this issue, or they say featured in this issue, our biggest bargain in food. 88 recipes not in the September issue. And inside, all the articles are about milk. So milk and milk products, our biggest bargain in food. How to keep milk pure, rich in food value as it comes to you. They tell you how milk is pasteurized and why, and how to safeguard your milk once it gets to your house. They talk about how milk is a food, not merely a beverage. And then they teach you how to incorporate it into your meals so that you are satisfying group number 4 of the food group wheel from that time. And they point out all the different ways that you can get your dairy into your diet, whether it's through cheese or buttermilk or liquid milk, evaporated milk, lots of different ways. And of course, they feature different recipes. But they don't just do that. On top of all that awesome information, they have menus for every single meal in the month. They also teach you how to use these menus, have a market list for these menus, and then have the recipes after that. They even have things that like preparations you can do ahead of time, which I think is pretty cool. I wanted to read a little bit of how they put these menus together. They say how these menus are planned. Use these menus and you'll avoid all the headaches of meal planning because we've suffered them for you. Have you included everything your family needs for healthful eating? Will they like it? Can you get it? Does it take too many points? We've met all these problems for you, have helped work out your marketing list, and have thought out the things you can do in advance to serve meals quickly. We begin with the basic 7. Foods from each of the 7 groups are included every day, some in breakfast, some in lunch, and some in dinner, to make sure you get all the things you need. Then the menus are checked 3 times at least. Rationed foods are carefully figured. Whenever possible, they are avoided entirely. When used, points are carefully considered in an effort to stay within ration budgets. However, overnight changes in point values may alter the situation slightly. Many H4V members tell us that these menus have helped them save ration points. We believe in thrift too. I've saved money since I began using the H4V menus, many women tell us. That's because they're planned around low-cost foods and make thrifty use of leftovers. They must have eye appeal. The best food in the world does no good unless it is eaten. That's why we plan meals that provide welcome color and texture contrast. We eat with our eyes a lot of the time, whether we realize it or not. Then the Taste Testers Club goes to work on these menus. All H4V recipes are tested to make sure they are foolproof. On top of that, they are all tested for taste too by the Taste Testers Club, a critical jury of men and women whose thumbs up or thumbs down decide whether a dish is used in these menus. There are plenty of men in the club, so you can be sure nothing sissy gets by. They prove again and again that flavor's the thing. They're often surprised they enjoy foods they think they don't like. And then they teach you how to use these menus. They say use one full day's menu at a time and suggestions if foods are scarce. About the budgeting thing, in some of their other issues, they mentioned that these menus are figured so that you can be spending about $14 to $16 a week on groceries. To us today, that seems like, wow, that is an amazing bargain. But this is kind of a soapbox of mine. $14 today means nothing. I mean, that doesn't mean anything to us because we're not factoring in inflation. And so I did the calculation one time for the $14 to $16 range from 1943, and I think it was like 2018 values. And it was about, with factored inflation, it worked out to be about $150 a week in today's money value. And I think that's pretty fair. It depends on the size of your family, but I think for a family of 3 or 4, $150 a week is a pretty good estimate for what to spend. Now, it's not taking into account the price of foods, because, as you know, in wartime it was so different, and today it's so different. You'd have to factor each food separately and do the calculation to figure out what the cost of the food would be in today's money value. So yeah, be very careful when if you run across, you know, monetary values in old cookbooks or old ads and things, because we have to take into account inflation. And it's a very easy calculation to do. And I will provide the link on my blog. And it's a link to my history blog, where I laid it all out and did some practice calculations so you could see how to do it for yourself. All right. So getting into the recipes I tried for this episode, I tried 2 cheese recipes, because that's one easy way to get milk into your diet, especially if there aren't big milk drinkers in the family. I tried these 2 recipes: cheese English monkey and rarebit. Now, I'll be honest, cheese English monkey I picked just because of the funky name, and because I had everything on hand. Same thing for the rarebit. So I think I have come across English monkey. It might have been in a British wartime cookbook. This is a really great recipe to use up like stale bread or bread ends. Like in my family, nobody eats the bread ends. So I save those and then grind them up and stick the crumbs in the freezer. You can also like dry them out, but I just usually stick them in the freezer. But that's what I used. I had bread crumbs in the freezer. It calls for 2 cups breadcrumbs, 2 cups milk, 2 tablespoons butter, fortified margarine or drippings, 1 cup soft mild cheese cut into very small pieces, 2 eggs slightly beaten, 1 teaspoon milk. So for the soft mild cheese, I had some farmer's cheese. I had some cream cheese I needed to use up, and then a little bit of mozzarella cheese. This was a very easy recipe to make. And what it is for is they suggest to serve it on toast or toasted crackers. And it was surprisingly tasty. My husband, myself, and our oldest, we ate it and enjoyed it. The second recipe is for rarebit. I've always wanted to try rarebit. I don't know if it's because like when I read it and say it, it sounds like I'm saying rabbit, but has nothing to do with rabbits. And I'm not sure why it's called rarebit, but I think this was our favorite recipe. So rarebit is another kind of cheese spread, and it's a little bit different though, because it uses butter or margarine, 1/2 pound of soft cheese, 1/2 cup evaporated milk, a little bit of cayenne, 1 egg, and then salt and pepper to taste. This is just a cheese sauce. And I used margarine in this. And then for the soft cheese, I used the rest of the farmer's cheese and then some cream cheese to supplement what I didn't have. Like I didn't have enough poundage to make this recipe, so I used the cream cheese. And the egg is also once again used to thicken it. So you're cooking it over the stove. This stuff was amazing. Oh my gosh, we loved this stuff. In fact, it was gone by the next day. And they suggest in the recipe that 2 tablespoons tomato soup added just before serving improves the flavor and color. And I thought, that is weird. Like, why would you add tomato soup to that? But I did it because we just happened to have tomato soup that day for lunch. And I actually couldn't really tell much of a difference in the flavor. But then, it still tasted really good. But then I decided to get really fancy and I added salsa. So obviously not wartime recommended, but wow, it was awesome. It was like a wartime queso without any queso. And ate it with tortilla chips. So totally cheated. I did try these on crackers, by the way, like it suggested, and it was good. But I think on tortilla chips, it was the best because it was mixed with salsa, and, you know, salsa and chips go together. But, oh my gosh, super good. We ate all of it. I did want to mention for the cheese English monkey, I tried it on a variety of crackers, but I felt that the cracker that it tasted the best on was not a wartime cracker at all, sadly. I tried it on Ritz, Triscuits, and then some... Did I try it on Wheat Thins? No, I don't think I did. But I should have tried it on saltine crackers. That's what I should have done. But anyway, the one that I thought tasted on the best was Keebler's brand of Toasted's onion crackers. Ah, that was so good. And so I thought maybe the addition of onion to the cheese English monkey would actually be a really tasty variation. And variations are okay when it comes to wartime recipes. That's what they encouraged you to do, right? So anyway, 2 really yummy recipes that were new to us, and we really liked them. If you'd like to get a look, I'll have pictures of these recipes and the cookbook over on my podcast blog. Today's story highlight is a little bit different. I'm going to be reading an article from the Hammond Times entitled Predictions on Rationing of Food by Henry McLemore. This was published in January of 1943. And I wanted to read this to you because this is a very tongue-in-cheek view of wartime rationing before it started, like the bulk of the rationing. So at this point, sugar and coffee are being rationed, but everything else has yet to be rationed. They're just talking about it, and they know it's coming. And I'll talk about the writer a little bit more at the end, but I just want to let you know he's a little bit insensitive about certain groups of people, but just keep that in mind. At the risk of becoming known as Nostradamus McLemore, I'm going to make a few prophecies on the far-reaching effects of the general food rationing plan, which goes into operation on February 2nd. It will influence love and romance. It will influence music. It will influence people and lose them friends. The effect of the ration plan on love and romance is as obvious as Venus de Milo has never won the National Bowling Championship. Do you think for a minute that in the future a man with a great big appetite would even consider courting a girl with a great big appetite? No, indeed, when there are sparrow-like eaters running around loose with just as many points in their ration book as the hefty eaters. Consider her appetite. From now on, the real charm of a maid for a man will not lie in blue eyes or dimples or skill in needlepoint, but rather how she tucks away that food when it is placed in front of her. Just as heiresses have been warned to guard against someone marrying them for their money, light-eating girls will be cautioned, "Are you sure that it's you he loves, my dear, and not all those ration points you have left over each month?" Men, of course, face the same danger. The most eligible man in town may be the fellow with stomach ulcers. Girls who like their food are going to think twice before plighting their troth to a man who needs 700 or 800 pounds a day to keep his 6-foot, 200-pound frame moving around. When inquiring into a suitor's background, parents will care more about the oats he has eaten than the ones he has sown. The ration plan will result in 1,000 new songs. Already, the slap-happy Wagners of Tin Pan Alley are hard at work composing immortal songs to the food shortage. Some song titles. I met a 700-point baby in an A&P store. My heart went on a riot when I met a girl on a diet. My heart is all aflutter over a girl who doesn't like butter. I can't ration my passion for you. Just wait and see. There'll be some even worse than these. As for friendship, the food you serve a guest in your home is going to show plainer than any of your other actions how much you think of him. Give him a dinner that costs you more points than Notre Dame gets in a season, and he will think of you as a true friend. On the other hand, give him a dinner which his knowing eye will quickly see hasn't cost you more than a few measly points in your ration book, and he will never again shake your hand with the same fervor. For the first time since the founding of this country, friendships are going to be made and lost over such items as canned sifted peas, dried apricots, catsup, and noodle soup. In the future, ration points will determine the great hosts and hostesses of the country. Those who are willing to sacrifice all week to really give a bang-up dinner on Saturday night, and not necessarily the wealthy, will be the famed entertainers. Those big dinners. Already old Nostradamus McLemore can see the society columns. A big dinner will be written up like this. The highest point dinner of the season was given last evening by Mr. and Mrs. Gus Riboflavin. Mr. and Mrs. Riboflavin, who has existed on plentiful cereals for a fortnight in order to give the 2,700-point dinner, were so weak that they had to be helped from the table at an early hour. The dinner started with a 60-point appetizer, was followed by a 200-point clear soup, a 500-point entree, and they shot the rest of the points on the salad and dessert. Maybe this all sounds far-fetched, but wait and see. Nostradamus McLemore has never made a wrong prediction on general food rationing in the United States. Okay, so as you can see, very, very sarcastic, and you can kind of sense a note of like bitterness in there. You can tell he's not looking forward to rationing, and it's interesting, his social predictions that will happen. I can't say that any of these did happen, but a very humorous view on the situation. Now, Henry McLemore is an interesting fellow. He was a popular sports writer of the time. He was a news columnist, and he even tried his hand at some acting post-war. He was liked for his tongue-in-cheek humor he displayed in his writing. At one point, from what I could understand, he enlisted, and his wife took over his syndicated news column, which was kind of a fun slant. Unfortunately, he is best known for his harsh outspokenness in favor of Japanese internment during World War II. And like many people who were equally outspoken about it, this haunted him for the rest of his life. It's kind of an interesting parallel to today. Something that he wrote about harshly in his newspaper just was forever out there. And it's something like once it's there, you can't really take it back. It's very similar to today where people say, you know, once it's out on the internet, it's out there forever. So just a really good lesson that just, you know, you have to be careful what you say. One thing I wanted to point out about the article itself is he mentions that rationing is set to go into operation February 2nd. And since January, the OPA had a date of when they thought rationing would start, but they kept pushing it back. So at this point in January, they were saying February 2nd. Later, I saw some articles talking about like February 24th. And then later, they thought it would be March 1st. But as we know, it started at the end of March on the 30th. So yeah, that's why it says February 2nd here, but that's not when rationing started. Now, what I want to see are some songs. These song titles are fantastic. So someone out there, write a song about rationing. I can't ration my passion for you. That's the best. If you've got a song title inspired by wartime rationing, send it on over. I'd love to hear it. Or if you have a wartime food story that you'd like to share from your family, I would love to hear about that too, so I can share it here on the podcast. So just a reminder to leave a review so others can find my podcast. And if you'd like to support this podcast, you can go to anchor.fm/Sarah Creviston Lee and click on support. Thanks for listening, and I'll talk to you next time. Bye.
Now hear this. All hands report aboard the good ship Mail Call.
Stand by, Americans. Here's Mail Call. One big package of fun and music delivered to you by the stars you want to hear in answer to the request you send to Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. And now the pilot is on the bridge, all lines have been cast off, and we're ready to set sail aboard the good ship Mail Call.
And here to skipper us through the next half hour is 5 feet 6 inches of beautiful femininity. Gorgeous Kathy Down.
Well, thank you, and ahoy there, mates. Welcome aboard. And now, if all hands will muster on the quarterdeck, we'll pass the word for our guest to stand by and get started with entertainment at its best. The waters are smooth and clear tonight, but nevertheless, this ship is going to rock and roll with music and with laughter. And here come our first guest with an old favorite, the Gaucho Serenade. It's the Charioteers. Take it, gang.
Every night when the moon is shining bright down in Rio de Janeiro, comes a gent with a mellow instrument and a colorful sombrero. Then he sings and the melody he brings so tenderly played is called the Gaucho Serenade. La 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 la. Si, senor, he's a happy troubadour, on a party you'll find him. Si, senor, he will go from door to door, leaving happiness behind him. All the sweet senoritas hurry out to join the parade and hear the Gaucho Serenade. La 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 la.
Every night when the moon is shining bright on Rio de Janeiro, comes a gent from Malabar Street in a colorful sombrero. Then he sings and the melody he brings so tenderly played. It's called a Gaucho Serenade. La 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 la. Si, senor, he's a happy troubadour, a party you'll find him. Si, senor, he will go from door to door, leaving happiness behind him. All the sweet senoritas hurry out to join the parade and hear the Gaucho Serenade.
Oh, the Gaucho Serenade, the Gaucho Serenade, the Gaucho Serenade. Tra-la-la-la, 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 tra-la-la-la-la. Oh, the Gaucho Serenade, the Gaucho Serenade. Well, the Gaucho Serenade.
Thank you, Charioteers. That was swell. The good ship mail call is really moving now. Next on our roster, fellows, is a man that needs very little introduction. He's appeared with us before, and your letters and requests have brought him back again tonight. Here he is, Victor Borga.
Much. Well, I'm a little nervous, but I'll get over that. See, I've been asked to do something, and as a matter of fact, I've been asked to tell something about my life story, how I became a pianist, and so on and so forth. And, well, see, might as well begin with the beginning. I was born, yeah. And when my mother saw me, she was taken to the hospital. Then I grew up. I started to grow up, and I grew up, and I... Actually, I wasn't like other children from 4 to 6. See, I was 7 already then. And... I remember this is a very important incident that happened. See, I remember it as if it were 30 years ago. I was sitting in my room. I was just a little boy. I was sitting in my room, and my father came in. See, my father was much older than I was. He came in, and I sat there on the right. Yeah, he came in from the other... I didn't know he came in from the other side. See, he was left-handed. But I sat there, and he came in, and I can see it for me as if it were 30 years ago. He came in, he said... first of all, he came in, and he was very angry because he found me in front of a roaring fire. And that made him very angry because we didn't have a fireplace. Well, there I was, and there he was. He said, Borge! See, my father could never remember my first name. He said, Borge, I'm ashamed of you. When I was your age, I was 11. And that's when the whole thing started. That was way back in Denmark. You know, Denmark is a very small country. You know, everybody lives in houses there because they... when they get out of the houses, they're in Sweden, see? Well, anyway, he wanted me to play the piano, and the first number, that's the one I would like to play now, the first number I ever learned to play. My sister was my first teacher, and she taught me the Minute Waltz by Chopin as the first number I ever learned to play while she taught me the piano. She was my first teacher and a very, very good teacher. She taught me the piano, and she was... the Minute Waltz by Chopin was the first number she ever taught me while we... And she is a brilliant piano player herself, a world-famous piano player, and I'm very pleased to introduce her. Her name is... Wait a minute, this is ridiculous. She's my only sister. Wait a minute. Well, I've spoken to her so often. Well, it won't make any difference. I recognize her when I see her. And here's the Minute Waltz by Chopin. It won't take long. Oh, by the way, the Steinway people asked me to tell you that this is a Baldwin piano. Minute Waltz by Chopin. That's all. She was only my half-sister. Well, I would like to, as a matter of fact, I wouldn't like to, I'll have to, and, but that can wait, and I will do that afterwards, because first I would like to show you how to compose a modern song hit. As a matter of fact, before I do that, I would like to ask you, is there anything you would like to hear particularly? What was that? Blue Serenade. Anything else? Yes, anything else? Come on, we have time. That's all right. Doesn't make any difference. I know exactly what I'm going to play, but it sounds... Here's something. Oh. To show you how to compose a modern song hit. As a matter of fact, it'll be $2 extra. You know that the old composers, they were sitting up day and night waiting for the inspiration. And that was that. Now, the modern composers... the modern composers, they sit up day and night too and wait. And... well, sometimes, and then all of a sudden nothing happens. And then they do what I'm going to show you now. I might as well do it this way. I have a pile of music in front of me. Here are all the old masters, and... we have here all the old masters, and all they do when they are going to compose a modern song hit is that they take a pair of scissors and this pile of music. And now let us see what we can get some inspiration from. Now let's see. First we have here Tchaikovsky. Let's play a little by Tchaikovsky. I don't think that has got a chance. This one will never be popular. Take another. Here's a little Schubert. Too old. Let's take the other side. Now we can use a few bars of it and we'll cut it out. This is a pair of big scissors, but it's a long number anyhow, so there's me. This is it. Now trim it a little bit. That's it. Cut it out here a little bit. Oh. Now let's see what we've got. All right, play that way. I think I missed one here on the floor. Here it is. Just found it. I have to cut it in half. Put it on there, this net. That's it. Now we need one more. Let's see what we can do here. Let's see. Next one is Franz Schlittz. No good. Now, let's see. Here we have a little Chopin. Oh, that should be good. Chopin, you know, it's the fellow with the Polonaise. That's a little too gay. Let's get something... Strauss. This is wonderful. Just a minute. Well, that's what it says. Oh, I'm sorry, I have the music upside down. That's what we want. We'll just take a corner of this. That's it. Now we have the Serenade by Schubert and the Blue Danube by Strauss. We just maybe need a few bars for the finale, and we will take Shostakovich. Shostakovich. Just a moment. Till he gets sober. I think we have enough. Well, let me see now. What is it? It doesn't say much here, you know. It's a little difficult to... Oh, yeah, this is a Serenade by Schubert and the Blue Danube by... I'm colorblind. The Blue Danube by Strauss. We'll put them together now and call it the Blue Sarah Danube by Strubert. And here's how it sounds. If.
Wonderful, wonderful, Victor. That combination of Strauss and Schubert is really great, too. And now, fellows, comes another gent that plays the piano a bit. He also does a little composing on the side. Just to name a few of the songs he's written, there's Body and Soul, Coquette, Out of Nowhere, and a few more. And here he is with a medley of his great tunes, Johnny Green. Oh, Johnny, that was wonderful. He also does a little composing on the side. Just to name a few of the songs he's written, there's Body and Soul, Coquette, Out of Nowhere, and a few more. And here he is with a medley of his great tunes, Johnny Green. Johnny, that was wonderful. All those tunes bring back memories. You keep on writing songs like those, and the world will keep right on singing them. And now, gang, I see that it's almost closing time, so let's put the lid on this session by calling the Charioteers back for an encore. Come on out here, fellows, and give us a little of Lily Bell.
Got eyes that sparkle like the lilies sprinkled with dew.
Tell me who?
Lily Bell. And who's got lips as fresh as autumn rain when summer is through?
Tell me who?
Lily Bell. Would you like a sunbeam on a rainy catch a sunbeam when she smiles your way? Who's got all the leaves aflutter so they're ready to fall? Lily Bell. Birdies take one look at her and stop their singing to call. My, you're swell. Oh, and incidentally, there's one more thing to tell.
Do tell.
If your eyes are open and you think you're seeing a dream,
it's
Lily Bell. Who's got eyes that sparkle at you? Lily Bell. Who's got lips fresh as autumn dew? Same gal.
Well, would you like a sunbeam?
Sunbeam.
On a rainy day,
you can catch a sunbeam
when she smiles your waving hand.
What do you say? Who's got all the leaves so they're ready to fall? Lily Bell. Birdies take one look at her and stop their singing to call. My, you're swell. Oh, and incidentally,
there's just one more thing to tell.
Do tell. If your eyes are open and you think you're seeing a dream, yes,
Thanks, boys. That was swell. And now I see that my motor launch has pulled alongside, and it's time for me to go ashore. I've had a wonderful time aboard the good ship Mail Call tonight, and I hope it's been as much fun for you. This is your skipper, Kathy Downs, reminding you to keep those letters coming. So long, and smooth sailing.
So another mail call is secured. Signatures on tonight's log include the Charioteers, Victor Borga, Johnny Green, and of course your beautiful skipper, Kathy Downs. And remember, another mail call will be coming your way next time you hear... McGee speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service, the voice of information and education.
The Johnson Wax Program with Fibber, McGee, and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat present Fibber, McGee, and Molly, written by Don Quinn with songs by the Kingsmen and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Who Knows? You know, I think we're all taking this business of car restrictions pretty sensibly. My friends share their cars now whenever they go out, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing, too, to learn how to take better care of our cars, make them last longer. Take the finish, for example. It collects a lot of scum and road dirt and smashed bugs that will cause definite deterioration if not removed. But removal is so easy with Johnson's Car New. The easy-to-use polish that both cleans and polishes with one application. 2 jobs at once in quick time. Car New restores a car's original showroom shine. And if you want to protect that shine and make it last longer and save on car washings, you can add a coat of wax on top of the Car New, either Johnson's Auto Wax or the regular household wax. It will pay you to ask your auto supply dealer, service station, or regular wax dealer for a package of Johnson's Car New, spelled C-A-R-N-U. Things aren't so bright as we join tonight. Fibber, McGee, and Molly.
Boy, he made it. Ah, what a stack of bills. How did they ever pile up like this, Molly?
Well, mostly because whenever I talk to you about them, you have something more important to do, such as looking for silly sounding places on your war map.
Yeah, and I got to get a new war map, too. One of the most important battle areas ain't even on there.
What place is it?
The place where the paper says Hitler's army is right now, in dire straits. I went all over that map with a magnifying glass, and if dire straits is on there, I'll eat it.
Well, that isn't telling me how to pay these bills, McGee. You know, I'm really a little worried.
Oh, forget it. Our credit's good every place. I'll just call up a few creditors and explain things. Give me the phone.
Oh, now, McGee, can't we make a special effort?
Come on. Give me the phone.
Well, all right, here. But I'm not very proud of the fact that we have to...
Hello, operator? Hello?
Click, click, click. Where have I heard that before?
Hello, operator. Give me Jepson's grocery store on the corner of Mert. How are you? How's every little thing, Mert? Here's, What's that, Mert? Your brother. The one in the Army? Intelligence, eh?
Oh, is her brother in the Army Intelligence, McGee?
No, he was let out because he didn't have any. What's that, Mert? Okay, well, thanks anyway.
Say, let's run over these bills again, dearie, and maybe we won't have to stall them anyway.
Yes, we will. I checked the total with my bank balance, and with all these restrictions on rubber, I don't dare write any more checks.
Well, how about that bill at Kramer's drugstore? Why is that so large?
No, that was my fault, but I don't regret it. I asked the soldier to have a soda with me the other day, and he said he'd like to, but he had company. So I says, bring your company along. And he did. And there was 112 men in it.
Well, that's all right then, dearie. Now, how about this one? Come in.
Hello there, kids. Mind if I sit down?
Why, of course not, Mr. Old-Timer. Here, have a chair.
Hey, what's the matter with you, old-timer? You look as tired as a plate of last week's rice pudding.
I am tired, Johnny. I'm plumb tuckered. Feel like I've been drugged to a knothole.
Oh. What have you been doing?
Oh, I had to go to the state capitol for the championship marble games, daughter. Go every spring. I had a miserable trip.
Oh.
Had to sit facing backwards all the way home on the train.
Well, that's tough, old-timer, but there's one advantage in that.
What's that, Johnny?
Well, you knew where you were going, and riding backwards gave you a chance to see where you'd been.
That's pretty good, Johnny, but that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller says. Here all retail business is looking up. Is that so, says t'other feller. Yeah, says the first feller. Got all the businessmen staring at the new ceilings. Well, I gotta get home, kids. I'm tired.
I'll walk down the street with you, old-timer. I gotta make a few personal calls on people. I'll be right back, Molly. And quit worrying now. I'll fix everything.
All right, McGee. But, Mr. Old-Timer...
What's the matter, daughter?
Well, if riding backwards all the way home made you so ill, why didn't you ask the man across from you to change seats?
I couldn't do it, daughter.
Why not?
Wasn't anybody sitting there. Come on, daughter. Come on.
Hey, Molly, where are you? I got great news. Hey, Molly.
Here I am, McGee. And stop that shouting. Now, what's this all about?
It's about us. We won't have to worry about bills anymore.
Really? Well, who's going to shoot us?
Nobody's going to shoot us. From now on, or anyway, from the first of next year on, our worries are all over. We'll have all the dough we can use.
McGee.
Huh?
Have you been running around in the hot sun without your hat on?
No, and I'm not delirious. I know what I'm talking about. I got the proof of what I say right here in my pocket, in black and white.
Well, let me see it, Santa Claus.
No, sir. Not while you got that skeptical altitude. I'm going to teach you not to be so unbelieving. Wait till you get a new mink coat and a diamond necklace and...
Fibber, McGee, don't you dangle mink coats and diamonds in front of me and then snatch them away again.
I ain't snatching them away. They're yours. You stuck by me through thick and thin.
Yeah. And you've been thick a lot longer than you've been thin, too.
Stuck by me through thick and thin, and you deserve some nice things. You've been a good kid.
Well, thank you, dearie. You've been a precious little playmate yourself. Now give me my mink coat.
Don't get hasty. We don't want to act vulgar rich all of a sudden. We got to take this thing easy.
Not me, McGee. If we're rich, I want to leap right in and wallow in it.
Well, it ain't happened yet. But it's gonna. Starting next year, we're going to take our feet off the pedals and coast. From there on, we ride the gravy train. I'm telling you, Molly...
Come in. Oh, hello, Abigail. So nice to see you.
How do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Oh, Mrs. Uppington, I believe. Aren't you the woman who lives in that charming little cottage round the corner and up the alley?
Charming little cottage. Really, Mr. McGee, I should hardly refer to a 20-room house as a cottage.
Well, I wouldn't either. I'd refer to it as a monstrosity.
Well, there are times, Mrs. McGee, when I'd agree with you. It is much too large for my needs. But to whom could I ever rent such an immense house?
I might be in the market myself one of these days, Uppy.
You?
Yes, and you needn't look at me down your long nose like I was something you forgot to send to the dry cleaners. I'm going to be in the chips next year.
In the chips?
Yes, he means we're cracking the jackpot, Abigail.
Sure. We've fed the kitty all these years, and now the kitty is going to feed us.
Well, you pardon me for being obtuse.
Oh, you ain't so obtuse, Uppy. Only a little around the hips. And... What with sugar bean rations, you'll soon... Excuse me, Uppy. Go on with your narrative.
Well, do I gather from your somewhat idiomatic and colloquial remarks that you're about to inherit, or receive in some fashion or other, a flock of moolah?
Moolah?
Yeah, that's Times Square for O-Day, Molly.
Oh.
Honey. That's it, Uppy. Ain't it great? From now on, we're going to winter at Palm Beach and summer at Lake Louise.
And spring at jewelry salesman.
Well, I'm simply delighted, of course, my dears, but may I ask... Well, that is, would it be too inquisitive if I were to...
Yes, it would, Uppy. Right at this time. But you'll know sooner or later. I'm going to buy Molly a mink coat that'll make that mouth hide of yours look like a washcloth in the municipal lodging house.
And he's going to buy me some diamonds, Abigail, that we'll have to bury in the backyard on blackout night.
Really, I hardly know what to say. But I do hope you won't find this sudden wealth too much of a, shall we say, responsibility.
What do you mean, responsibility?
I was referring to the inexperience of the nouveau riche.
Nouveau riche. Mm-hmm. Nouveau riche. McGee, I must learn Spanish, too. It sounds so elegant.
That wasn't Spanish. That was Pig Latin.
That was French, Mr. McGee. I speak it quite fluently.
Oh, talk some more of it, Abigail. It sounds wonderful.
Oh, very well. Pâté de foie gras, crêpes Suzette, marron glacé, cloche, filet mignon, épinards avec beaucoup fromage.
What's that in English?
Indigestion.
All that for a stomachache.
One could really do it with half of that, my dear. But allow me to congratulate you on your good fortune, Mr. McGee.
Oh, thanks, Uppy. You must come over sometime and join me and Molly and Vince Astor and Babs Hutton and some of the gang for gin rummy.
Oh, well, thank you. And I do hope, Mr. McGee, that while you're enjoying this dream, your pipe doesn't do what I'm going to do.
What's that?
Go out. Goodbye.
So, she thinks this is just a pipe dream, does she? I'll show her. You know what I'm going to do first, Molly? I'm going to remodel this house.
What's the matter with this house?
What's the matter with it? No billiard room. No swimming pool. And I'm going to build in a bar for Uncle Dennis. Save him car fare.
Now, listen, don't start picking on Uncle Dennis. He may have some bad habits, but he's got a lot of good common horse sense.
If you mean you can lead him to water, but you can't make him drink it, yeah. Hey, how'd you like to have a night?
Hello, folks. Am I intruding?
Hi, Harlow. Not a bit. Come on in.
Draw up a gilt chair and we'll have the second footman bring you a stein of champagne. No, that's not till next year, is it?
What's she talking about, Fibber?
Oh, she's just excited, Harlow. But a woman with her money can be excused a little exuberant.
Oh, you inherit some dough, Molly?
Well, no, not exactly. But McGee says that next year we'll be lighting our perfumed cigarettes with $10 bills.
I did not. Why, that'd be silly. If you're going to do foolish things like that, use $5 bills. You got to use a little judgment.
Just where is this windfall going to fall from, Wendy?
Oh, another scoffer, eh? A derider. Oh, you wait, Wilcox. You know what I'm going to do for you, Harlow?
No, and I'm all of a twitter, too. What are you going to do for me, you sly little rascal?
Well, he's probably going to pay you that 60 cents he owed you for that cribbage game last week.
I paid that.
You did not?
I didn't?
No.
Well, forget it. 60 cents is going to look like a damn spot in the bucket. That's what I'm going to do. How'd you like to be on the board of directors of United States Steel, Harlow?
I don't get it.
Well, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy a controlling interest in U.S. Steel. You know, get to be a majority stockholder and put you in there to represent me. Make you a chairman of the board or something.
Would you like that, Mr. Wilcox?
No.
What?
I don't want it. Thanks, anyway.
Oh, well, gee whiz, Harlow, a young fellow your age with a chance like this.
I don't care. I get too much kick out of selling Johnson's wax.
Oh.
Why, when I think of the way a housewife's face lights up when she sees her floors and furniture and woodwork gleaming so beautifully with a lovely protective coat of Johnson's wax,
Yes, but
what's money and position to me? You're just trying to rob me of the satisfaction I get in protecting people's nice furniture and things.
No, he isn't, Mr. Wilcox. He's only trying
You're trying to make me give up the things that mean the most to me in this world.
Yes. Yes, but...
The joy in making housewives happy.
Yes.
The knowledge that I'm protecting homes against dust and dirt.
Yes, but...
The happiness I get in... Oh, you can't do it. You can't do it, I tell you.
Now, you see what you did, McGee?
Yeah, I couldn't do it. He's too emotional, that guy. He sold so much liquid wax, he's all bottled up himself.
Well, you shouldn't spring things on people so suddenly. Did you say this bonanza of ours doesn't hit us till next year, McGee?
About the first of the year, I guess. Why?
Well, in that case, I'll still have to make the beds for a while myself, I guess. You can straighten up the living room whilst I run up and do the bedroom.
Me doing the housework. That's a laugh. A guy in my social and financial position. Why, all I'll have to do is clap my hands and there'll be 20 flunkies at the door. Oh, my gosh, has it happened already? Come in.
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello, little girl. Come on in. I says, come on in.
Gee, you usually tell me to beat it and scram on time you're always busy doing something.
Yeah, I know, but I'm taking things easier now, sis. A man with my responsibilities and financial cares has got to watch his health. I want to stay in good shape. What's the joke?
You call that a good shape?
You leave my shape out of this. What was it you come over here for, sis?
Well, I'm selling tickets for our school play, mister. The money goes to the Navy Relief.
Oh, fine, fine. Good cause, sis. What play you putting on?
Goldilocks and the Three Bears.
Oh.
I'm the medium-sized bear.
You are, huh? I says you are, eh?
Or what?
You're the medium-sized bear.
Oh, somebody told you. Anyway, I wanted to be Goldilocks and they wouldn't let me. Gee, did I ever cry and carry on.
Well, don't get artistic temperament at your age, sis. I like my ham tender, but not that young.
Well, I get tired of always being the medium-sized bear, mister. Always in the middle, that's me.
Ah, forget it, sis. Maybe Goldilocks will break her leg or something, and you'll get the part after all. Hey, get that look out of your eye.
Okay, mister, but I was just thinking that if a wheel should come off her tricycle or something.
Now. No dirty work, sis. And seeing that this is for the Navy Relief, I'll buy some tickets. How many you got and how much are they?
50 cents apiece, and I got 18 left.
I'll take them all. That's $9.
Oh, gee, thanks, mister. That's wonderful.
What's $9 to me? Now, let me see. $9. $9. Look, sis, you drop around next week and collect, will you?
Oh, no, you don't, mister. I gotta have the money now. My teacher says no dough, no ducats.
Oh, yeah? Well, my credit is good any place. You know what they say about me and Dun and Bradstreet?
No, but if you can't pay cash, I'm down on this street. So long, mister.
The King's Men singing Steamboat Bill.
Down the Mississippi steamed the Whippoorwill, commanded by the pilot, Mr. Steamboat Bill. The owners gave him orders on the strict duty. We're out to beat the present record of the Robert E. Lee.
Just beat up the fire, let the old smoke roll. Burn up all the cargo if we run out of coal. If we don't beat that record, Billy told the mate, send my mail in care of Peter at the Golden Gate. Steamboat Bill, steaming down the Mississippi. Steamboat Bill, a mighty man was he. Steamboat Bill, steaming down the Mississippi. Gonna beat the record of the Robert E. Lee. On board there was a gambling man from Louisville who tried to get a bet against the whippoorwill. Billy flashed a roll that really was a bear. The boiler it exploded, blew them up in the air. The gambler said to Billy as they left the wreck, I don't know where we're going, but we're neck and neck. But Billy said to the man, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll bet another $1,000 I go higher, 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 higher than you. Steamboat Bill tore up the Mississippi. Steamboat Bill, the tide has made him swear. Steamboat Bill tore up the Mississippi. When the boiler blew, it got him up in the air. The wife of Mr. William was at home in bed when she received a telegram that told her Billy was dead. She said to all the children, bless his honey lamb, the next papa that you have will be a railroad man. Steamboat Bill, missing on the Mississippi. Steamboat Bill, join the Angel Band. Steamboat Bill, missing on the Mississippi. He's a pilot on that ferry to the promised land.
Hey, Molly, look. Look what I did.
What are you doing? What is this? A road map of ancient Gahoofistan or something?
This is a layout of a new estate. I'm going to build my new house on this hill here, see?
What?
And the stables over there, and a 9-hole golf course here, and a good mitten court back here.
You mean badminton?
Not the way I play it. And then over on this side is a 80-foot swimming pool and a landing field, and so...
Now, if there was a tax on dreaming, dearie, I'd be afraid this was the nocturnal revenue man. I made it. Come in.
Oh, hi, Latrivia.
Hello, Mr. Mayor.
Good day, Mrs. McGee. Hello, McGee. Am I interrupting something?
No, not at all, Latrivia. I was just doodling around with some property of mine, laying out a new estate. Hey, do you like a Mediterranean type of house with a red tile roof, or you prefer a French chateau type, or maybe a Kit Kat cottage?
Personally, I like a nice Charleston colonial.
That's for me. Charleston colonial. Ain't that the kind with the thatched roof and the patio running alongside the corral?
No, dearie, a Charleston colonial is more of a Gone with the Wind type of house, with built-in juleps and a border of hound dogs.
You know, this is an odd coincidence, McGee. I'm going to build a new house myself after priorities are lifted.
Really? Have you talked to an architect, Mr. Mayor?
No, but I wrote a letter to Frank Lloyd Wright.
Oh, Frank Lloyd Wright. Oh, he's wonderful.
Yeah.
He designed the Johnson Wax office building in Racine, Wisconsin.
Yes, I know. Do you think I'd be wrong to engage him?
Oh, you'd never go wrong to get right.
What did you write right?
What? Oh. Well, I told him I was considering building a new residence, and I wanted it right, so I wrote right.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Mayor. You're getting me all confused here.
Yeah, me too. I'm in a muddle. You mean you wrote right that if Wright built your house, you knew it'd be right because Wright...
Will you let me tell this in my own way?
Sure, certainly. Stop interrupting, McGee.
Okay, go ahead, Latrivia. You wrote right.
Well, I think I wrote right. That is, I think I was right in writing right. Because right is right. Oh, good heavens, you've got me talking like Abbott and Costello.
If he could talk like Abbott and Costello, he could afford to build 10 houses, huh?
Hey, that gives me an idea. I might build a whole subdivision. The McGee estate. Keep them kind of risky to keep out the riffraff. And then... What's the matter?
I'm worried.
What about?
Well, I didn't realize I was married to such a big shot, such a rich and important man, and you know what I did?
What'd you do?
I planned on having baked beans for supper. I'm sorry, dearie. If I'd only known how you'd come up in the world,
forget it, Molly. Forget it. It'll be fun to have a meal now and then like we did when we were poor. Remember how we used to worry about the grocery bill?
that was way back this morning, wasn't it?
Yeah, but we'll never have to worry again.
Come in.
Hello, Mrs. McGee. Hello, Mrs. McGee.
Oh, hi, Wimp, old man.
Well, how are you today, Mr. Wimple?
Just wonderful, Mrs. McGee, under the circumstances. It was my birthday yesterday, and Sweetie Face threw a little party.
Oh, well, good for her.
Did you have any fun?
No. I was the little party she threw. Right out the window.
When are you ever going to take my advice and start being a caveman anyway, Wimple?
Oh, I am now, Mr. McGee, really.
No.
Yes. Every time Sweetie Face looks at me, I cave right in. Which is really pretty silly when I stop to think of it, though I don't dare stop to think of it because then I get more scared than ever.
Well, of course, we've never met Mrs. Wimple, but from what you've told us, I simply don't see how you stand the woman.
Oh, I guess you can get used to anything, Mrs. McGee. And she was so sweet while we were engaged. My goodness, we were always holding hands.
You were, eh?
Yes, for months and months. In fact, she never let go till we were married. And then only to slug me for overpaying the justice of the peace.
Oh, how much did you pay him?
I don't remember, Mrs. McGee, but whatever it was, he was overpaid. I've got to be running along.
Oh, what's the hurry, Wimp?
Well, Sweetie Face went out for a bicycle ride, and I'm curious to know what happened.
What did you expect to happen?
I hardly know. I guess I was pretty mischievous, but I told her the state had just passed a law that the white line in the middle of the road was exclusively for bicycles.
Oh, heavenly days. Suppose she gets hit by a truck.
Yes.
You know, Molly, when I start getting my money, I'm going to send that little fellow on a world cruise.
Don't forget my mink coat and those diamonds of mine.
No, I won't. And you know what? I think I'm going to buy myself a private trout stream, so when I want to go fishing...
Now, wait a minute, McGee. Let's stop this nonsense.
What nonsense? If you like trout fishing, there's no reason...
I didn't mean trout fishing. I meant all this money you're supposed to get. I don't like to act like a sweetie face, but if you don't tell me what this is all about, I'll...
Gee, I bet you would, too. Okay, I'll tell you. I got the whole thing right here in black and white. There. Take a gander at that.
Why, this is just a newspaper headline.
Sure it is, but read it.
All right. It says, maximum income for Americans to be $25,000.
Ain't that marvelous? Imagine not making less than $25,000 a year. Why, with that much dough, Molly? Huh?
Maximum means you can't make more than $25,000.
Well, who wants to make more than $25,000? Now, look, the first thing we'll do is buy a big new car and take a trip...
Oh, for goodness sakes, McGee, listen to me.
Huh?
This doesn't say you have to make $25,000. That's just the maximum. You can make as little as you did before.
Oh. Hey, ain't them baked beans about ready?
All of us have one thing in common right now. We have more to do and less time to do it in. Besides war work, we've got to take a little better care of everything we have. Keep the screens mended, the car waxed, the kitchen linoleum protected against wear. But there's where you actually save time. Because with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat, you can keep your linoleum floors polished and beautiful with practically no work. With Glow Coat, there's no rubbing or buffing. You just apply and let dry. You save work again because it's so easy to keep a glow-coated floor clean and spotless. Spilled things wipe up in a jiffy with a damp cloth. You'll be interested to know that the regular use of Johnson's Glow Coat makes linoleum floor last 6 to 10 times longer than if it were unprotected. That's something to be grateful for today, isn't it?
McGee, Uncle Dennis just came home, and you know what?
Yeah, but don't worry about it. I'll put him to bed.
No. He's all right. He's just excited.
What about?
Well, he was out with a bunch of aldermen, and they liked him so much they want to name a new street after him.
Gee, honest? You mean Dennis Avenue?
No, Fluid Drive.
Good night.
Good night, all.
Fibber, McGee, and Molly programs are shortwave each week to our troops throughout the world. This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnston Wax Finishes for the home and industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program has reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Raleigh Cigarette Program, starring Red Skelton, with Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, and Wonderful Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, how often have you used the expression, see for yourself? Yes, seeing for yourself is the final proof of excellence in anything you buy, especially cigarettes. For you can see with your very eyes that Raleigh cigarettes do give you the finer golden tobaccos. Compare the open ends of a pack of Raleighs with any other brand. At a glance, you'll see the tobaccos in Raleighs are unmistakably more golden in color. Now, experts invariably select the more golden tobaccos when buying for quality. From their professional experience, the more golden tobaccos, the tobaccos you can see in Raleighs, are choicer, more expensive. And for more emphatic proof of Raleigh superiority, 31 of these exceptional tobaccos are blended to give Raleighs a flavor unsurpassed. Unrivaled richness, smoothness, mildness. Raleighs give you valuable coupons, too, redeemable for magnificent premiums. Try them next time. You, too, will agree. It pays in many ways to smoke Raleighs. Ask for Raleigh cigarettes. Ozzie Nelson on the orchestra playing Buckle Down. And now the star of our show, Red Skelton.
Thank you very much, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Say, Truman, did you see the headlines in the Herald Express here in Los Angeles
Sure
tonight?
did, Red.
It says, Doolittle Doot It. The Army and the Navy in the audience tonight.
You can say that again. Say, Red, what have you been doing all week?
Well, I'll tell you, we went on a picnic.
A picnic? Where'd you go for this picnic? Up in the woods?
Sure, where else could I wear my sunsuit?
I wore a sunsuit once. It didn't have any cuffs, and I got arrested.
You got arrested because your sunsuit didn't have any cuffs? Why?
Well, I didn't have any pants to hang them on.
Red, tell me more about the picnic. Did you drive up in your car?
Yeah, you know, and the Sunday traffic was terrible.
Was, huh?
Yeah, you never saw so many people out conserving their tires.
Sounds like quite a trip.
Yeah, it took me a long time to get to where we were going. You see, I wanted to save my tires, so I crawled in front of the car, feeling for tacks and nails.
Hello, Red.
Hello, Harriet.
Say, I saw you and Jack Cummings, the producer of Ship Ahoy, hanging around the street corner yesterday.
Yeah.
Any luck?
Yes, we... What do you mean? What corner?
Right in front of the Howell drugstore.
Harriet, that's Owl drugstore. Owl like bird, not howl like wolf.
Oh, yeah? Well, try and get a girl to believe that. Say, we really had fun at that picnic.
I'll say.
Did you tell Truman about that first spot you picked out for the picnic?
Oh,
Red?
no. We saw a car full of picnickers spread it out under a tree, see? So we wanted to join them, and then a surprise came when we found out it was only a California driver waiting for the ambulance.
I was a picnicker once.
You were, Ozzy?
Yeah, last week. I went to the Florida State picnic.
Florida State picnic? What'd they do?
Nothing. All afternoon, they just sat around and sneered at a California orange.
Say, Red, didn't you have fun when we dangled our feet in that little lake?
No, I didn't.
Well, didn't it cool your feet?
Yeah, it was all right till somebody... See, I know what's coming. It was all right until somebody's trained seal started to play Yankee Doodle on my toes. No, but we did pick out a swell spot for the picnic.
Say, I meant to ask you, Red, why did you select an anthill to put the food on?
Well, they were going to find it anyhow to make it easy.
I hope everybody liked the cake I brought.
Yeah, that was really something. So far, we received offers from Goodyear and Firestone for the formula.
Say, did you notice Ozzy's musicians, Red? They love picnics.
Yeah, you know, most musicians are not used to the outdoors. And every once in a while, one of them would take too deep of a breath, the fresh air, and drop dead.
Say, Red, did the musicians take the girls on the picnic?
Yeah, you should have seen the drummer's girl. 300 pounds. Boy, oh boy, she looked like a U-boat with legs.
Really fat, huh?
Yeah, when you were introduced to her, you only met her one subdivision at a time.
Oh, I didn't mind her being fat. She had too much lipstick on, though, didn't she?
Yeah, we're all that way tonight, aren't we? She looked like a Ubangi who had suddenly discovered strawberry jam.
Well, I guess everyone had fun, huh, Red?
Yeah, you should have seen us trying to build a fire without matches.
Oh, did you rub two sticks together?
No, we didn't have any sticks to rub together, so we made the knock-kneed trombone player run around till his pants got on fire.
There's a girl who lives next door to me who's got the fellas all up a tree. They all go for her in a great big way, but she won't give 'em a tumble, and here is what they say.
When she's walking down the street, all the boys yell mighty sweet.
Hey, Mabel, wait for me, huh?
When she wears that diamond ring, all the boys begin to sing.
Sweetie face, wait for me.
She's as popular as a gal can be, a household name in every family. But the one she wants so bad ain't the guy who yells like mad. Hey, Mabel! Wait for me. She's as popular as a gal can be, a household name in every family. But the time she failed to stop, it was the corner traffic cop who went...
All right, lady, where's the fire? Now pull over and let's see your driver's license.
That was Harriet Ozzie in the orchestra paging Mabel.
Say, Red,
Yeah.
what subject are you going to talk about tonight?
Oh, you weren't at rehearsal, that's right. Well, vacation time's almost here, and everybody will be taking trips in their cars. Short ones, of course. So let's see what happens to Bo and Bim, a couple from New York.
Gee, it's good to be out of the city, ain't it?
Yeah, ain't it?
City smells, don't it?
Yeah, I think it followed us, too.
Them's orange blossoms. Yeah. Bo, you better turn off here. This is a restricted zone. The Army's liable to shoot at us.
Ah, don't be silly. Oh, well, I always wanted a collapsible Buick. Oh, this is the life out here in the country. Everywhere you look, nothing but doit, doit, doit.
That ain't doit, it's oit.
Yeah? Looks like doit. Oh, well, it's a wonderful world, as Lum and Abnormal would say. Hey, look, you want to see me drive with one hand?
Gee.
Yeah, I picked that up from the old man. He drives with no hands.
No hands. How's he steer?
With his stomach. Boy, you ought to see him breed his way around a coif.
Oh, look at Bo, over there, cows.
Yeah, you know it's confusion trying to milk them things.
It is?
Yeah, them faucets ain't marked hot or cold.
Watch out, Bo, here comes a car. He's crowding you off the road.
Yeah, that's what he thinks. Hold on.
What happened? Did we lose a fender?
No, we picked up 3. I wonder how far we're going to get on these old tires. That's the question. I didn't expect an answer so soon. Gee, all we got left is that old spare tire, and it's as smooth as glass. Well, there it goes. Uh-oh, the car's stopping. Something's wrong. Well, that's that.
Well, get out and fix the car.
Okay, don't yell at me. I'll lift the hood. Hey, no wonder it wouldn't go. Look, there's something in here. Look.
Put it back. That's the motor. Gee, we're lucky. I see a filling station down the road. And here comes the attendant now.
Howdy, folks. Well. I never thought Robert Fulton would make it run. My, what a wreck.
This ain't no wreck. This is me car.
Say, that's a nice tail you got there.
You leave one page too soon.
Oh, excuse me.
Brother, when we get lost, we get lost.
Well, what you want, service or sympathy?
Service.
All right, I'll clean your windshield off.
We ain't got none.
All right, I'll clean your face off then.
Yeah, we ain't got none of them either.
Well, I'll get you some gas then.
Yeah.
What you want, 5 cents gas or the 10 cents gas?
What's the difference?
Well, the 10 cents gas is only half water.
Yeah. Say, tell me, how far is it to the next town, huh?
Next town? You
Yeah.
mean they built another one?
Yeah. Come on, how far is it to the next town?
Oh, it's about 17 miles as the crow flies.
As the crow flies?
Yeah, but he ain't flying no more. The government took him over.
Does this road go to the next town?
I don't know, ma'am.
Well, haven't you lived here all your life?
Nope, I ain't lived here all my life yet.
Yeah. Now comes that line.
All right, sir. That's a nice tail you got on your radiator cap.
Yeah, that's the best squirrel tail I could find.
Yeah, but what makes it wave from side to side?
Well, the squirrel's underneath the hood. He don't like it so much.
How much gas you say you wanted?
10 gallons.
Only 10 gallons?
Yeah, I ain't no senator.
10 gallons. Shall I put it in the tank?
Huh?
Must I put it in the tank?
No, just rub it on the fenders.
Look, fella, all we want to know is, does this road go to the next town?
I don't know, ma'am.
Brother, you don't know much of anything, do you?
I ain't lost.
Yeah. Then we have Clem, the fellow from the country. His girl is taking a trip, so he's going down to see her off to the train. Well, here I am. Love your magic spell is everywhere. Do. Gee, I wonder if Daisy June will notice I ain't wearing shoes. I'll bet I'm the only guy alive who's got brown and white sport feet. Boy, that sun sure feels good on my head. Just a couple of more days and the sap will be running. Well, here's her termite breeder. I'll knock on the door.
Hello, Clem.
Well, Daisy June.
Well, Clem, you're all dressed up.
Yo, I bought this jacket especially to see you off. How do you like it?
Well, it's nothing but a horse blanket.
Horse blanket? Well, no wonder every time I see an empty wagon, I back into it. It's part of my new suit. It's my victory suit.
That's a victory suit?
Yep. Every time I bend over, it splits into a V.
How do you like what I'm wearing? It's my going away dress.
What do you mean, you're going away dress?
Well, if I don't make the next payment, it goes away.
You're going to New York, huh, Daisy June? Gee, you'll get to see them skyscrapers. Gosh, I've always wanted to see one of them things work.
Yeah, I'll close this bag.
Oh, here, let me help you. I'll close it for you. I'll run and jump on it. Well, how about that? I forgot to jump. Here, Daisy June, I brought you a going-away present, some perfumey.
What is it? Canal number 5?
No, it's... No, it's something new. It's Meatball 1 and 2. I squoze it myself.
Clem, are you going to be true to me when I'm gone?
How long are you going to be gone?
About a week.
A week? Well, I ain't made of iron, you know.
Well, now, you stay away from that widow. She's a-looking for her husband.
You mean they don't know where he's buried?
Well, it's almost time for me to go.
Yeah, if I didn't have to plow next week, I'd go with you.
Ain't you plowed yet this year?
Nope, my nose is still sore from last year.
Oh, Clem, you're so silly.
Oh, I'm smart. When I was in school, I was voted as the one most likely.
The most likely to what?
I don't know. I got expelled before I got that far. Hey, what do you have to go away for? Do you have to?
Yes, it's a family reunion. Grandpa is 97, Grandma is 92, Aunt Florence is 91, and Cousin Charlotte is 48.
48? Always a slowpoke in a crowd, ain't there?
Well, let's go, or my train will be leaving without me.
Okay.
Gee, the suitcases are heavy.
Yeah, I'd carry one for you, but it might throw you off your balance.
Oh, dear. There's the 5:15 now. What time is it?
7:30. Hey, that engineerman must be dragging his feet.
Oh, Clem, I'm scared. What'll I do if a strange man speaks to me on the train?
Just pretend you don't see him.
Well, suppose it's the conductor.
All the more reason to pretend you don't see him.
Well, I hope this is the right train.
I'll ask the engineer. Hey, engineer, does this train go to Chicago?
I'm sure I don't know. I'm only responsible for the engine.
Yeah. Must be an egg train. Come on, Daisy June. Which car do you want to get into?
Well, I ain't particular, Clem. One's as good as another.
Well, some of them's got pigs in them, though.
Well, this one looks all right.
Here, I'll give you a little boost. Wait, Daisy June. I'll come around the other side of the train and help you back on. going on a trip and you had to make a farewell speech, what would you say, huh?
Well, Red, I'd say, Raleigh cigarette smokers, right at your fingertips is an answer to one of your country's most pressing problems. I'm referring, of course, to your valuable Raleigh coupons, which are now redeemable for United States war stamps. And rest assured that your redemption of Raleigh coupons for war stamps is doing a mighty job. A recent letter from the United States Treasury Department officially thanks you, Raleigh smokers, for the thousands of dollars you are putting into action by redeeming your Raleigh coupons for war stamps. Keep up your good work. Ask for a pack of Raleighs the next time you buy cigarettes. You'll enjoy Raleigh's richness, smoothness, mildness, the golden goodness of their exclusive tobacco blend. And you'll enjoy saving those valuable Raleigh premium coupons, now redeemable for United States war stamps. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, it pays in many ways to smoke Raleighs. The pack with the coupon on the back, Raleigh cigarettes.
That's what you'd say.
Well, Red, that's about what I'd say. I'm going now, and I'll see you when I get back.
Boy, you give that guy an inch, he'll read a commercial. Getting back to people going on their vacations, we have a lady and her little boy. She's trying to get their baggage packed, and Junior's helping her. So, Harriet, you be my mother, and I'll be the mean little kid.
Junior, what on earth are you doing?
I'm trying to get me tricycle in that suitcase.
Junior, you can't possibly get your tricycle in that suitcase.
I bet I could if I took me pony out.
Well, you can't take your tricycle anyway.
Can I take me baby carriage?
No! Why do you want to take your baby carriage?
Well, if you're going to stop off and pick at that doctor that brung me, I ain't going to walk.
Junior, have you seen my pink slip anywhere?
No, I ain't seen it. Now that's better.
What are you grunting about?
I'm shining up me tricycle. Now to get rid of that dirty old wag.
Oh, Junior, my pink slip!
That's black and you know that.
Well, don't fuss about taking your tricycle, Junior. We'll only be gone for 2 weeks.
Only 2 weeks? Well, then I better take me widow bed off the top of the car.
And we're not driving. Our tires aren't good enough.
They would be if you unchained Pop and let him out at night.
Junior, your father isn't chained. He may be strapped, but he's not chained. I guess I better call the baggage man. Where's the phone?
It's in that bag over there.
Junior, did you put the phone in the bag?
Yeah, but don't worry, Mommy. The part that hung out, I cut off.
Junior, what will the telephone company say?
I don't know, but it's quite a novelty, us cutting them off.
Well, suppose it should ring.
It won't ring. I cut the wire. Hey, I must have cut the electric light wire by mistake.
Have you got everything packed?
Everything but me tricycle.
Why on earth are you so insistent? Why do you want to bring that tricycle?
Well, it's easier to make dates with little girls with a tricycle. I let them widen the rumble seat.
Oh, Junior, there's no rumble seat on a tricycle.
I know that, Mommy, and you know that, but some of them little girls are awful dumb.
Well, you still can't take it. I guess you'll have to have something to play with. Look, pick out your favorite toy, and you can take that and nothing more.
Okay. Oh, my goodness, my
Now
goodness.
what?
I broke your Bing vase.
It's not Bing vase, it's Ming, Ming.
Ming, Bing, what's the difference? It bang now. Well, are you going with me?
No, I guess not.
What you trying to do, foil me?
Now, you never mind. I have to finish packing. What's in the brown suitcase?
Grandpa thing?
What's in the black suitcase?
Grandpa thing?
Well, what's in the trunk?
Grandpa? Hey, what else can I do, huh?
I wish you'd go and help your father pack.
I was just up there, but he said come down to help you. He said I broke too many bottles. Hey, Mummy.
Junior, there's a doorbell.
I hear that. We got company. We got people coming to see us. What's up, Doc? Oh, the mailman.
Ah, there, Junior. Here's a letter for you.
For me? Mm-hmm. Well, comb down me hair and call me Veronica. Hey, what do it say in the letter, huh? Read it to me. I don't have my glasses with me.
You don't wear glasses, do you, Junior?
Oh, right, so I can't read. Oh, wait, somebody to embarrass you.
The letter says, Dear Junior... Oh, well, this is nothing. Just a pamphlet advertising some college. Tell me, what college you going to, Junior?
College? I ain't even picked out kindergarten yet.
All right, take this into your mother. So long. Oh, by the way, how's your father?
He in jail.
In jail?
Yeah, last night he ran into the house with a pocketbook for Mummy, but the woman wouldn't let go of it.
That's too bad. I'll wave to him when I pass the jail.
Would you? Hey, Mummy, look, I got a letter from a college. Gee, knowing that you're going to send me to a college really a load off my mind. All the time I thought it was reform school I was going to.
Why, Junior, we wouldn't think of sending you to reform school. The state's trying to help those boys.
Yeah. Well, I go pack me toy.
I'll go see who it is.
Okay, I'll watch.
Baggage, man, is it ready?
Oh, yes, it's right over there. 3 suitcases in a trunk.
Okay, I'll just pick up... Ow!
What's the matter?
I don't know. It felt like a rat just bit me on the ankle.
Hey, wait a minute, white guy. Who are you calling a rat?
You.
He knows me very well, don't he, Paul?
Well, so you're going on a trip, huh, little boy?
Yeah, the landlord just gave us 24 hours to get rid of me.
Oh, Junior. Now get out of the way.
No, I want to help the man.
No.
You let me help or I will tell.
You'll tell what?
I will tell everybody you told a story at the Sugar Racing Board.
I did not.
Yes, you did. You got 45 pounds of sugar right in the house here.
Where? Where?
Oh, wouldn't you like to know?
Seems to me you're getting just a little bit too fresh, young man.
Oh, you hit me. You hit me. You broke my widow. You broke my widow.
I broke your little what?
Give me time. I'm working on something.
About these bags, lady.
Oh, yes, they're right in here.
Can I have a banana,
That's
Mommy?
my line, you rat.
Yes, dear. On the dining room table.
Can I have a banana, too? You're on the dining room table. Oh, boy, look at them nice big bananas. Now I will set out on the porch steps and eat it.
Hey, now don't sit in the middle of the steps. I'm coming down with the bags. You wouldn't want me to slip and fall, would you?
Oh, no. Hey, that'll give me a good idea, though. I could take this banana skin and make it a lot easier for him. I could fix it so he wouldn't even touch the last 10 steps. If I do, I get a whipping. I do it. I will hurry and peel the banana. Zipper. Oh, now here comes the baggage man. Now to put the banana peeling in position.
Gangway, gangway.
Oh, boy, here he comes.
Come on, heads up.
1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, he missed it.
Junior, come here and get dressed.
Okay, I had coming. Ooh! How do you like that? Caught in me own trap.
Now what happened?
That baggage man made me fall down.
I did? What did I do?
It ain't what you do, it's what you didn't do.
Junior, stop babbling and go inside.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, there's one more trunk. It's in Junior's room.
Okay. Hey, what's in this trunk? Iron bricks?
Why, no, just a few of my things.
No, it ain't, Mummy. I take you things out.
What for?
Well, you said I could take what I would like to play with most.
Well, what did you take?
Me sand pile.
Ozzie and the band play Jack Owen's musical version of Red Skelton's I Dood It. L. King jumps in with a word to pipe smokers.
You'll uncover a treasure chest of happy smoking hours when you open a package of Sir Walter Raleigh. It's flavor-packed with a nut-like richness. Sir Walter Raleigh is carefully blended from selected burleys. It's smooth and mild, completely enjoyable and extra mellow, as only proper aging and precise curing can produce. And especially important, Sir Walter Raleigh has a fragrant He-Man aroma that everyone likes. Try the quality pipe tobacco of America tonight. Get Sir Walter Raleigh.
Remember, we'll all be back again next week at the same time. Red Skelton, Ozzie Nelson and his orchestra, Harriet Hilliard, Wonderful Smith, and yours truly, Truman Bradley. Until next week, then.
This is Red Skelton saying goodbye now, and thanks for listening.
Red Skelton is presented by arrangement with Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer Studios. This program is broadcast to our armed forces abroad and came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Ladies and gentlemen, here's our regular weekday morning roundup of the latest news, for which we turn to our staff correspondents at home and abroad. Now we switch first to John McVane reporting from the BBC studios in London.
This is London. Hundreds of British bombers last night made heavy attacks on Mannheim in southwestern Germany. They dropped hundreds of tons of bombs. Saint-Nazaire on the French coast was heavily bombed. Mines were laid in enemy waters, and the British attacked aerodromes in France and Holland. 12 bombers and 2 fighters are missing. German raiders made a short attack on a town in the northeast of England. This morning I had an experience that's an ordinary one for people living here. Before the war, I used to have a Fleet Street newspaper man friend named Jack Oughton. I left England before war began. When I came back, Jack and his wife had disappeared and we couldn't find any trace of them. People thought Jack was in one of the forces. This morning I found out about Jack. His face is in most of the London papers. He piloted one of the Beauforts that sent torpedoes into the Prince Eugen on Sunday. 9 British planes were lost, but Jack came back. Direct information from the Russian front reaching official circles in London doesn't give any comprehensive picture of the situation, but it may help you interpret the daily reports from Russia and Germany if I tell you how the best-informed quarters here see the Kerch and Kharkov fighting. In the first place, it's pointed out, the German attack on the Kerch Peninsula is a German attempt to guard their flank. It's the necessary preliminary before a general offensive could be safely begun. Unless that peninsula were cleared, the Russians would always be in a position to drive suddenly against the German rear. Secondly, the Russian attack at Kharkov isn't yet a real big offensive, but it may have big results in checking the German spring drive. It wasn't tied up with the Kerch attack. While the Germans were piling up material and placing their divisions for their big do-or-die offensive, Timoshenko suddenly seized the initiative and attacked in the front of something over 100 miles. Driving this pocket into the German line, he has in all probability upset the careful plans of the German High Command. They must have had to yank divisions from farther north and from their reserves to hold and try to reduce the Russian pocket. This forced shift of carefully placed and poised forces will, it's thought, have an effect on German plans for a much larger area than the actual fighting front. If Timoshenko's men continue to drive forward successfully, it's believed that the Russian commander is ready to throw in the men and material to make it a really large-scale offensive. If they don't, he'll keep his main strength in reserve. If the Russians have captured important armaments and fuel dumps that the Germans were getting ready for their offensive, they've scored a real success. Timoshenko might be said to be in the position of a boxer who sees his burly opponent drawing back for a knockout blow and throws him off balance with a snappy straight left. In usually well-informed quarters, I've recently found a growing feeling that if the United Nations can start an offensive in the West, or even a large-scale diversion, Germany can be beaten this year. This has been the Russian theme for some time. Now people who a few months or even a few weeks ago would have dismissed the idea as impossible are beginning to talk of it as one of those things that just might be pulled off. These people aren't among the few in this country who have any exact knowledge of the United Nations plans for the immediate future. They don't know what ships and material can be used, but they do know it would take daring thinking and planning and brilliant execution. It's well known here that the thing the German High Command dreads most is an attack in the West, because such an attack might crack into the interior morale of the German civilians who for months have had to endure the morale-destroying knowledge that thousands of German men are being killed every day. This is John McVane in London, returning you to New York.
In Moscow, where it's now after 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Robert Magadoff is ready to report. So we turn to Mr. Magadoff in the Soviet capital. Go ahead, Moscow.
This is Robert Magadoff speaking from Moscow. The German General von Bock is trying to cripple Timoshenko's offensive in the Kharkov area by striking at the left flank of his armies. No details of von Bock's push have as yet been released, and the latest Russian communique even failed to mention it. Whatever measure of success, if any, von Bock may have achieved in his drive toward Izum and Bardenkovo to the southeast and south of Kharkov, it has not, up to now, checked Timoshenko's sweep toward and around Kharkov. The reports which keep pouring in from various sectors of the front say that the Marshal is moving with relentless speed. His main armies are already operating deep in the German defense line, while specially assigned tank, cavalry, and aviation units are pursuing the fleeing enemy. The aim, as you can easily guess, is not to allow them time for regrouping into powerful, organized islands of resistance in the rear and on the flanks of Timoshenko's advancing main forces. The Russians have devised an apparently effective method of combating the superior number of enemy tanks. A counterattack by Hitler's Panzer was first met by a deadly barrage from field guns, anti-tank guns, and anti-tank rifles. After considerable damage is done, Soviet tanks, which are acclaimed here as qualitatively superior, go into action, completing the breakdown of the counterattack. In one sector alone, 122 German tanks were wrecked by just such tactics. Russian confidence remains firm. It has found its most eloquent expression in the feverish work of reconstruction in the villages recaptured from the enemy but yesterday and the day before. The guns are still roaring nearby, and the rattle of machine guns is still annoying the ear. But collective farmers have already launched their spring sowing. The women and children are busy among vegetable patches, and damaged houses are being repaired. Goodbye from Moscow.
Now, reports from the Pacific Theater of War, reports which come to us through the newsroom in San Francisco.
Now, across the Pacific to United Nations headquarters in Australia. Go ahead, Australia.
This is Martin Agronsky somewhere in Australia. Though all quiet is today's report for the Southwest Pacific. Up north, the closest possible watch is being kept on all Jap movements to the northwest and northeast of this continent within range of our aerial reconnaissance. Naturally, any hour could bring the naval contact, which would signal the opening of the second phase of the Battle of the Southwest Pacific. Under MacArthur, our forces in the forward combat area are geared to go into a coordinated air and naval attack or defense the minute that phase begins. It is fruitless to speculate whether the first action of the coming battle will be as a result of our initiative or that of the Japs. Our fleet went up north to hit the Japs in the Solomons 3 weeks ago, immediately before the enemy began moving south. It will do the Jap good to keep guessing as to whether our fleet intends to hit him first again, or if we intend to let him start south till he arrives at the point where it suits us best to offer battle. The immediate job of MacArthur's command is to keep hitting from the air any Jap concentration that looks like growing too large for comfort. Never, in any theater of war, has so much depended on air power. At the moment, the air is the only medium through which we are in contact with the enemy. Except for anti-aircraft crews, there's not a single doughboy in the American Expeditionary Forces here today who has fired a single hostile shot at the Japs. The enemy is real only to the airmen. A bombing target to be hit daily hundreds of miles away from the most forward of the Allied bases. The realization that this is an air war first, a naval war second, and a land war only if our aerial and naval power is destroyed is what must be understood. The daily record of activities issued at headquarters here proves that even with what may be inferior numbers in the air, we are able to hurt the Jap more than he hurts us. To observers here, it seems a simple enough step in an analytical process of reasoning to make the next deduction from the established fact of our quality superiority. That is, that if a real effort is made to provide our forces here with large numbers of aircraft, Australia can become an offensive base rather than the defensive and dangerously threatened holding base that it is, in fact, today. Looking from Australia, it still seems to observers here that London, at least, still seems to have difficulty in grasping the real position here. The statement of Britain's Deputy Prime Minister Autry in the House of Commons yesterday, in which he pledged British reinforcements to Australia, has come in for very careful examination here. Mr. Autry said it was, I quote, unsound to concentrate major forces in any one area before Japan revealed her main objective, unquote. Leaving aside the fact that Mr. Autry's statement reveals a defensive attitude in strange contrast with a much publicized comment on Australia as an offensive base, Britain's Deputy Prime Minister seems to have forgotten Hong Kong, Malaya, the Dutch East Indies, the Philippines, and Burma. By the time the Japs had revealed their main objectives on those battlefields, Britain and the United States found it was much too late to do anything about sending reinforcements. From this side of the world, the Allied grand strategy still looks obscure. The one thing responsible authorities here are agreed upon is that the Japs have so far thrived on the Allied inability to make their bases strong while the opportunity is still offered. This is Martin Agronsky returning you now to San Francisco.
From the newsroom in San Francisco, we take you across the continent to Earl Godwin in the newsroom in New York.
And from the newsroom here in New York, we're going to switch you now to our correspondent in the nation's capital, Earl Godwin, in Washington.
It's all right. That's Jimmy Doolittle's idea. He held a press conference late yesterday afternoon. I guess the news is all out on him by now, but one thing he did, which proves him a gallant gentleman and a champion thoroughbred, was that he telephoned to the families of the 79 men who accompanied him on his amazing flight from Shangri-La to Tokyo and back to Shangri-La. That was the action of a gentleman. He got the Congressional Medal of Honor. The 79 with him get Distinguished Service Crosses. And do you notice in this war, the heroes are getting the awards now, not waiting to die for flowers. Here's something you may like to know. The Japs have been the greatest plan and map makers. They planned and mapped their own country down to the last building. And one of the advantages we have is that our Army has most of those plans and the maps of buildings and cities. I don't know whether Doolittle's dynamite dunkers had any of these Jap maps with them, but they appeared to know just what to do and where to lay those eggs when they got there. Our newly formed Board of Economic Warfare here has a barn full of information on Japanese factories and industries and roads and railroads and dams. They know where the railroad lines are. They know where the bottlenecks are. They know just where to blow up a bridge to stop the very traffic the Japs depend on. So don't get the idea that all the advantage is on the Japanese side when it comes to maps, for distinctly it is not. The fastest ship production the world has ever seen is now the record of the U.S. Maritime Commission, with its 120 ships in 130 days. And 30 ships, mind you, count them if you want, 30, will be launched from American shipyards on the day after tomorrow, which is Maritime Day in America. And there will be great doings all over the country, particularly at shipyards, and radio messages around the world, from shipyards and shipworkers here to shipyards and shipworkers there and back again. This morning seems to show a preponderance of heavy rationers in your government at Washington. The president, I thought, as I attended his press conference and radio conference yesterday, believes along the lines of Sam Rayburn, the Speaker of the House, who says that rationing gas in areas where it is plentiful, and so plentiful it cannot be stored, is just plain nonsense. I quote Mr. Rayburn. But the War Production Board is jittery over rubber and tires, wants to enforce tire conservation by drastic cuts in the opportunity to use tires, and so nationwide gas rationing is the threat at this hour, or the possibility, I might say. But Mr. Rayburn says anyone knows that tires are scarce. Anyone knows that he will not have any more tires during the war. Anyone knows that if you keep your speed down to less than 30 miles an hour, your tires will last, you might say, indefinitely. So I say that gas rationing where gas is superabundant is just plain nonsense. I was quoting Mr. Rayburn, and I think possibly he will have supporters in that view, and that's all from Washington at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Godwin. These have been reports by John McVane from London, Robert Magadoff from Moscow, Martin Lagronsky speaking from Australia, and Earl Godwin in our nation's capital. Now, for the latest news, we suggest that you keep tuned to this station.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
California comes another first night in the radio drama season. The opening play of the new Dr. Christian series, starring Gene Hersholt as the popular doctor of River's End, and presented for your pleasure by the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, owners of the trademark Vaseline, and producers of Vaseline Petroleum Jelly, Vaseline Hair Tonic, and other famous Vaseline specialties. Waiting to greet you in person and bid you welcome tonight and every Wednesday night hereafter to our lovely village of River's End and the ever-changing drama our good doctor finds in the lives of our citizens is our star, Gene Hersholt.
Thank you. And good evening, everybody. Tonight marks the premiere of our third year on the air. Thanks to you listeners and who so kindly have accepted our Dr. Christian programs, and thanks to our sponsors, the Cheesebro Manufacturing Company, makers of Vaseline products, and believe me, I'm very, very happy to be back. Last spring, when we closed our season, I told you that this fall you were going to meet Dr. Christian again, both on the air and on the screen. And so instead of having a vacation, I made a movie for RKO Radio Pictures. The first of a series of films about Dr. Christian. And in them you're going to see him, of course, and River's End, and various of the other folks who make our town an interesting place to live in. The first of these pictures is called Meet Dr. Christian, and it'll be released all over the United States and Canada on November 17th. I sincerely hope you'll give us the same encouragement on our movies as you have given us on our radio programs. And I'll very much appreciate it if you'll just write me a line and tell me what you think of Meet Dr. Christian. Thank you again, and now on with tonight's show.
The title of tonight's play is Once Around the Block. In it, you will hear an all-star Hollywood cast, including Rosemary DeCamp, who is already well-loved by Dr. Christian fans, in the role of Judy Price, the doctor's secretary. Gloria Holden, who has given some fine performances in previous Dr. Christian dramas, in the role of Jennifer Williams, a young wife with a problem. Dorothy Lovett, whom you will see as the screen Judy in the Meet Dr. Christian picture, soon to be showing in your local theater. Cast in our story tonight in the role of Kit McKenzie, a worried young mother. Maud Eburn, who plays the crabbed old recluse, Cordelia Bingham, who lives in the White House with a cupola next door to Dr. Christian on the River Road. And Frederick Shields, who plays Pete Williams, Jennifer's problem. The curtain is rising now on the familiar River's End scene. It is twilight of a late October evening. Leaves are drifting down through the blue haze of dusk to join the heaps of red and gold already spilling over the curbs. There is the pungent odor of burning leaves in the air, and on the street, not a soul in sight except Dr. Christian and Judy, who have just come out of his house on the corner and are rounding the block into State Street.
Ah, Judy, I think this is the time of the year I like best. Summer has worn out her welcome, and time catches her breath before she plunges us into a brisk winter flurry.
Oh, mercy me, Dr. Christian. So poetic.
I should have warned you, Judy. That's what autumn does to me.
Well, she's catching her breath too long to suit me. I'm ready for a little winter activity.
Ah, you young people all alike, Judy. No sooner do you get your swimsuits off than you want to put your ski pants on.
Well, this breath-catching business has no charms for me. I like action and plenty of it. That's why I love summer. There's so much going on.
Well, the excitement of living goes on in all seasons, Judy. The action has just moved indoors.
It's gone away from here, all right. Look, There's not a soul in sight.
Now they're all indoors by the warm fire waiting for the evening meal.
Hibernating for the winter.
Well, oh, let's stop in here at the Mackenzie cottage and see the new baby.
All right.
There's a light in the parlor.
Kit and George Mackenzie are probably dribbling baby talk all over the place.
Well, I hope not. At this hour, the baby's only 2 weeks old.
Kit and George certainly are putting a big strain on Providence.
What do you mean?
Oh, bringing another member of the family into the world when everybody knows they can't even pay the grocer's bill.
Oh, but a girl's first baby is her greatest adventure, Judy. She should meet it when she's young and full of faith.
Well, that'd be swell if the butcher, the baker, and the candlestick maker were equally full of faith.
Oh, just the same, Judy. Nature arranges things pretty wisely.
Considerably aided in this town by Dr. Christian, I notice.
Well, here we are.
Where's the bell?
There isn't any. You just rapped.
Oh. Kit keeps this tumble-down old house looking pretty neat, considering. Look at the dimity curtains.
Here comes someone.
Why, Dr. Christian. Good evening. And Judy. Hello, Kit. Oh, how nice to see you both. Come in.
We were just out for a turn around the block, and Judy thought it'd be fun to stop and see the baby.
I'm so glad you did. Come on in the sitting room. I've got the baby's basket right up by the fire. Oh, isn't she adorable? Oh, did you ever see such pink cheeks, Dr. Christian? Look. Oh, little sweetheart. Oh, was she the toothiest, winchy little honey bun?
The baby looks fine, Catherine.
Oh, she's been fine, Doctor. Thanks to your care. Oh, Kit, may I hold her for a minute? May she, Dr. Christian?
Well, no, it's strictly against the rules. But she may.
Oh, you're so sweet. You mustn't scratch Judy, baby. Oh, isn't it a miracle how perfect their little fingernails are?
Seems to me the baby looks a good deal better than the mother. Feeling all right, Catherine?
Oh, yes.
Now, don't try to fool the old doctor, Catherine.
I'm perfectly all right, Dr. Christian. Just a little tired, I guess.
Where's George?
He's gone out.
Oh, what a shame. Thought I might have had a chance to say hello. I haven't seen him since the baby was born, you know.
I haven't either, Dr. Christian.
Why, Catherine.
That is not really. Well, he's been home to sleep nights, but then he goes out early in the mornings, and I never know when I'm going to see him again.
Why, Catherine, is something wrong?
Yes, Dr. Christian. Everything's wrong. Horribly, horribly wrong. Kid, why? Oh, what's the use of trying to pretend? He hates the baby. He hates her.
Oh, you're mistaken, Catherine.
How could anyone hate such an adorable bit of humanity? Just the same he does. And he hates me for wanting her. Oh, Dr. Christian, I'm in such trouble, and I don't know where to turn.
Oh, there, my dear. You're still nervously exhausted. Things can't be so bad.
Oh, well, surely George will steady down now that he has the baby to think of. It's just the trouble. He's more rebellious than ever. He says having the baby has just shackled him, robbed him of every chance to get ahead. We were poor enough before, and now we have added expenses. He blames me for it all. But that isn't fair. How could he? Well, it's because of this house, Judy.
This house?
We rent this place, you know, from Pete Williams, who lives just back of here.
Yes, I know.
George has been saving to buy it for our very own. I know that, but I didn't realize how much it meant to him.
You mean the money he saved went for the baby?
Yes. He says we'll never be able to buy the house now. From the time I told him I was going to have a child, he's treated me almost like a stranger. He says the baby's coming has robbed him of the one thing he's always wanted. Oh, but how could a mere house mean so much to him? You'd understand, Judy, if you knew George. He's never had a home of his own. There were 11 children in his family.
Yes, I know. They were very poor.
He never had anything of his own. That's why he seemed so happy when we were married, and we managed to save a little bit of money. He said to me so often, "At last I've got something that's really mine. My wife. And soon I'll have a home of my own. A home that's really mine." Oh, if you could have heard the way he said, "A home that's really mine," you'd understand.
I think we do understand.
He wanted and felt he needed something he could tie himself to. That's it, exactly. He said he'd never been tired in the poverty he was accustomed to. Oh, look, kid. The baby's gone sound asleep. Maybe you better take her, huh? I'll put her back in her basket. Oh, she is dying, isn't she?
Yes. And I predict he'll be your greatest comfort someday, kid. Yours and George's, too. Time will tell.
Judy? Oh, I feel so sorry for Kit, Dr. Christian.
Yeah, there's plenty of drama in that house, Judy.
I wonder how it'll all end.
Here comes Pete Williams. Good evening, Pete.
Hi, Pete. How are you?
Good evening, Dr. Christian. How yourself, Judy? Were you coming to our house, Dr. Christian?
Why, Judy and I were just taking a stroll around the block. We've been cooped up in the staffy's office all day.
I wish you would go in and see Jennifer, Dr. Christian.
Isn't she well, Pete?
No, she hasn't been any too well lately. That is, neither of us has.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Doctor, I don't want to impose on you, but couldn't you stop in and see her right now? Offhand?
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Christian. I'll skip on home.
No, Judy, you go too. Perhaps,
Pete, what's the matter with Jennifer? The real matter, I mean.
Well, Dr. Christian, Jennifer's decided to leave me. I can't do anything with her. I feel desperate. And somehow, seeing you and Judy unexpectedly just now, it occurred to me maybe you could talk to her. Heaven knows I've tried, and she won't see.
Oh, of course we'll stop in to see her right now, won't we, Judy?
Of course.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you. Good night.
Dr. Christian, what's it all about?
I can't imagine, Judy.
I thought they were two of the happiest people in town.
Look there, Judy. He stopped in front of the Mackenzie cottage.
Yes. He owns it, didn't Kit say?
Yes, but that's no reason for standing there like a lost soul in the dusk, looking at it.
No. Well, he's probably not even conscious where he is, poor soul. Well, up and at him, Dr. Christian. We have patience to see.
So we have, Judy. And bless you for your unfailing ability to adjust yourself to whatever comes along.
Well, what comes along is the neat walk bordered with barberry that leads into the Pete Williams place. Don't you think it's funny, Dr. Christian, that Pete keeps his own place up so beautifully and lets the Mackenzie cottage run down? Well, here we are. Right dress, forward march. Halt. The Williams door.
Oh, hello, Dr. Christian. And is that Judy Price I see lurking behind you?
Hello, Jennifer.
We were just taking a constitutional once around the block.
And we saw your light, so we thought we'd call and see how you were.
Oh, I'm so glad you did. Come in. Please come in.
Oh, it's so lovely in here. This is the nicest home in River's End.
Well, then take a last look at it, because it won't be home much longer.
What do you mean, Jennifer?
Well, I mean that Pete and I are washed up. Finished. Through.
Jennifer, you're joking.
Jennifer, my dear, you're not yourself tonight.
Oh, now, don't put on the old family physician act, Dr. Christian. You knew when you came in here that it was all over between Pete and me.
I knew.
Yes, you knew. Oh, I saw Pete stop and talk when you were coming in to see me. And I saw something more, too. Something you didn't see. I saw Pete go down the block and stand stock still in front of the Mackenzie cottage with his soul in his eyes.
Jennifer!
Dr. Christian, would you think I was a fool to leave Pete because he is in love with someone else?
Well, Jennifer, do you love him?
Yes, so much. So much that I've decided to go.
But, Jennifer, you can't do that.
Oh, yes, I can. My plans are all made. This is 1939, you know. Unwinded wives don't stay home and weep. They get jobs and face life.
Isn't it possible you're mistaken?
No, I know I'm right. She was his first love, and I've come to believe she was his only love.
Jennifer, don't take it that way. I feel happy. Now, don't just give Pete up.
Oh, Judy, you can't fight ghosts.
What do you mean, ghosts?
I mean, Dr. Christian, that Pete Williams was in love a long time ago before I even knew him with a lovely girl who died. You knew her. She lived in that old house where Kit and George Mackenzie live now.
Christina Lambert, yes, I remember now. She and Pete grew up together. Their yards have joined at the back.
The yard of this house had joined the yard of that in the back.
I remember now Pete's father buying that house.
It will always be her home. It was their honeymoon cottage.
Oh, but all that happened so long ago. I was a little girl in school. It's one you can't forget.
Oh, but time heals all things, Jennifer. Surely in this lovely home you made for him.
Well, that's what I thought, too. Perhaps I could have succeeded somewhere else.
Well, why don't you move to some other part of town?
Yes, go on a trip and see new places and new faces and come back to a different home and a different outlook.
Just what would we use for cash?
You mean...
I mean, Pete simply hasn't the money. He's stony broke. All the inheritance he has left is in this place, in the Mackenzie cottage. He kept it as a shrine for years, and in hard times forced him to rent it. Last year, George Mackenzie took an option to buy it, and I was so happy, thinking at last relief from the specter was at hand.
And this year the baby came along.
And the Mackenzies had no money to buy the house. In fact, there's no market at all for houses around here.
So you're chained to the house, and the Mackenzies are chained to the baby.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing. I was just making songs of sympathy.
Well, it's all over now. Peter's tried to convince me that his old love was a thing of the past. But as long as he's forced to live within sight of that house, pass it every day, I know it's no use. It haunts him, and it's come to haunt me. So I've made up my mind to go to Chicago and get a job. And, well, someday, if a miracle happens and Pete can get clear of his emotional entanglements, he'll never end. Then I want you to convince him, Dr. Christian, that I'm there waiting for him.
And the curtain comes down on the first half of our Dr. Christian drama, Once Around the Block. We have a brief intermission now, just long enough for me to give you this message from the sponsors. A message to all you men. No matter what your line of work, it's most important to keep your hair looking well-groomed and healthy. If your hair is dry and brittle, if it's hard to manage, especially after a shampoo, or if you're bothered by unsightly dandruff scales, treat these dry scalp conditions with Vaseline Hair Tonic. Vaseline Hair Tonic is different. It contains absolutely no drying ingredients. Instead, Vaseline Hair Tonic supplements the natural oils of the scalp, removes unpleasant dandruff scales, makes the hair healthy-looking, lustrous, and easy to manage. Get a bottle of Vaseline Hair Tonic tomorrow. Before every shampoo, rub plenty of Vaseline Hair Tonic well on the scalp. And don't forget to use a few drops as a daily dressing for the hair. You'll be delighted when you see the difference it makes. Vaseline Hair Tonic costs only 40 and 70 cents for generous shaker top bottles at your neighborhood drugstore. It's curtain time again in the Columbia Playhouse in Hollywood, where our first Dr. Christian drama of the new season is playing to a full house of Gene Herschel fans. The play is Once Around the Block. The curtain is going up, and the scene is the same as before. Golden leaves still drifting down in the dusk of a late October day. Dr. Christian and Judy Price, his secretary, have been taking a brief walk around the block. Up State Street, where they called on Kit Mackenzie and her new baby. Then through Lincoln Avenue to Elm. Down Elm to the Pete Williams house. And now they're at the corner of Elm Street and the River Road. Old Miss Bingham's house gleams whitely through the red and gold leaves.
Well, Judy?
Plenty of drama in that house, too.
Yeah. What time is it?
Just 6 o'clock.
Oh, just in time to stop in and leave Miss Bingham's medicine.
I think I'll go on home now, Dr. Christian.
Oh, nonsense, Judy. You're going to complete our little trip around the block, aren't you?
Well...
You're coming in with me to see Cordelia Bingham.
No, I don't think so. I never did like the looks of this old barn she lives in. We used to run by it a mile a minute when we were kids.
Well, you aren't afraid of Cordelia, are you, Judy?
Well, I don't know. I've never met her. I don't think I've even seen her for years.
I don't think anyone has seen her, except her lawyer and me.
Is there really anything wrong with her, Dr. Christian, but cussedness?
I think you'll find Cordelia an interesting character. You'd better come along with me.
Oh, well, all right, but you stay right beside me, huh?
Now, come on.
You know, this must have been an elegant mansion at one time.
It was, Judy. Why, I can remember when it was the showplace of Roseanne, before Cordelia's parents died.
Huh. Was that when she locked herself in and refused to see anyone but you? Oh, goodness. What was that?
The doorbell, Judy.
Oh, dear. From the sound of that, I dread to think what will open the door.
Oh, it'll probably be Cordelia herself. She hasn't kept a servant in years.
That's right. She's supposed to be awfully stingy, isn't she? I've heard she hasn't parted with 1 cent of the fortune her family left her when they died.
Shh, be quiet, Judy. Well, good evening, Cordelia.
Good evening, Paul.
This is my secretary, Miss Judy Price.
Visitors are not usually welcome here, Miss Price, but for Paul's sake, I'll make an exception. How do you do?
Good evening, Miss Bingham.
Well, come in quickly. You're letting all the cold air in.
Oh, yes, of course. Come on in, Judy.
I waste enough coal as it is trying to keep my own rooms warm. I'll go right in there where the lamp's burning. Sit down, Paul.
Thank you, Cordelia.
Well, you may sit down too, young lady.
Oh, thank you.
Now go ahead and start our weekly chat, Paul. What are you doing up, Cordelia Bingham? I told you to get someone in here to take care of you and to stay in bed and not overdo.
Well, that's right, Cordelia. You know it all by heart.
That's one case where my heart's never failed me, no matter how bad you say it is.
Well, I'm really serious this time. You don't look nearly as well as when I saw you last week.
Of course not. I haven't had my evening's glass of sherry.
Oh, you remember what I told you?
Of course I do. I'm not playing for time, Paul. I'm ready any time our good Lord is.
Oh, but Miss Bingham, you...
What do you know about it, young lady?
Huh? Nothing, I guess.
Of course you don't. Wait until you're my age. I'm 94.
Well, I thought you told me you were 96, Cordelia.
No, 94.
Oh, I beg your pardon.
Be glad, young miss, that you learned to laugh while you were young. That's something my parents forgot to teach me.
Oh, but you had everything, didn't you? Money, this beautiful home, pretty dresses.
Oh, yes. I was a precious jewel, wasn't I, Paul?
Yes.
A fragile bit of china. My parents were afraid I'd crack if I smiled. They put me on a shelf, and here I am today. And here I'll stay until I take that final plunge and shatter this old bit of china to pieces.
You mustn't talk like that, Cordelia.
Why not? I'm not afraid to face facts. We've both known for months that I might go at any time, any moment.
You know, Cordelia, you are a courageous woman.
Just fatalistic, Paul. What have I got to live for? My parents never taught me to enjoy life. And when they died, I was too old to learn. I had everything, all the money in the world to have fun with. And I didn't know how.
Surely someone could have taught you.
Those fortune hunters that trailed after me when I was younger? Oh, no. Not a cent would they get. I've spent my money as I pleased. I haven't thrown away on those young wastrels.
You know, I've never really understood you, Cordelia.
Neither has anyone else in this town. They all think I'm selfish. I pinch pennies. I'm a miser.
Oh, not that, Miss Bingham.
Yes, I know, young lady. You needn't try to be kind. But you know, Paul Christian, what people have been saying about me. How they've condemned me for shutting myself up here in this house. You are my friend, and I can tell you, I'll have the last laugh on them.
Oh, no, you mustn't let yourself get so excited, Cordelia. Judy, we better be going.
Yes,
Here's your medicine.
That for my medicine.
Oh.
Cordelia.
I've started now, and I'm going to finish.
Sit down, Cordelia, please.
Yes.
Don't worry about me. I'm all right. Paul, I want you to do something for me.
Of course.
Open that drawer there, in the center table.
This one?
Yes. Bring me those papers. They're on top.
Are these the right ones?
Yes. Thank you, Paul. Everyone knows my parents left me a fortune, now don't they? And they think I still have all of it.
Yes, I guess that's true, Cordelia.
Look at this receipt.
$15,000 donated to a home for crippled children in Australia?
I saw to it that nobody in town knew anything about that. Read this.
$150,000 for the erection of an institute to the blind in Norway?
I got you farther away that time. Look at all of them, Paul. 25,000 here. 86,000 here. I've given it all away, all over the world.
But I don't understand. How did you find out about all these places?
My lawyer found them for me. I've given away every cent of my money. Every cent but $25,000. And you, Paul Christian, are going to help me dispose of that.
But don't you think you should keep something?
I'll have all I shall need for as long as I shall need it. And so, I want to arrange with you, Paul, who knows River's End better than any living person, to give my last bit of money to someone here in River's End, to someone who is just starting life, someone who needs it, someone to whom it will mean freedom, opportunity, and, I hope, happiness.
Oh, Miss Boehner.
Will you name the beneficiary, Paul?
I will, Cordelia. And the Lord will bless you for your wisdom. I nominate for the legacy a young lady who is your neighbor, for whom your generosity will provide the future now denied her. And in so doing will reunite her parents and restore the love light to still another home in this block. Kitty Mackenzie, age 2 weeks.
Will be out in front in just a moment to tell you something about next week's play. While we're waiting, here's a question I would like to put to you. Did you ever stop to think what a wonderful organ your skin is? It can withstand temperature changes of almost 200 degrees Fahrenheit, yet keep the body temperature at practically one constant level. Your skin does an amazing job of protecting your very life, but it in turn needs protection. Heated rooms and wintry winds rob your skin of its natural oils, so that it's apt to crack or peel or chap according to the weather. And because Vaseline jelly quickly corrects these conditions, it has been America's favorite skin remedy for generations. Vaseline jelly does 3 vitally important things for your skin. First, it forms a protective film that helps keep infection out when the skin is broken. Second, it has a soothing, healing action. And third, Vaseline jelly softens and lubricates the skin by taking the place of those natural oils so easily evaporated or washed away. These 3 services to the skin make Vaseline jelly helpful in the treatment of burns, scalds, chapping, chafing, cuts, scratches, and just about every other type of minor skin injury and irritation. Of course, you probably have Vaseline jelly on hand. I think it's safe to say it's one of the most popular products ever made. For Vaseline jelly has been used in more than 9 out of 10 American homes for generations. Make Vaseline jelly your first thought at the first sign of any skin injury or irritation. And be sure you always have a good supply on hand. Vaseline jelly costs only 10 cents for a generous jar or tube at any drugstore. But be sure to look for the trademark Vaseline when you buy. It is your assurance of absolute purity. And now, here's our star, Jean Hersholt, as Dr. Christian of River's End.
What is your story for next Wednesday night, Dr. Christian? Well, I'm planning to tell you the story of Ted Gallagher. Ted is the bad boy of River's End, and his story is full of drama. I think parents and children will both enjoy it, and so I invite you all to listen and Tell your friends to listen. Until next Wednesday night at this same hour, then, I'll say good night.
Your announcer is Arthur Gilmore. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Fiery horse with the speed of light, a cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo Silver, the Lone Ranger. With his faithful Indian companion Tonto, the masked rider of the plains led the fight for law and order in the early western United States. The stories of his strength and courage, his daring and resourcefulness have come down to us through the generations, and nowhere in the pages of history can one find a greater champion of justice. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! We're heading for Valley Center. Out, Silver!
The Lone Ranger, without his mask, but wearing a disguise, rode into the little town of Valley Center with Tonto. As they reined up in front of the cafe, a girl called to them.
Howdy, stranger.
Howdy.
Oh, boy. You going into the cafe?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I'm Alice Brent. My brother Josh is in there. I'd like you to tell him that if he don't come out pronto, I'm riding home by myself. I don't care how many outlaws there are in the district. I'm not waiting any longer.
Outlaws?
That's what Josh claims. There's plenty of rustling, I know. But I don't care. I'm hitting the trail by myself.
I'll tell him.
Just say that I'm going. Never mind, stranger. Thanks just the same, but here he is now. Josh!
Howdy, sis.
What do you think you're doing?
I'm switching my saddle from Blackie to Sweet William.
Oh, boy. No, you don't. I know what that means. You bet somebody they can't ride him.
Steady there, boy.
Put that saddle back on Blackie. You're riding home with me, and you're trailing that no-good ornery bronc behind you.
I'm going to sell him.
Sell him? Sell Sweet William?
Yep. Just wait till you get a look at the hombre that's going to buy him. Say, he's the fanciest dude you ever set your eyes on.
From the east?
He's so far from the east, you have to get your feet wet to get there.
What?
You, mean he's from England? Oh, hey, how'd you guess it, stranger? Yes, sir, he's the Lord Duke himself. Well, go on home if you want to, sis, but you'll miss a lot of fun.
I won't let you do it.
Won't let me what? Come on out here in the middle of the street, Willie.
You can't sell a tenderfoot, the kinkiest cayuse west of the Mississippi.
Oh, he won't buy him after he's tried him out. Listen, honey, this doggone dude asked me if we had any jumping horses in the West.
Jumping horses? He didn't mean this kind of jumping horses. I've seen pictures of the kind he makes.
So have I, but jumping horses sure put me in a mind for Sweet William, so I offered to sell him.
Now, what was this Englishman's name?
Larry Winton. Oh.
He'll be killed.
No, he won't stay on long enough. I aim to see him get mussed up a little. It rubs me the wrong way to see a man looking so pretty. Oh, you think it's all right, don't you, stranger?
I don't believe there's any danger.
You don't know Sweet William.
Oh, there he is, and all the boys with him.
Is this the horse you meant, Mr. Brent?
That's him, Duke.
I'm not really a duke.
Well, Duke or Count, it's all the same to me. What do you think of the horse?
Well, he's not at all the type we use for hunting. Much too short-legged, you know.
He's the best jumping horse in the United States.
Good bone and muscle, of course.
You want to climb aboard and try him out?
Is there a fence around?
Uh-huh. Just down at the end of the street.
Oh, yes. Well, here we go.
Get back, boys.
What was that?
Oh, nothing.
Thanks, stranger. This is going to be awful.
I'll just make sure of the cinch.
I don't care if he is a dude. It isn't fair. Oh, dear. He's getting up.
Well, Buck!
Ride him, Duke!
Josh told the truth when he said he was a jumper.
Him buck plenty bad.
Never seems to touch the ground.
Stranger, the Duke's staying on him.
I thought he might.
I can't believe it. Nobody stays on Sweet William this long. Ride him, cowboy, ride him! Look at that. He's sending him down the street.
That's where the fence is.
Oh, no. He mustn't try to jump that fence. He'll break his neck.
Let's get on our horses and follow.
Yes, hurry. Josh, stop him.
Hey, big fella.
Get up there.
Come on, Silver. Get him up the town. Everybody seems to have the same idea.
We can't let him get hurt now. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
I am.
Then get him off that horse.
I can't manage this coyote so good. As long as the barkeep. I'll try to get closer.
Oh, he stopped just short of the fence.
He's riding back this way.
That means he'll try the jump next time.
Next time?
Yeah, he's going at it again.
Don't.
The bronc won't take it.
Whoa. Let me help you up that horse, Duke.
There's no need for that. I can manage. It must have been my fault, Mr. Brent, but I couldn't seem to lift him up and over.
You just better thank your lucky stars he didn't lift you up and over.
Yeah, I gotta hand it to you, Duke.
Of course, I'll take your word for it that he's a good horse, but he isn't exactly what I'm looking for. Now, this white stallion here, this...
Hello, Larry.
It is Silver. You're the...
We'll talk about that later.
And Tonto.
Aye.
You came here for the same reason
We'll talk about that later, too.
You know each other then. Oh, so that's why you weren't worried, stranger. You knew the Duke could ride that bronc.
Now, this isn't the first time he's been offered a horse that could jump.
You were on to me from the start.
I'm afraid so. It took me some time to get used to your humor out here, but I understand it now, and I didn't want to spoil your joke.
You hear that, boys? He didn't want to spoil it. Say, you're all right, Duke.
Wait a minute, though. You were the one who started it. It was your joke from the beginning.
Well, let's say it was my way of getting acquainted, Miss...
Miss Brent. I'm this coyote's sister. We're pleased to know you, Duke. If you're going to stay around the valley for a while, we'd be pleased to have you stay with us.
Sure, come on home with us now.
Well,
After you've had a talk with me, Larry, got your horse and meet us outside the town.
To the east?
Yes, to the east. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
A short time later, the Englishman rode east out of town, where he met the Lone Ranger and Tonto. As Larry started to rein up his horse, the masked man signaled him to keep riding. Silver and Scout ranged alongside, and the three headed along the trail.
Where are you taking me?
We'll rein up at the edge of those woods.
Have you come from San Marco?
We were there last week. We've been following your trail ever since.
I had no idea I'd left one.
You'd find it hard to travel anywhere in this country without being noticed. Now, this is far enough. Steady, Silver.
Oh,
Steady.
boy.
Larry, I only want you to answer one question.
Well?
Are you guilty or not guilty?
Well, not guilty, I swear it.
That's good enough for me. Just tell us what happened.
Well, I was working rather late at the bank one night. A band of 6 outlaws broke in. The safe was open. There was no way I could keep them from taking the money.
6 outlaws?
Well, there were 6 who came into the bank, but that was only part of the gang. There must be 20 altogether.
Why did you leave town with them?
Well, it wasn't my idea. 2 of the men forced me to go to the hotel, to my room. Made me pack all my clothes, pay my bill, check out.
Gun at your back, I suppose.
Well, not while I was at the clerk's desk. Their guns are ready in their holsters, but it was practically the same thing. I was only hoping that we might run into you masked. Oh, I say, you aren't masked, are you?
I'm wearing a disguise.
Indeed, that's very interesting.
Get on with your story, Larry.
Oh, yes, my story. Well, nothing fabricated about it, though.
We believe you're telling the truth.
Quite. Well, they had a horse waiting for me outside the hotel. They made me ride with them. We met the rest of the men about 10 miles from San Marco. Then we continued on our way for the rest of the night. A few hours' sleep, and we were in the saddle once more. We traveled all that day and all the next night.
Which way?
Toward the border. It was most uncomfortable. My hands were tied to the pommel of the saddle. My horse was led. I believe you can still see the marks on my wrist. It's most uncomfortable.
But you did manage to escape?
Well, not at all. On the evening of the second day, they gave me a horse and set me free. Even gave me money to buy food.
Oh, I understand.
It took me some time to do that. I'd already started back for San Marco when I suddenly realized that if I went back, I'd be thrown in jail. Packing my clothes, checking out the hotel, the money gone from the bank, what else could I expect?
They believe you're guilty, all right.
Who can blame them? Well, I thought that if I couldn't get back to San Marco, next best thing would be to follow the outlaws and capture them.
By yourself?
Oh, no, that's not quite in my line. Tell somebody where they were, a sheriff, or if I should happen to find you.
You managed to follow their trail?
Well, I lost it at Dos Bocas, but they were heading in this direction. They may be using this valley as their hideout.
Yes, it's possible. There are canyons to the west.
And plenty good ranch here.
That's true, Tonto. They might try rustling. The pass to the north leads to Bennett City. They could settle cattle there.
I'm pretty sure they still have the money from the bank with them.
We'll make camp in this grove of trees, Larry.
Well, may I stay with you?
I think you'd better stay at the Brent Ranch. See, I'll be wearing a mask from now on. Tonto and I'll be scouting all over the valley.
Oh, I'd like to help. After all, you'll be trying to clear my name.
You can help more at the ranch. Now, if you get any information about the gang, bring it to us.
I will.
At night, Larry. Don't come here except at night.
That night, the Lone Ranger and Tonto sat beside their small campfire waiting for the Englishman. Silver and Scout were grazing just beyond the clearing, their saddles and bridles hanging on the branch of a nearby tree.
Well, we have our first clue, Tonto. Those tracks at the pass. We'll work our way west tomorrow and see if...
come, Kemosabe?
I hear him.
Maybe it's Larry.
Yes, Tonto. I can't see his face, but he doesn't ride like a Westerner.
Howdy.
You have news, Larry?
Oh, indeed I have. Whoa, steady, fella. Steady.
Brent hired a new cowhand today. I recognized him at once.
Recognized him?
The name he gave Josh was Pete something or other. When he rode with the gang, they called him Smoky.
One of the outlaws.
There's no doubt of it.
Did you tell Brent?
I wanted to tell you first.
Did this man recognize you?
Well, I suppose he must have. Of course, my face isn't quite as ugly as Smoky's, but I don't think he'd forget it quite so soon.
He was close enough?
Well, I came into the living room as Josh was hiring him.
That's all I wanted to know.
Shall I tell Brent?
No, not yet. Smoky must have a reason for taking a job at the ranch. I want to find out what it is.
Well, Tonto suggested rustling.
Yes. You're not as safe as you have been, Larry. Smoky may decide it's dangerous to have you around. We'll give you protection. From now on, Tonto and I'll keep an eye on him. By the way, what does he look like?
He's a big fellow with a scar on his face. Right here.
Get back to the ranch and stay there until you hear from us.
Righto.
Get up there, boy.
The Englishman heard from someone else before the Lone Ranger got to him. The following afternoon, he and Alice were sitting in the ranch house when the Englishman suddenly broke off in the middle of a sentence, listened a moment, then strode to the window.
What are you doing at the window, Larry?
Well, I heard some horses stop out in front.
Must be the boys getting back from town. It's too late for visitors. You aren't expecting anyone, are you, Josh?
Nope.
There's two men coming up on the porch.
Well, you're right. I'll see who it is.
Hello, Alice. I've come for the Englishman.
Sheriff.
That's him. Just like your reward notice says.
What are you talking about, Pete?
That man's a bank robber.
Larry?
Yep. Your new hand here come to my office tonight. He told me that this fellow was wanted for a bank robbery in San Marco. Sure enough, when I fished down in my reward notices, I found one to fit him. $1,000 they're offering. Put out your hands, mister.
It can't be true.
I'm not guilty, Alice. This man who calls himself Pete was...
Go on. What about him?
He remembers me from San Marco, that's what. Just try and deny that.
I can't deny it.
What were you going to say, Larry?
Nothing. It isn't time for that, Sheriff.
Just stick out your hands and cut out the palavering.
Very well, Sheriff.
A bank robber, huh? It just goes to show you.
Put those handcuffs back in your pocket, Sheriff.
Masked man.
And an engine.
Over here, Larry. Don't move any of you.
This sure proves that he's got outlaws for friends.
Outside, Larry.
Can I tell Josh and Alice?
What good is your word against a reward notice? Hurry. Righto. Don't try to follow us.
Get your men together, Josh. We're going after him.
Right, Sheriff. The
curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments.
Now to continue our story. As the Lone Ranger, Tonto, and Larry Winton raced away from the Brent ranch, they could hear Josh routing his men out of the bunkhouse.
They'll follow us plenty soon. They'll never catch us. Silver doesn't seem to notice my extra weight at all. Hello. You see those rocks and trees up ahead? That tunnel, see. I want you to take cover there. Isn't that dangerous so close to the ranch? They won't think any of us would stop so soon. That right. Now make sure that Smokey is with the rest of the men. If he isn't, ride back to the ranch. Find him and follow him wherever he goes. If you get a chance, pick up Larry's horse in the corral. We'll meet you at our old camp near town. I'll leave you here. Get him up, Scout. Come on, Silver.
Lone Ranger and Larry rode on to the camp in the woods. The horses were unsaddled, and Larry rolled up in his blankets beside the fire. But the masked man did not sleep. In the shadows beyond range of the firelight, he stood on guard while the long hours passed. The fire died down to ashes, and he threw more wood on it. Finally, as the stars paled, the Englishman turned. His eyes opened, and he saw the masked man.
Hello there. You haven't slept at all, have you?
No, Larry.
Must be getting close to morning.
About 4 o'clock.
Any sign of Tonto?
Not yet.
They may have captured him.
I don't think so. They should be glad that he hasn't returned.
Why?
Yeah, it means that Smokey wasn't with the posse. Wouldn't have taken Tonto any time to ride back to the ranch and get your horse.
Oh, that's true. You'd have been here almost as soon
Listen.
as... Someone's coming. And you better put out the fire.
There's only one horse. No, 2. I'd say the second one didn't carry a rider.
Well, then...
Here he comes.
Tonto!
Hi, Kinsabi.
Did you find out anything, Tonto?
Me find out plenty. Smokey not ride with posse.
You found him at the ranch?
That right. Him not stay long. Saddle up, head west.
Toward the canyons?
Tonto follow him, like you say. Trail lead to cave, near canyon.
The gang's hideout?
That right. Many horse near cave. Many men inside.
But all we have to do is tell the sheriff...
again, Larry. The sheriff would put us all in jail.
Oh, not you. I'd explain to him that you were the Lone Ranger.
It'd take more than your word to convince him. As long as the sheriff is trying to find you, the outlaws will feel safe. They go ahead with their plans.
What are they?
We've practically decided that. There aren't any banks in the valley. They must be after cattle.
Oh, but there's more than one ranch. We can't watch all their herds.
I have an idea they'll strike at the Brent place. It was there that Smokey went for a job, and it's close to the pass. The cattle will have to be driven through the pass to get them to Bennett City.
We'll wait for them there?
Yes, Larry. We'll give the sheriff a chance to catch them red-handed.
You mean we'll wait until they start the cattle through the pass and then go after the sheriff?
That's it.
Well, you said he wouldn't listen to us.
It won't be a question of listening. When the right time comes, I'll find a way to make him follow me. Here, Silver.
I'm to put out fire here.
I'll help you. Get into your saddle, Larry.
We're heading for the pass?
We're heading for the pass. Steady, boy.
Here, blanket.
Good. Now the saddle.
Here.
On she goes.
How to get bridle.
What's the hurry? They won't try anything tonight, will they?
Why not? Smokey knows that every one of Brent's men is riding with the sheriff. What better time could they find?
I say it may be too late.
Canyon long way. Then let's start before Tonto leave.
They'll have to cut out the cattle. Steady, big fella. Are you coming, Tonto?
All finished. Here, Scout.
We'll get there in time if we make it fast. All right, boy, let's go.
Get up there.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
That morning, just as the Lone Ranger had reasoned, the outlaws cut out part of the Brant herd and headed them toward the pass. The rustlers moved the cattle as fast as they could, hazing them along swiftly and efficiently. But in spite of their efforts, the cattle would not be hurried. With dawn, they were still in the pass.
Sun's coming up, boys. Keep moving. I told you we couldn't get them through the pass before it got light.
What's the difference? We ain't had any trouble, have we?
You said there wouldn't be anybody guarding the herd.
One cowhand. He's all tied up. He'll stay with us until after we sell the cattle in Bennett City.
If the posse circles back this way.
They won't. They covered this part of the valley when they started out.
Maybe they got the Englishman.
Yeah, and they take him to town and throw him in jail. Stop yelling till you get hurt.
I'd feel a whole lot better if we'd got these cows through the pass before it was light.
Hand over the cash.
Huh?
Hand it over.
It's all right. Right here in my saddlebag.
Don't argue, Joe. Give it to me. You're acting like a jackrabbit. All they know is run.
Here.
Dig deeper. There's more.
All right. But we split that up when we get to Bennett City.
Let me see.
It's all there now.
You getting tired of our company, Joe?
It ain't that, Smokey. But you keep driving us all the time. Why can't we lay off for a while? Get down from one of the border towns and have some fun.
I'll think about it.
Hey, look.
What's the matter now?
There's a white horse breaking from the ridge. Over there.
Yeah.
It's another of Brent's men.
That white horse belongs to the masked man I told you about. And that's a masked man riding him.
Do we let him get away?
Get away nothing. Stop that army, boys. Get up there. After him. Use your gun.
Come on, Silver. We're out of range now, but we've got to find that posse. Faster. You see the ranch from the top of the next rise. We're in the wind, boy. We haven't come back yet. We'll have to steady, boy. Steady. Whoa, Silver. Now, there's the corral. It's full, Silver. I don't see any of the men. They must have turned in. Wait, there's someone. The girls, Alice Brent. Come on, Silver.
As Silver galloped across the flatlands toward the Brent corral, Alice Brent's face was cold and distant. She reached for a rifle leaning against the corral fence and lifted it to her arm. As the Lone Ranger reined Silver to a halt, the rifle went to her shoulder.
Right out of that saddle, mister, and reach for the sky. I got you covered.
You don't need that gun, Miss Brent.
You're right. All I have to do is yell, and the boys will come a-running.
I'm glad they're back.
You're glad? You're heading for jail so fast.
You believe that Larry Whitten is a bank robber?
Well, what else can I believe? He rode off with you, didn't he?
I'm not an outlaw, Miss Brent. You've seen my horse before, haven't you?
That first day Larry came to town, sure I have. What's the idea of the mask?
His name is Silver, and here's one of the bullets I use.
Horse named Silver. Silver bullets. You're the Lone Ranger.
Yes, Miss Brent.
Then, if Larry's a friend of yours, he can't be a crook.
He was framed for that bank holdup by a gang of outlaws.
The sheriff's inside. You can tell him that.
There isn't time. That same gang is driving a herd of your cattle through the pass right now.
Rustlers?
If we can capture them, then Larry will be cleared.
I'll call the sheriff.
No, Miss Brent. You believe that Larry is innocent because you want to.
That's true.
But I won't be able to convince the sheriff so easily. That's your horse, isn't it?
I just saddled him. I was going
Ride with me to the pass.
With you? But we can't do anything alone.
I get mounted.
All right.
And I'll call for help.
What for?
You must make them believe you're being kidnapped so they'll follow us.
I understand. Help! Josh, Sheriff, help me!
Keep it up.
It's the masked man! Help me, Josh, help me!
That's fine. There's your brother.
The boys are coming out of the bunkhouse.
Scream. Come on, Silver!
Straight through the pass, man!
I don't shoot anymore, Sheriff.
We will when we get out in the open
Don't
again.
shoot anybody. You might hit Alice.
What's that cloud of dust up ahead?
It looks like cattle.
The masked man's a rustler. He's driving off your cows.
Josh!
There's Alice.
Where?
At the far end of the pass. Look.
That's the masked man of the engine with her.
And Larry Whitten.
Rein up, boys! Hold your fire!
Oh, they ain't trying to get away at all.
There's something mighty funny about this.
Rein up, boys. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
We got no time to waste, Josh. You and the sheriff, listen to me.
Huh?
This man's the Lone Ranger. And Larry's no bank robber. But there's a gang of outlaws up ahead, and we're going after them. From now on, you take orders from the masked man.
Lone Ranger? Huh, I should hope to tell you.
Do they know that we're on that trail?
They must by now. They'll leave the cattle behind. Follow me.
Follow the masked man, boys.
Come on, Silver. Go, Silver.
Steady, boy.
What are you doing, Smokey?
What do you mean?
You're reining up.
I don't want to push my horse too hard.
I'm sticking right with you, mister. You can pull a double cross on the rest of them, but not on me.
Let them get ahead of us.
That posse's mighty close.
We're stirring up a lot of dust.
Yeah?
The trail skirts those woods up ahead. Let the rest of the boys go on. We'll duck into the woods and hide out there till the posse gets past.
Keno. And we only split the money 2 ways.
2 ways. Into the woods when I say the word.
Here, Tommy. What does it tell us?
Men right into one.
Outlaws? The woods we just passed?
That's right. Tennessee side.
Keep after them, Sheriff.
Right.
Otto and I are hitting the back trail.
I didn't know there was a ravine in here, but we couldn't ask for any better cover.
We can hide out here all day.
That's the ticket. Lie low and wait for it to get dark.
What was that?
Don't be so jumpy. One of the horses stepped on a branch.
It wasn't the horses. Came from up there on the bank.
Quiet.
But I tell you
Shut up. I see where they are.
They?
I'll just get over to the right a little more so I can draw a bead on that bush and... See the leaves move?
Yeah.
That does for him, whoever it is.
Shall we go up there and take a look?
Might as well. Maybe we'll have to finish him off.
What if it was one of the boys?
You don't want to split 3 ways, do you? Yeah, this is the one. Hey, what the?
There's nobody here.
I saw the leaves move.
There's a rope tied to this branch. It stretches over that way.
They're coming. Reach.
Well, they were 30 feet away. They just pulled the rope and made you think they were here.
That plenty old trick and worked plenty good. Get that horse, Tonto. The posse's been trying to catch you two, but now you're going to have to catch the posse. Move.
Well, we've got them all, and we've gone through all their stuff, but there's no sign of the money you were talking about, Larry.
I'm afraid you're mistaken, Sheriff. Joe and Smokey aren't here, and one of them must have the money.
Come on, Silver.
We won't have to wait long to find out, though.
It's the Lone Ranger.
And he's brought them with him.
Oh, Larry, they must have it.
Oh, I hope so.
Two more prisoners for you, Sheriff.
Good work, masked man. Get them tied up, boys.
I say that little matter of the money.
It's right here. More than was stolen from the bank in San Marco. You better take charge of it, Sheriff.
Yeah. Now, how about it, Josh? Can you spare a few of your boys to drive a herd of coyotes to jail?
You bet I can. I'm coming along myself.
And you, Larry, you'll have to come, too.
I know, Sheriff. Clear my name and all the rest of it.
But, Larry,
Yes, Alice.
will you stay in San Marco?
Not if I'm welcome to come back here. Pleasant spot, the valley. Pleasant people in it. Especially the pleasant people.
I think I know what you mean.
Righto. I suppose I ought to thank the masked man for that. Thank him for everything else, of course, but...
What the... Hey, he's gone. The masked man and the engine have cleared out.
There he goes, down the trail.
I say, when you see him ride that white horse and you realize he's a fellow countryman, it must make you proud that you're an American.
It sure does.
The English aren't so bad, Larry.
Oh, I'm glad you said that, Alice. Hands across the sea, what?
Shake on it, partner.
You have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.